Testing. Are we live? Wait for it. Wait for it. Oh, is it there? Oh. It's there. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you subscribe. You're on mobile. Bro, excuse me, I got the hiccups in the morning. Press hi, chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. But we got the CPI report. It is very, very key. It did moderate a little bit, so there's a lot of talks about it in all the different industries that it's affecting. So a big, big day today. Could have been a lot bigger. The real thing we're going to be looking for is the market impact analysis here. So depending on how we play out for this next pretty much first 2 hours and then the rest of the day, could end up being a bigger day here. You see the first reaction. Again, it did hit the expectation result. So nothing in one direction too far or too little. So we will see. And there was some updates, but all in all, the transitory talks, sadly, it is still bringing up this talks of now a delayed taper. So very, very interesting. Again, this is going to just bring up, it really confirmed the Fed today in a weird way. So we're going to see now, you're going to have a lot of people talking about November amongst other things. So depending on what happens, the follow-up we will see. But we got our piece of work today. So the rest of the data this week is going to come out of China and everywhere else. And then we go from there, baby. But good morning. We're going to talk about this pretty much for the first couple hours here. There's a lot to say about it. And, yeah, I still have the hiccups from the watch. That was the weirdest thing ever. I was ready to go this morning, and I just started getting the hiccup. I got a new hiccup thing. Oh, my gosh. It's still going. It's still going. Morning, Chad. Good morning. Good morning, gentle calmness. Good morning, Carter. Oh, my gosh. Juria Scott. Good morning. Ark. Good morning. Dan. Good morning. Clint. Hope you're doing good, buddy. Good morning, Randy. Good morning, young Buffett. Usha, Nathan, Rai. Oh, brother Evan. Oh, Lil John. Yeah. Yeah. You know, that's what we do. It's the Lil John, baby. It's the Lil John. Gus Gonzalez. Letterman. JD. Good morning. G. Nate. Mr. Godoy. Good morning. Laurie. Tom Smith. Good morning. Good morning. Oh. Wow, I'm afraid of another hiccup right now. Hold on. You gotta give me a second. Ooh, I'm good. I'm great. I woke up with hiccups. That's about it. I didn't even wake up with hiccups. Right before I hit live, I just got the hiccups. It was weird, but other than that, oh, it's good. I think the inflation today, it makes this story that much more riveting. You know what I'm saying? We have a much more riveting story with everything that's gone on. So we're gonna see what's gonna happen. Oh, man. Drink water while pulling the right earlobe. Oh, okay. We'll try that. It did work. The CPI came in at 5.3. So here is the actual chart of it, and this is what had so much discussion regarding it, is that simply it is not increasing anymore. So this is the first month where it is actually moderated, and you can see what it does to the chart. You know, now the chart doesn't have this upward trajectory that nobody thinks is going to stop. I mean, and this is huge because a lot of other industries in the report, like air travel, hotels, and all of that, they had the same thing. It's not really bullish. It's a decent one, but we got to see how the market takes it again. That's why it's like it's bullish, but it's not. A picture of you and Uncle. You were with Uncle at Lake Como. I will. We'll get to that. I'll take a look at the emails once we get the market open here, and we're ready to go. We'll get everything moving. I'm excited. I hope you've been good. I know you've been traveling out there, Mr. Wall Street Stonks. So hopefully you've been good, doing good. Get some relaxation. Get to enjoy the world in. I hope all of you are good. I hope all of you are ready. It's going to be good. It's going to be good. Kathy Wood was right. Oh, no. Kathy Wood. Innovation. Oh, my gosh. Hold on. I muted it for you. You're lucky. I mean, I had some clips yesterday. If you watched the watch list, oh, it sounded awful. At the end was bad, but let's see what we got here. So we got a couple of market movers. Here's the list. A couple of even hype names you saw moving, and again, a lot of different type of news today. But U.S. inflation moderated a tad as expected, but remained elevated. The headline rate edged down to 5.3 in August from 5.4, while the declaration in the core was more than forecast. The print coming in at 4 versus 4.3. The month before, on a monthly basis, both consumer price readings rose less than consensus. Futures rose and treasuries paired loss after CPI data. European shares erased losses. The dollar weakened and gold clawed back some losses. Crude paired some gains after China announced the sale of more crude from its stockpiles, but then advanced after the inflation rate. Bitcoin and most other cryptos steadied after yesterday's phony Litecoin Walmart triggered a roller coaster. The Bloomberg Galaxy Index rose and Bitcoin traded around 46,000, while Litecoin slipped. Square joined with other companies in a cross-licensing platform to promote digital currencies and reduce patent lawsuits. Steve Cohen is set to invest in a new cryptocurrency firm, Radical, Radkl. Radical, wow. Fund managers are souring on global growth and earnings, but won't give up on stocks. Latest B of A survey showed the outlook for global growth and profits in September, but slumped by the lowest in more than a year. But investor allocation to equities fell only slightly to a net 50% overweight, and the share taking higher than normal risks rose to 9. Bonds remain unpopular. Goldman named Dennis Coleman as new CFO for next year. Wall Street execs and top Chinese regulators plan to meet virtually to discuss topics including the crackdown on private sector and U.S.-China relations. The meeting on Thursday marks a resumption of the China-U.S. financial roundtable. People familiar said among those invited were Steve Schwartzman, John Waldron, and PBOC head Yi Zhang. Apple is in the spotlight again. Today, the company will unveil its latest line of products just a day after rushing with an emergency update to stop spyware. It's expected to introduce the iPhone 13 with it's iPhone 13? I thought they're skipping it. With a new camera, faster processor, and satellite features. The Apple Watch Series 7 will have a new design and larger screen. Oh, that means GSAT. GSAT's going to be a play today then. Because if they announce the satellite and nothing happens, you know, that's it. The Apple events, dreams are made and dreams are ended. If you've watched them for the last decade. More corporate Intuit bought MailChimp. Google was fined $177 million by South Korea for hampering the development of rivals to Android OS. Oracle sales missed with demand for a key cloud software product slowing from previous quarter. B of A led 6 companies looking to issue debt. The Evergrande train wreck will be probed by a group of accounting and legal experts chosen by China's government in a potential precursor to debt restructuring. Evergrande also hired its own advisors to explore ways to ease cash crunch, saying it faces tremendous liquidity strains and hasn't made progress with asset disposals. Its shares and dollar bonds sank. Glencore's Anthony Stemler was caught. Then he talked. He left the firm in 2019 with 2 big secrets. The first, he paid millions in bribes to African officials and intermediaries for a dozen years. The second, he was helping the U.S. DOJ into the company and investigating the company and numerous former colleagues. I did not know that. California's Governor Newsom was backed by Biden on the eve of today's recall election. Republican candidate Larry Elder is the closest thing to a Trump clone I've ever seen in your state, Biden said. Voting closes at 8 p.m. local time. Polls show Newsom will keep his job. Dodd-Frank backs Jerome Powell. The architects of the rules adopted after the GFC backed him for another term as Fed chief. Chris Dodd and Barney Frank said his reappointment would provide strong support for Joe Biden's program. Their opinion article written for The Hill is noteworthy because progressives have criticized Powell for rolling back some of the reforms initiated under the Dodd-Frank legislation. Even Dodd and Frank were like, nah, man. You know, they were like, literally, Dodd and Frank were like, I don't know what you're saying, man. We like Jerome Powell. That's crazy. Literally, Chris Dodd and Barney Frank, bro. That's crazy. That's crazy. Vladimir Putin will self-isolate after being exposed to several people in his entourage infected with COVID. Why do they call Vladimir Putin's team an entourage? They don't call it like a government. They're like, that's his entourage. That's his defensive system. I don't know what to call it. Japan topped the U.S. in proportion for those who've had at least one vaccination shot, even though it started later in the month. President Biden plans to call global leaders to commit to vaccinating 70% of the world in a year. The U.S. and EU agree on a framework of working together to screen potentially hostile foreign investments. When officials meet in Pittsburgh this month, a person familiar with the matter said two sides are working towards a statement of principles. Hurricane Nichols is threatening Texas today. That's it. You got the California recall election, General Assembly in New York, and then the Fed to offer $500 billion in SFR, then the Apple product event, and then Double Line Total Return podcast. Let's see. What else we got? Biden's push to ramp up taxes on the wealthy is getting diluted by his allies in Congress, undermining his inequality pledge, a blueprint that the House Ways and Means will begin voting on today. Scale back some of the most ambitious elements of the administration's pitch released in May. Gary Gensler testifies to the Senate Banking Committee today. In a prepared testimony, the SEC chief asked his staff to recommend ways to bring greater efficiency and transparency to everything from corporate debt to municipal bonds and mortgage securities. Blinken urges confirmation of nominees. House approves immigration path. Argentina inflation on tap. Strong investor demand is expected when the EU returns to the bond market today. UK job vacancies climbed above 1 million. Above 1 million? Damn, we got 10 of them things. That's crazy, man. Yeah, I'm in a coat and I'm banging it. Ugh. Surging demand from China banks to offload dollar holdings added to signs of liquidity stress in swap markets before the PBOC's monthly operation tomorrow. One-year dollar onshore swap rose to the highest in almost 4 years, indicating banks are rushing to swap dollars for yuan. Singapore plans to boost domestic stock market, people said. A state investment fund of at least $1 billion. RBA Chief Philip Lowe pushed back against market pricing for early rate hikes. The world will have to wait until October for additional oil supplies as output losses from Hurricane Ida wipe out the increase from OPEC+. Plus, palladium slumped below $2,000 an ounce. Blackstone and SoftBank Fortress companies. Boeing expects global jetliner sales to bounce back later in this decade. Later in the decade. That's great guidance. Contributing a potential $9 trillion market for aerospace and defense. That's 5.9 larger than the 8.5 addressable market last year. The Christmas shopping season may see 7 to 9% growth as Americans are set to spend more on travel and dining out, a Deloitte forecast showed. Amazon's hiring spree, they plan to hire 125,000 workers for the warehouse and transportation. Starting wage is above $18 an hour. U.S. and EU pursuing global deal to slash methane. China's Z urges low-carbon development of coal. BP anoints a new head. Chevron targets of investment for environment. Walmart Global News fake statement on crypto deal. Microsoft backed startup that helps fight fake online images. Shang-Chi leads the box office again. That's about it. Good morning. Good morning. Showtime. I think that's it. Global food supplies will struggle to keep pace. On this day in history, Grace Kelly died at age 52. That sucks. And then Kim Kardashian dressed up like Batman for the Met Gala, and AOC went to the Met Gala. That's cool. That's great. I don't know. That showed up. That made the headline. Wow, not too bad. So we got that. A couple of equity movers here in the morning. Oh shit, where did it go? Oh, I missed the equity list. I should have accompanied AOC. I'm gonna pass on that one. Thank you though. I appreciate the offer. The Babas, Josh. Let's see what's happening, man. You know what's more important than the Babas? You know, it's the Baba of our country, the father of our country. The father of our country, freedom, my friend. Freedom. So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're having a wonderful day. I hope you know you're blessed. And I hope you know you live in the greatest country in the world, okay? It's easy to forget But here at the Cult every morning, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to the people who sacrificed more than most of us ever will and have fought for this opportunity. You know, the flag means a lot more than people think, and we like to recognize the people behind that flag. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, I know they feel the exact same way. We want to give a huge and special shout out to all of the veterans, active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country. God bless you, and thank you for holding it down and doing what you're doing. And shout out to all the other public service out there, the firefighters, the doctors, the police officers, the teachers, the nurses, anybody holding it down and, you know, just being, just assisting the public, baby. We love it. So God bless you, and thank you for doing what you're doing. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send it the Jets! Oh, it's game time. Arna. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Wow. Good evening. Good morning. Good morning, good evening, good night. Oh, just get ready. Oh, you got a CPI. Today's going to be insane. Today has the potential. Just watch. The market got a neutral one. Wait till everybody digests it. Oh, we're going to see. Today has potential. Today has potential, baby. So I hope you're ready. Again, we got a couple of different things moving here so far. You got a couple even things leading the market in general. We're going to be looking at this market impact analysis. We're going to watch as everybody digests the CPI because the peach is here. Bradley Frizzle and the peach. Hard. Oh. Wow. Wow. Oh, yes, it's going to get even better. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. That's a sign. Wow, that's a great sign. That's a beautiful sign if you don't know. It's a beautiful sign. Oh, my gosh, we love it. Wow. Wow. Okay, that's amazing. But here's the CPI. We're going to be watching that one. Again, here are some of your runners, and then just equity markets. Euro is going to be very interesting. Again, watch out for some of their bond demand, and then we're going to see how anything else spills over. So as far as my watch list, I'm going to be watching Cisco, HD, McDonald's, Shopify, Ford, Oscar Health, JCS, Apple, Viacom, and GSET for the Apple thing. So a couple of good plays there. A couple of good plays. Ooh. I actually have a couple of plays I'm going to look at right off the bat. There's going to be a couple. But again, we're already up 1/3%. So let's see if we break the 40-day streak of no days without a 1% gain on the market. Anything can happen. So call it out. CPI came in at 5.3, just slightly below the 5.4 expectation, and core dropped a lot more. So it's going to be good, baby. Ask Federal Reserve to break up Wells Fargo. She's just going for the easy targets now. She's going for the easy ones. But market's about to open. Listen, if you hear me, you're going to have a good day, man. So put a smile on your face, get locked and loaded, and get ready to keep moving. Just keep the engines moving. Keep the wheels moving. No matter what, market is about to open, and there it is. Round one. Fight. Wait, how come half of them are open and the other half aren't? There it is. Let's go, baby. Let's go. So Shopify's already up. I wonder what is down right now. I mean, it looks like you got tech leading. Alibaba's down. That's an obvious one, I guess. Where is it? Those premiums are up only 11%, though. Another day, another dollar. Well, green Roblox down 1.5. Did TLT go up? Oh, I thought TLT was down earlier. Cisco, big green. I like this Cisco. My charts are being really, really weird today. Apple, huge green. IRM XDV was yesterday. And they play on Evergrande. We'll see. I mean, that one would just be through China or anything else. I mean, they had some updates on that situation today. They said they're already hiring strategic partners, but it looks like China is going to bail them out. Apple's showing will probably be in a couple hours. China leveled 15 buildings. I did not see that one. Let me see. Let's go Cisco. Okay, now the market's chilling out. Only up 0.25%. Dow's only up 0.18. SPY's up about 0.25%, but then NASDAQ's up almost 0.5%. So it's actually doing pretty good. I think about weekly Airbnb call. I like time on Airbnb, if anything, as much as I would want to get a weekly. I got a couple other ideas, too. That might rip. Let me see. Inside the call, snap, Cisco moving up. I want to see. I haven't checked on the premiums yet. I will, though. No, it won't fill me. SQ on the move. It sucks. It's early. I mean, that's why I want to see how we kind of play out from it. What is the reaction on the ECMI? Let's see, first hour. So we're doing, looks like an above average response so far. Cisco selling off, Square. Tesla, big shot up, 10 a.m., Boeing red. Hold on, I'm trying to get a play right now. So I'm having some trouble there. Hold on, MRB. Palantir, Gordita pop. What the hell is that? Nice candles on close. Square, Apple. Square 2.5. Okay, I'm trying to get filled on a play, but it's not working. I might have to move on from it. Snap too much. Palantir manipulation. Tesla's going straight up. Let me check Viacom. They're down. Cisco dropped. Tesla's up. HD, McDonald's. Oh, damn! I charged me a nice premium on that one. Let me see. Okay, I made a play. I made a big one, and I got a leap. I will probably be able to get a better move on this, but I think you'll probably like the idea. How many did I get? It's pretty expensive. I mean, you might be able to get some cheaper ones. Huge volume on Square. What's the play? I'm going to make another one here very, very shortly. Well, we're just starting with that one. So the play is do not trade it. You will lose money. I grabbed Airbnb leaps for 2024. You know, they just dropped, so I said, let me get in on this. I spent quite a decent amount. I put in a decent amount. Josh's been ignoring you for weeks. Nah, man, I was ignoring everybody right now. I had to get that play. I just threw about $15,000 on Airbnb leaps for 2024. So I could have walked away with I think some of the shares. I mean, at that point, I probably could have bought 100 shares at 160. But yeah. Oh wow. 35. Yeah, damn, they're going in cheaper. So yeah, I like it. Not a recommendation. I was gonna wait for it. I mean, it's an interesting time if it does ever come down. I just like the fact that that thing has 4 years of time on it. So depending on what happens from there, I think we could make a decent move. I'm hoping at least. But be careful. Don't trade it. My logic in leaps over shares is simply, I mean, I like it. It has enough time. I'm going to keep buying more shares, but I'm just using this as leverage, essentially. So I don't see this as equity. This is, again, just leveraging, just an already crazy position in that sense. I mean, 2 years. Yeah, 2 years. Sorry. 2-3 years, give or take. McDonald's came down. Where's Viacom? HD. Where's Viacom? Love Fidelity. Fidelity's good. All of them are good. All of them. Most of them are good for the most part. Anyways, where all casino stocks drop. I have not looked into that. We didn't even see anything really come up on it today. I'm sure we can find out. The CPI report already came out, and it came in better than expected. I mean, a CPI report could have been a lot worse. So the fact that it came in strong, some people are really liking that. SPY coming down, yeah, a little bit. A little bit. Mo doing what UMC should have done, run up till X dividend. Are they dropping on China oversight news? So there was China news on that. I mean, the only China. It's funny though. I only heard good news out of China today as far as the little like round table thing. Baba's going lower. I need to see that other one. Yeah, Baba is actually. The premiums are up only 5% on that play though. I think, and I'm gonna have to do something with that one because it's holding up, but it expires on Friday. Now it's up 11%, so we'll see if it does sell off through here. Affirm is on the high. HD on the low. So is the SPY. Uber getting hammered. Uber leaps instead. It's not a bad play. I mean, I like that one too. I was thinking about some Uber the other day. Yeah, Uber is actually. Bro, Uber below 39.50. Again, once you start breaking that 39 level, anything below there could be very, very good. SPY selling off. Yeah, Viacom dipping. We could watch I don't think we could watch all the Apple event. They're very weird with the copyright stuff. So we'll have to see. Do you like Airbnb because George Soros added? I didn't even know he added. When did he? U.S. thinks an in-person meeting with Biden is important. AMLO. What time is it? It's only been 15 minutes. I got one more play or two more I want. Another decent, not long, not another leap, but... We need Baba to come down a little bit. Yeah, Soros likes Airbnb because we added it. I think that's I can follow that line of logic a lot easier. You know what I'm saying? No, okay. I feel you. It's fine. AMD leaps. AMD's not bad. It's weird. So we're selling off now. Let me check the impact analysis. It's looking like we're looking like above average response. So already on 1 hour, we're ahead of schedule. It's looking like one of the better meetings here today. So it's overall looking decent. I heard Soros is partnering with Litecoin. Do I think the market is just going to tank? Not necessarily. I mean, I want to see it really depends on the Fed, any economic data. I mean, if China, like if that Evergrande situation gets out of hand, that's going to be awful. You know, there's a lot of different things that China could bring to the table right now. So I'm focused on that, as well as now the whole tapering discussion and what it means for, you know, everybody, more or less. Here, let me see. Facebook is just Craigslist now. Facebook, very interesting product, you know? Very, very interesting product. Roblox moving up quick. Another gap up in tank day. I didn't even think about that, huh? It could be. We'll have to see how it plays out. Uber's bouncing. Airbnb's just hanging out towards the high. CPI said no stop loss. Facebook is sticky. I haven't even checked big tech. Wow. Amazon and then Apple for the day. And then where's GSAT? So GSAT, I think you GSAT boys are going to have a day depending on what is announced at the meeting. So that one could be interesting. Roblox, nice candle to positive. There you go. It's been struggling the last couple days. SD 2%. Wells Fargo going crazy. Is that 2%? Wow. Is that because of the Elizabeth Warren stuff? Interesting. I think that's just be individual to them. Yeah, Wells Fargo's up 2%. Every other bank's up like 0.5%. Time to buy Boeing. I mean, they gave some of that guidance today. I don't know how I've never really. I want Boeing with the dividend. That's been my thing when I would look at it, but I've not gotten into like a real big position on Boeing in a very, very long time. Oh, GS is up nearly 2%. So then it could be something not just exclusively related to Wells Fargo. SDC sell-off. SDC and that other one, Ater, I think. Uncle loves you. God bless. Uncle is good. Peloton, I mean, it has a lot of good with it, and then they also, you know, ever since the one thing that was like their last earnings where they said they had that material accounting problem and then some of their shipping stuff, but I mean, it has been a very, very hot commodity in the last year and a half. LT does have. I didn't even know he had one. I was like, what? Good morning, Josh and beautiful Chad. Najee, good morning. SPY's hitting another low here, so SPY might be the first one to go negative. If we do, it's just really going to repeat what we saw a lot from Friday. Gap up, sell off. This is actually going to make it very, very interesting. Does this even count as a gap up? Yeah, I guess so. You take off the extended hours. Very interesting. So we're selling off the initial gains there from the CPI. And we'll talk about it a little bit more here today. We have a lot of notes on it. I think it's very simple. I think it's just now it's going to be like what happened after the jobs report. If you guys remember last week, right when that jobs report came in, depending on the jobs report was easier to read because it was just awful. So you got to, bring up the next question, is the economic recovery peaked? But now what today's inflation number brings about is the economic recovery, or is inflation now peaked? That's the that's going to be the real key right there. So we will be watching, man. We will be watching. Very important. Wells Fargo still going up. Let's see. SPY only up 0.1% now. Sold off about 0.25%. NASDAQ up only about 0.25%. The feelings on Arlo. I still have that small position on it. I haven't really looked at it, but I I like him, but I don't really like pay too much attention to him, if that makes sense. Let me even see. Where is the Arlo? I'm only up 9% on those. Did they drop today? I think over the last 3 months. But yeah, I only have 200 shares in them, so my position is very, very small. PK, Fuel Cell, Uncle Hero. Uncle Hero loves you. God bless you. TLT rocketing up here as the SPY's starting to come down. Where's the dollar? I know dollar dropped, but dollar came back up. Damn, dollar's down 0.15. Woof. Even after that move. SPY hitting another new low. I waiting for Fed to make year-end predictions. That'll be part of it. That's what's going to be coming in, or you're just going to get new guidance with the Fed this week or next week when they have their report, so it's going to have some weight. But, I mean, I think it's still the overall picture of what's going on. And like I said on the watch list yesterday, I think there's more pressing issues at hand. I mean, I think a lot of, today brings back the taper discussion, inflation, all of that, and I think it's key. But I think there's so many other things happening right now, from what is going to be included into those bills, how it could affect corporate taxes down to individual investors, and then primarily the debt ceiling. I think the debt ceiling is entering, we're already halfway through September, and we've barely heard any updates on that. So that's what's going to make it key. Dow is dropping now. SPY's about to go red. You're only up 0.04, and then NASDAQ's only up 0.17%. The Fed chair may leave as well, too. So let's see if you kind of sell off here, if there's any sort of flush. If we do, I mean, this is just like the last 2 days. Yep, SPY's about to go red. It's flirting with red right now. Even the Dow's about to follow along with it. No way. Bro, it just did literally what it did the last 2-3 days. Cap up, it sell off. This one was a lot quicker in a weird way. Look at that. 1, 2, 3. It's a dance move. Ooh. They fire Powell. I mean, Dodd-Frank, literally Dodd and Frank. They came out and they were like, yo, we want Powell. To the 4. Dow is still struggling. SPY's red now. NASDAQ is still the leader here. We'll see where that comes in. Did you casually said the Fed chair may be leaving? Yes. Again, they're talking about having him be renominated, but this has been a topic I've discussed a couple times. I mean, I don't know about the probability of it actually happening, but I don't know if I don't think Powell is a done deal where he's going to stay no matter what, as some people would expect. You need the prayers, homie. That's prayers. We like prayers. We're good at that. That's a good one. We got you. Nvidia. Apple event at 1 Eastern. That should be fun as always. Emailed you, Evergrande. Hate to be the guy getting yelled at for 24 hours. Wait, what do you mean? Yeah, they're protesting. They're doing a lot. They're doing a lot of stuff there. I mean, they might not bail them out. That's what people are saying, but they are helping them, or they're talking debt restructure of some sort. So SPY's starting to sell off some of these other names here. Just if the NASDAQ goes red with it, and then even small caps, those are going to be the leaders for today. He thought there's no way Powell leaves, but start to think if he does get nominated, he might not take it, especially after the Capitol Rosengren thing. Yeah, that does make the situation a little bit more stickier. I mean, again, think legacy and all that, but a lot of people just assume that even if he did get nominated, it's assuming that he wants to keep doing it, and I don't know if he does. But I don't really know Powell like that, you know what I'm saying? Amazon hikes starting pay to $18 an hour. Yeah, we went over that this morning with they're trying to hire 125,000 new people. Tesla new high. Airbnb's coming down. Uber dropped for puts or longer dates with the earnings. If those don't cover earnings, I'd probably want to set up for that, but let me see that one. Shop is already down 1%. Let me check Baba. They're just going to need a move. I don't know if you remember the play we made a couple months ago on them. They had a nice move on them, and like I want to be further enough out the money, but I want to see how the contracts actually start to move at first. Yeah, Baba's selling off. It's down 2%. Remember, that's what it was yesterday. So it's actually lower, but damn those contracts. I need them to come up a little bit. Shopify's down 1. Again, NASDAQ's about to go red. SPY and Dow just flipped red. How many earnings does the Airbnb Leaps cover? I think all of them. I'll take all of them. Still have the Cisco's calls. Yes, Chula Vista. We love you too, baby. Amen. Amen. Chula Vista. We love it. And then I'm still waiting for that one play. Everything just sold off, though. So, again, we're riding out some of the puts from yesterday, but it needs to move a little bit more, I think, to get some better gains. TBIO halted, merger news. T-Buy, wasn't that older? That was like a couple months ago, I feel like. Myrna going up. Again, and that's even what today's report highlighted with Delta. You got a lot of that, and then even some people are talking about Delta peaking. That's even what Kalanovic said. He was talking about that. Again, we talked about the reopening revival yesterday on the watch list. I really like that concept. So we'll see. Baba keeps selling off. Ford is down. XLF, is it still going or is it selling off now? XLF is turning red. I mean, Wells Fargo is still leading. Let's see. Watch if Goldman and Wells Fargo slip and turn around. JD slip in. NASDAQ turning red. It's up 0.05 right now. I'm surprised Ford is down. I agree. I mean, but I think the market is kind of digesting this amongst some other things. Again, let's see where we're at right here. So now we're starting to switch gears here. This is an above average response, and you can see it's starting to tick down a little bit. So we'll see how this one plays out. Today's going to be a little bit more interesting now. It's looking like the last 3 days. So now the question is, what sort of extent of a drop do we get, or does it, when does it pretty much level out? This looks just like the last 2 days. It's fun. I thought the CPI would get in the way, but now that could contain it to a smaller move because we were up we were closer to 1% on the upside. I think we're hitting the 50-day moving average today. I think we need to go to 442. Because they don't believe the CPI data. No, the CPI data is just, again, like I'm saying, I think there's a lot of other things going on. It highlighted the impact of Delta, so that could affect economic recovery. I mean, you got to see that in there. And the fact that it's still high, but, expectations were high and it didn't drop. And now it's going to bring up it's going to make the tapering debate that much weirder. Because now and then whether it's China fears or the debt ceiling and everything else, that stuff is on the side. So it's a mix of the data and of actual bad CPI data, but not bad, but just confusing. And then the other external factors. The CPI data, you don't believe it's accurate. I think it is, just because it's a high number. So it's not 5.3, even though it missed quote unquote expectations and fell below expectations by 0.01. I mean, again, I've showed it so many times on the chart. A 5% inflation is unreal. Even in the last 30 years, you really haven't seen it at this level. I think the last time was like 1990. Yeah, you barely even hit that in '08. You barely even got above 5. But other than that, like 1990 was the last time that you've printed above this number, and we've stayed above that number for like 2 or 3 months now. So I think that really says a lot in and of itself. CPI's been out for about an hour, or hour and a half. 5:30 is when it came out. So now our market, and then again, Europe wasn't doing too hot. Let me double check. Yeah, half of Europe is flipped red. They were slightly green in the morning. ICOM called 20%, no stop loss. Ooh. That's a good thing, right? Kind of. And SPY, there's our VWAP. It's still moving kind of slow, though. Let's see what sort of bounce we get here. 24% on those Babas. Let's see if we're starting to pick up a little bit speed. Every index is red now. Small caps went from leader to lagger now on the day. That's crazy. They should have benefited the most today. This down. So just watch for this bounce. See how far it takes us. Again, just going to play out like the last 3 days. So remember, you've seen these first drops. When do you get this little like pickup bounce? How long does it last? Where does it put the VWAP? And then if we stay below VWAP again all day today, that'll be highlighting something. But like I said, I think we have so many other factors right now in the market, namely the debt ceiling, that are really able to kind of sway things, just as it's kind of injecting a little bit of underlying, rumble into the market, I would say, is the best way to put it. TLT still going. Oh my gosh. Yo, actually, this is key. This is very key, believe it or not. Because then this could eliminate the bond peaking. 150 is a huge level for TLT now. Like 151 max. 152 is that other high. If that happens, that will be key. That would be very, very key. Because then and that's what I'm saying. That's what could make a lot of things. That's what some people are noticing. I'll see if I can pull it up. But if you look at the yield curve right now, and then you look at October 15th, or when the Treasury says we expect to run out of money, that's the problem right there, because it's fucking with the bonds a little bit, because it's clear that people are ready for something to happen around there. UWMC on Mad Money. Reserve requirements are going to 13% August 15th. Gensler, yeah, he's testifying today. And then I made a play. I made it in front of you, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. And then we'll talk. This one's related to the watch list, too. I brought up the general idea. We didn't see it. No, you saw it, Habibi. No, you saw it. The camera was on. You saw it. What do you mean? I did it for me in front. Why you say this to me? I show you it. But do not trade it. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. Again, this is another play. I'm gonna explain this theory a little bit more. But I grabbed more Viacom. I went and I grabbed Viacom for January. I added to my calls I already had. And my logic is what I said on the watch list yesterday. I mean, we saw probably 4 or 5 deal announcements yesterday. So my idea here is that I think Viacom, Summer, what's his name, Redfin or whatever his name is, Redstone, they've talked about selling it and everything. But I think that towards the end of the year, this is going to be a good either buyout or merger candidate of some nature. So I want to kind of stack up on a couple of these. Again, the stock doesn't even move, so. But my logic is I see them as a buyout target, just in the name of everything that's been going on. And then as we pretty much by October, November, if no deal comes through, then it's a dud. But till then, it look a certain way. VIAC, yes, that Viacom. I did January 2022 because, again, I don't think I need to go past that just because any buyout deal, I'm looking at the end of this year. So fiscal year is around October, and that's where usually, just like taxes. I even had a discussion with a real estate guy yesterday letting him know and it makes sense from real estate down to stocks, down to corporations. By year end, that's where you're going to need to make a move with some of your money. So if you wanted, and then depending on the tax bill, anything like that, if somebody wanted to spend money or to buy a company, they're going to want to do it before October or November max. But why not December? Because that's not the fiscal year. So even though we end our year in January, or we start the new year in January, most corporations, their fiscal quarter, their fiscal year ends in October. Then it starts over again, November, December. That's the new calendar year for them. And then even with like taxes, the tax deadline, if you're going to be making any purchases, I think corporate tax deadline is today or tomorrow. So that has some effect in that sense too. But here's our little bounce. It did not bounce any higher than here. So we're definitely not out of the clear. TLT is flashing a very big warning sign, more or less, I would call it. My second Halloween with the cult. First Halloween as an agent. Ooh. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Price target for strike for buyout. That I don't know. That's why pretty much if I'm out of the money right now. That's the part that sucks for me. I'm at like 57 to 60. I think I have 150 for November. So I'm assuming that'd be at least 20, 30%, but it's hard to say. But I would assume at least 30%, but it puts it right below 60. That's the only issue. Good morning, Mr. Newall. Reasonable for buyer to think minimum. I want to. I really do. I think 60 is like pushing it, but that's just being conservative just because that's a 50% premium at the shares. But given it did trade once at like 80, 90, I think that says something else. But that was also because of fucking Billy. Billy was out there, Billy going crazy. Mm-hmm. When it dropped 100 to 30, that was Billy Huang. The leverage situation, and then he was forced to sell out portions of it, and then ever since then, it just stuck the company in this weird little phase that it's in. Baba coming down. Gary's on right now. I think it's a prepared statement. The Huang effect, bro. Why did the dollar naira jump so hard in May? I think as oil and the virus at that point. And then part of the inflation stuff too. There was a lot. I remember May, June was a pretty interesting time. SPY coming back down again. Just be careful. So it's risk off already. This is from Kriti Gupta, markets reporter in New York. It's risk off just 30 minutes into trading. Stocks have faded to red after the first 30 minutes of trading amid elevated volume, with big tech notably still in the green. Small cap stocks were expected to outperform on softer CPI. They're underperforming the broader benchmarks. Meanwhile, yields continue to drop, and the VIX is nearing a 20 handle once again. On the surface, it looks like a risk-off trade cascading through the markets, with investors perhaps taking cash off the table or reverting back to familiar safety plays. Uber hanging out. Good morning, Mr. Sexton. Hopefully you're feeling good. Hopefully you're feeling good. The CPI came in at 5.3%. Expectation was 5.4. Core came in at 4. Expectation was 4.2. It was the slowest print. The pace has slowed the most in this year, which is positive. And then certain things like used car sales finally took a dip, all of that. So there were some bright spots in there, but overall, I mean, I mean, think about it. I mean, I'd look at the chat, I'd look at everybody else in here, and I think if you look around Wall Street, even what I've read so far with some of this stuff, I feel like everyone's kind of confused after this report. It's not that the data was confusing, it's just now it brings in 3 to 5 different questions from, is inflation slowing down now? Is the Fed going to taper in November? Is it real? Like, you know, what's the data? Is this data set accurate or not now that it's slowed down? And then what do we expect in the future still? Does this change future expectations? So I think it was, even though the number print side of it was pretty straightforward, I think there's still a lot of questions and confusion kind of within. I think maybe we'll call it digestion, more or less. I feel like the market is kind of just, there, you know, now it's already looking ahead to the next stage. But yes, the CPI did essentially prove some element of transitory, if you think about it, because now this is exactly what Powell said. We're going to see inflation, and then it's going to go away. We were just really fast and trigger happy most of the market, while Powell was just like, I drive slow, keep tools like Jerome. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? That's Powell drive slow, homie. Drive slow, homie. Get your bond purchases on when you see them. Oh, you never know, homie. Might need some bonds, homie. You need to pump your brakes and drive slow, homie. My best friend Jerome used to say, one of my best friends from back in the day, down the street from Janet Yellen, she is really old. He nicknamed me J-Pass, so they leave me alone. Yeah, right? That's a good one, right? Anyway, okay. Only the real ones know. I think fake transitory because COVID surge. Well, that was part of it too, but people would have thought, I thought that would have raised more prices. And TLT is still going again. Get ready here. No, this is getting beefy right now. It's getting beefy. Amazon, but like, look at this. If this keeps going up here, that's gonna confuse a shit ton of people. I'm telling you right now. I would be a little bit less, but I'm saying that a lot of people who have so many more ideas than I do on this. That's why it's like if the bond yields hit a new bottom, that could be very, very confusing for some people. Or both SPY and TLT. Oh yeah, that happens a lot. It just depends on when the market, how the market is flowing, if that makes sense. At the time, that they're, I think from like 2015 to 2018, they pretty much moved in tandem, or at least the correlation was more solid. Usually you could probably find a 70-80% correlation between bonds and the stock market. Nike low of the day. Those older October puts are up 20%. JDs are still down. Bob, I only got 20% on those. Those are up 50% yesterday morning. The Airbnb, it's a private event, or it's closed off, but I got it off of the. I literally was doing just the equity analysis on the stock, and they had a company events thing. So right here, it shows it. The Truist is, go look up Truist Securities. But September 14th summit. Naeed Khan will host Internet Gross Virtual Summit with VP of Finance and IR of Airbnb. It'll be hosted again. You have to request access for it. Navid Khan. LT up, safety play for market, risk off play people, freeing high liquidity, yield market. Yes, part of it, as not to mention again, even the Fed. That's what some people have asserted here, that the Fed demand is also elevating this. But this is definitely people moving into here. But then it starts to get a little ironic there, depending on what happens with the debt ceiling. What cryptos do I like? I like Ethereum and Bitcoin. As the main ones, and then anything from there. I don't think it's worth considering until you have those two, and then if you have those two, choice is yours from there. The only other two I have besides that are XLM and Ethereum Classic, and I do have some Cardano, but I didn't purchase it. It was given to me like an NFT. CPI report came in at 5.3. Came in just right at expectations. Am I going to hold ETC when it's been attacked 51% of the time? I mean, when was the last time it happened? Tesla or Taboola partners with Xiaomi to power recommendations across more than 100 million mobile devices. Taboola stuck? They're popping a little bit. Taboola. I see Mexico bought $7 billion of central bank reserves. Is Taboola Chinese? I don't know. Is it? That I do not know. And things look like they chilled out here for the last like 10, 15 minutes. TLT. What happened at FTX yesterday? I saw people talking about it in the Bloomberg chat, and then you guys were talking about it as well. I haven't even looked at the coins at all today. Blue reversal, JPM getting hammered. Let's see if we get the second leg. Gary Gensler speaking now. Hack rumor. Pitting on charge point. I like it. I haven't bought any, but I mean, they're one of the only like EV chargers. I've seen them in real life. I've used them with my car. Zoom info popping. ZI. I guess it came down a little bit, but watch out for that one. Tesla's starting to move too. Let us see. AMD getting some steam. AMD pop. Watch Zoom info on that one. I'm going to check news. AMD is starting to pick up here. A couple things are starting to pick up. Weird with the SPY getting a red candle. Oh, there's no fibbing today. About an hour ago, the Zoom info is presenting at Piper Sandler Global Technology Summit thing. So they're presenting right now. They're probably announcing something. They're already up 5%. AMC on the red. Oh, man. Something related to the wallet being related to Russia. Yeah, people were saying they kept seeing big like blocks of 45,000 Bitcoin moving. Market will fight the Fed instead of going with them. And in the second half of the boom and bust, we will see. But that's why I mean pretty much next week. Now you get the Fed, but it's what's going to happen in the meantime. And that's why I would be watching for Fed Powell mixed with any updates on the debt ceiling or anything of that nature. AMC's selling off there. AMD's is still going. Yeah, AMD just popped like $1, $1.50. Check IC. I saw it on the high ticker again. I still got 100 of those shares. Yeah, they're doing great. It's still actually looking really good. Lycom, AMD still going. DeSantis, Florida replace outdated standardized testing. Are they talking for schools or COVID? It's sad I don't know the difference at this point. What kind of, like a SAT or like a NCOV, huh, Habibi? Oh, school. Okay, I see, the guy, the Florida man, I thought he always talk about the COVID, so I say, oh, okay. It's hard to determine. How much percent illegal? AMD still going. My goodness. AMD is still ripping. Let me check the other chip makers. And then so is TLT. And NVIDIA got a little bit of a pop, but I don't think anything. AMD has something specific. I'd look into AMD right now. I'm going to check news on that, see if there's anything brewing. Because that looks very suspicious. It's the only one moving right now. SPY's hitting a low. Extreme. AMD extends smart access memory. Intel reportedly cutting server CPU prices to combat AMD. That was like an hour ago, though. Or 2 hours ago. There's old news, 2-hour volumes going. AMD's still ripping now. One of the only chip makers going positive here. Intel's still down. NVIDIA is positive, actually, so that's good. And you can kind of see NVIDIA lagging behind, but it looks like something with AMD primarily. AMD partners with Exelinic. Check. Again, only thing I saw was the older news from today. Again, 2 hours ago on their little like the Intel news. Yeah, it's not looking like any news. Maybe it's providing the trade a safe haven. The yield's still on the top, bro. It's about to hit 151. 151 rum. Pineapple Powell and raise hell. We don't stop till the Fed comes. I see rate cuts. I see stimmies. Okay. AMD pack with Litecoin Classic. This is the lower end. I mean, anything above 155, that takes you back to the prior peak. Thoughts on Evergrande in China? It's a situation. I mean, it seems like China wants to help, but they don't want to at the same time. And again, a lot of you even sent me some stuff on that too. But there's a lot of stuff going on there. The real question is just how it's going to play out. But I think it's a big risk. I mean, if it does fail, it would be, if they did collapse and the government did not help them, it would be the Lehman of China. It would be that, to that scale. It would be awful. The amount of money and the havoc it would wreak in local bonds, and then even broads domestically, even U.S. investors. I mean, it would be awful. Debt ceiling TLT is going to go even higher. Well, yes and no though, because then at one point, if the debt ceiling really becomes an issue, this is the problem with the yield curve, because now, you know, if the debt ceiling becomes an issue, that means a government default or a technical default on the bonds. So if your bonds default, your rates are going to shoot up, not come down. So it's a weird scenario going on, because you have people rushing towards safety. You have the Fed buying in. What happens when the Fed actually steps out? What's the real demand going to look like? And then now, up until any sort of risk on that end. Justice Department bans chokeholds unless deadly force is authorized. Goes up as I think UUP calls would be the better play on Evergrande and instead of TLT. Gensler on the mic. Is it prepared statement though? Schumer says Democrats will be introducing voting rights on Tuesday. I haven't heard from Schumer in a while. Question answer. Let's see.
The most sweeping voter suppression bills in the entire country.
Looks like Schumer's talking. I don't see
Florida, even making it a crime to give food and water to voters at the polls in Georgia. No one can look at these restrictions with a straight face and say they have a legitimate purpose. They have only one goal. It's a despicable goal. It's a nasty goal.
it's a
Making it harder
nasty.
for younger, poorer, non-white, and typically Democratic voters to access the ballot. Republicans law.
Jesus. Yeah, Gensler was a moments ago. Yeah, I clicked that. That's what it led to. Oracle releases Java. Java 17. What's that? Again, Oracle had earnings too. Viacom still dropping. Apple red. Yeah, Apple did go red right now. Apple's it like barely just turned red. TLT 151 rum. Power juice and make. Dude, that's scary. This one's going to be interesting now. I think the bonds are definitely flashing that something snapped in a weird way right now. Again, just because you're getting the same trend from the last 3 days, and now this time, you know, the bonds don't really look like that over the last 3 days. You see what I'm saying? I guess it kind of has. You know, you bring in gap downs, gaps up. It's a little bit different, but now hitting towards the lower end of the range, that's going to be very interesting. They're talking about GameStop and Robinhood at the, like, Schumer is. That's great. Somebody, well, it's not letting me show the picture, but they emailed me DaBaby news because DaBaby is performing in Milwaukee over Thanksgiving. So they said that's important there. And look at this. Look at this. This is young Buffett, baby. Young Buffett. He went to Lake Como. Went to Lake Como with Uncle. He took Uncle with him. That's crazy. He said it reminded him of all the times we would have the Como poops. You know, when Como would come on. Remember that time in history, man? Look at him. Look at this guy. Look at you can't see him. Yo, I'm gonna find your face, bro. We gonna get the face reveal. We gonna find it. I love doing this with Pixis now. I'm gonna find. Hey, Uncle, what's up, man? Why Uncle look high as hell? Uncle look high as hell right now, man. What you doing in Lake Como? This is beautiful, actually. Let's see there. Wall Street style. Wall Street style, baby. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I love it. I love it. God bless you, baby. That's beautiful, man. I need to go outside. I need to go outside, I feel like. That's amazing. That's amazing. It's lit. FTSE selling off. Insert FTSE comments. Yes, it actually did switch gears heavy. Again, even the Euro Stocks 50. Wait, see if Germany goes red. But yeah, they did turn right there. And then China's still getting clapped. Went down 10%. Jeez. Actually, though, I think it's just catching up to the China stocks. That means there's something definitely with China. Because, again, you guys were even asking. Because whoever, I think Creative was asking about Las Vegas Sands. Shit. It's TLT. TLT. Small caps are lagging. Small caps are supposed to be the winner today. Again, with any of the stuff we got, we were expecting a strong pull out of them. Very weird. Very weird with the win stuff. SEC, small number aren't regulated, but a large number are.
Securities, and the Supreme Court has weighed in a number of times. You noted the Howey test. We've talked about the Reeves test was in the 1990s as well.
And then I went to MIT.
Has weighed in, and I think that there's a fair amount of clarity. Over the years, the SEC has even found, believe it or not, whiskey caskets, and the courts agreed in the 1960s were investments. And I think that at the heart of our securities laws was protecting investors against fraud They get to decide. They get to just take the risk. You'll find I'm not negative or a minimalist about crypto. I just think it would be best if it's inside the investor protection regime that Congress laid out.
I see my time has expired, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Chairman. Senator Reid from Rhode Island is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Mr. Chairman. Cybersecurity is one of the greatest threats that we face, both as a national security threat and also as an economic threat. And in 2018, the SEC issued guidance with respect to public companies. I've been trying over the last several years to enact legislation, Senate 808, the Cybersecurity Disclosure Act, which is very simple. It would require a public company to disclose whether they have a cyber expert on their boards, and if not, why not, i.e. they have other means to compensate. In fact, we did precisely that when it came to financial experts. We do require a financial expert on the audit committee or an explanation why they do not have one. Do you believe that the framework in S808 would be appropriate for dealing with cyber?
Senator, I thank you for highlighting that in our conversations over the last couple of months. I've asked staff to take up 2 initiatives on cyber, one company disclosure and one with regard to funds, the investment funds. And on the company disclosure side, I've asked them to look very closely at your bill and see whether we would not only potentially include that as a recommendation, but also some other issues around, I'll call it cyber hygiene, and then secondly, incident reporting. When you do have an event or pay ransomware, for instance, when do one report? And that's in the 6,000 or 7,000 public companies. And then separately, we're looking at something around funds, the cybersecurity of the investment management field.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I would encourage you to continue to pursue this, and would very much like to see my legislation become law and your regulations become adopted. So thank you. Another issue that's come up, and we're all very happy about the increased retail participation in the stock market. There is a lot of people who never owned stocks before that are buying stocks. And some of it is the result of discount brokers offering zero commissions, aggressively marketing, et cetera. But there's another aspect of this, and that is the payment for order flow.
New low
issue,
on the SPY.
A lot of
Get ready to even watch Hood or any of the payment for order flow stocks.
Essentially deals with high-frequency trading firms in exchange for rebates. They will send their orders to these firms. And the question is the owner of the security getting the best deal, or is the intermediary getting a lot of money? And it looks like there is a disconnect, there inherent conflict of interest. I think you described it recently. So are you trying to move forward with efforts to evaluate this practice of payment and see if it is fair to the consumer?
We are. I've asked staff to take a look at this. It's been about 16 years since we did major rewrite of the national market structure. And I think the inherent conflicts of payment for order flow and rebates on the stock exchanges, both, may make our markets less efficient. And this is important for capital formation, and it's important for the retail investors.
SPY starting to sell off now. Again, every index is pretty solid red. NASDAQ is the leader today on the positive side.
Best execution, even if they get a price improvement, but there is price improvement versus a sort of out-of-date measuring rod. And if you measure against the wrong measurement stick, it doesn't mean you're getting best execution. So we're looking out for retail investors. If anybody on this committee or staff legally traded in the retail markets, there's like a 97% chance that it does not go to a transparent exchange. It goes to the dark markets or the wholesalers. And so it's harder to get best execution when you're not competing order to order. So I'm like deeply a markets person and believe in the competition of markets to bring those orders in competition.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just you mentioned in your opening remarks that one area you're looking at is the Treasury market, and I think that's critical. As you know, in March 2020, there was a free seizure of the market, not by opponents, but the whole market sort of seized up for a moment. And volatility in the Treasury market is very much of a danger to the entire economy. And so I would ask that you continue to look very closely at the Treasury markets. I know we've tried to learn lessons from March 2020, but I don't think we've fully learned all the lessons and incorporated them in action.
I agree with you, and it's one place I hope that there's maybe even more bipartisanship. I'm working closely with Chair Powell at the Federal Reserve, closely with Secretary Yellen and her team to try to bring more resiliency, safer Treasury market, but also more competitive, that we might lower the cost to all of us, the taxpayers, because we are the issuer in that sense.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Kennedy is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I read your editorial in the Wall Street Journal today about the Holding Foreign Companies Accountable Act.
He's like, did you read I went to MIT?
What's worth, I agree with most of it. It's a damn good bill, by the way, if I may say so.
I want to thank you for, I think it helps us do our job both at the SEC and at the Public Company Accounting Oversight Board.
I appreciate that. I agree with you, obviously. There's a 3-year implementation period, as you know. Foreign companies, including our friends in China, have 3 years to comply. The Senate's passed a bill reducing that to 2 years. We're having a little trouble getting the House to take it up. Would you be willing to contribute your considerable efforts to encouraging the House to take it up?
Senator, I've already had some discussions and expressed to some of the leadership over there that I support that.
Okay. Who pays corporate income taxes?
Corporations for
Senator,
200.
it's the corporation that pays the taxes, of course, then ultimately the owners of those corporations are the shareholders.
Corporations just is not a payor. It's a tax collector, isn't it?
Well, I'm not here as an expert on the tax code. I think the
But you're an
corporation
expert
literally.
on corporations. I think economists are generally in agreement that the corporation is not a payer, it's a tax collector. The owners and the customers and the workers that Chairman Brown spoke so eloquently about actually pay the tax, don't they?
Well, again, I never want to mince words, but I think that the corporation, of course, is paying, and then the shareholders have less net income.
Don't the workers pay it too?
I think that it's a cost of the corporation. Like all costs of the corporation, those costs compete with each other. Even
Yeah,
the
but
cost of the real
pay it?
estate
Do
and
the
so
workers
forth.
pay it? I'm just trying to, I don't have much time. Sorry about that.
The workers pay individual income tax, workers pay Social Security tax and the like.
I just want to be sure I understand your testimony, Mr. Chairman. You're saying that the workers are not impacted at all by the corporate income tax?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were asking a different question. All costs in a company compete with each other, whether it's the real estate costs or any other costs.
Are the workers impacted negatively by corporate income tax? Real simple question.
No, I understand it, but I think it's best as the head of the SEC to leave
You don't wanna
debates about taxes to Congress. I really do think that
I
that's
understand
something.
why you don't want to answer it. I get it. Look, I don't mean any disrespect to you. I followed your career. You've had quite a career in public service. You've made a lot of money on Wall Street. I respect that. I honor that. But as to the people and the companies that you regulate as chairman of the SEC, do you consider yourself to be their daddy?
No.
Then why do you act like it?
I try
their daddy.
to take the oath of
What is
office
this?
seriously that the SEC is set up to promote investor protection and facilitate capital formation, and that which is in the middle.
Yeah, but why do you impose your personal preferences about cultural issues and social issues on companies? And therefore their customers and their workers? Like climate change and the Second Amendment.
Dude,
I mean, I'm sure you have.
This guy flipped the script heavy
about abortion.
I thought he was nice.
Do you have plans to implement or impose those values on companies?
So I want to thank you for the compliment you gave me, and I've followed your career and have the deepest respect for you too, sir. I think that I am not doing that. I think what I've
with all due
trying to
respect.
do is say, if investors want information about climate risk, and it looks like tens of trillions of dollars of assets under management of asking, we at the SEC have a role to put something out to notice and comment, do the economic analysis, and really see what investors are saying. It's really in that narrow set of chalk lines that we're operating.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Senator Kennedy. Senator Tester.
That was a good one.
Montana's
That was a good one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to
Are
thank
you my daddy?
Chairman Gensler for being here today. I just got to say one thing really quickly. I've got a farm. My wife and I have a farm. We have a corporation. That corporation pays the taxes. We don't. And we're the only stockholders of that corporation. And that corporation exists
Yo, man, wait.
over the last 30 years or so.
Yo, relax,
has,
bro.
Quite
Stitching on
frankly,
yourself. Hold
helped
up.
us financially
Hey,
as we
hey.
move forward. So just a different perspective. I want to talk about Citizens United decision, which I believe is one of the worst decisions that's ever come down from the Supreme Court, incredibly detrimental, has ended up with literally hundreds of millions of dollars, billions of dollars flowing into our political system in an untransparent way. I don't think it helps with our democracy. That being said, the SEC has the power to require companies to disclose corporate political spending. Now, the money that these companies put into campaigns may or may not be determined as being materially important, but nonetheless, it depends on who you're talking about. If somebody throws $1 million at me in a campaign, it's materially important for me in that campaign. It may not be materially important to that corporation. Right now, the current appropriations bill prevents the SEC from doing anything about these contributions. Do you believe shareholders should have access to that material information about how companies who these shareholders own spend their money?
Senator, I thank you, and as you noted, there is the appropriations rider, but putting that to the side,
Yep.
you're asking, similar to the other issues around climate risk and human capital, to the extent that investors want to see that information, and it looks like an increasing number of investors do.
Yep.
I mean, we see that each of the shareholder voting periods, there's been petitions on this to the SEC and so forth. I think the SEC has a role, similarly, put things out to notice and comment and see what the process brings.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that answer. I've talked about this in this committee before. I think we really need to take a strong look at extreme weather events. As a farmer this year, for example, this was my wife and my 44th harvest. It was the worst one by far ever due to drought and due to extreme weather conditions. If you take a look at the amount of money that the American taxpayer is putting out for extreme weather events in this country, it is billions and billions and billions of dollars, and it may even be trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars. I think it is irresponsible for us not to look at the impacts that climate has had on our lives and on our economy, because this ain't going away, and it's getting worse. And so, as chairman of the SEC, how do you view your work in considering the impacts of climate change as they pertain to your role as a regulator?
So again, as I've said to other senators, our role is prescribed by Congress about the issuing companies, these 7,000 or so companies, and the investing public, and to bring consistent, comparable disclosure where investors want it. So in climate risk, investors have been asking for it, and hundreds of companies amongst the 500 largest, I think it's 80+%, disclose something, but we can bring consistency, comparability, and make the decision useful information
For the investor.
for the investor, and it would be regarding to some of the physical risks that you mentioned, but also the transition risk over time.
Okay. Senator Reid talked to you a little bit about cybersecurity. Could you briefly, in the next minute, talk about the list of cybersecurity requirements that the SEC is looking at implementing?
I think I'm willing to meet with you or your staff to go through.
But I should have prefaced this by saying, not unlike climate change, this problem is going to continue to get worse.
I couldn't agree with you more. So there's two lists we're looking at. One is those activities, how are you managing your cyber risk? Because it's a real risk, how are you governing and managing it, and what are your sort of, I'll call, cyber hygiene? Secondly is incident reporting. If you have a breach and you're paying ransomware and the like, what are you saying to the public when this occurs? Especially if you have private information. Some companies have tens of millions, sometimes hundreds of millions of the American public's confidential information then taken by the bad actor who has just breached the wall.
So it would be, your work is going to be in the realm of hygiene and reporting the attacks.
That's correct.
And the system they have in place.
Yeah, the system they have and incident reporting, but any advice you have and your staff, we look forward to having good conversations.
We look forward to it. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Tester. Senator Lummis of Wyoming is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for joining us, Chairman Gensler. It's nice to see you. I have two questions. One is specific and the other very, very general. So I'll start with a specific. In your previous tenure at the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, you were an advocate of providing no action relief to regulated financial entities within your jurisdiction. Now, over the last few years, the SEC has not provided no action relief to innovators, in my opinion, nearly enough. The SEC has also provided 21A investigatory reports on matters of general interest under the Exchange Act. What would you say to innovators who are nervous about approaching the SEC? And how can you improve the use of no action relief in other public statements like 21A reports?
Senator, I thank you for that question, and thank you for our continuing dialogue about innovation. I do think that Congress gave the SEC important authorities, not only to do what you call no action letters, but exemptive authorities and the like. And so I have said, come in, whether it's in the cryptocurrency space or in other innovative spaces, come in, talk to us, and see if our rules for custody, for instance, which I know we've talked about, or transfer agents or something, don't quite fit because they were written in a bricks and mortar time and now we're in a digital time. Let's talk about that. If we need to go to Congress, but maybe we can cobble together something. We did this in money markets in the 1970s. Good people in the state of Pennsylvania, Senator Toomey's state, came into the SEC and sought authorities to do money markets, and that's now a $5 trillion asset class. So I think there's room here to sort things out and try to figure it out, to keep things investor protection focused, but to sort out the new innovations.
And my adjunct question is the general question just about innovation. Do you support responsible innovation?
Oh my gosh, yes. I mean, it's brought us these lights in the room. It's brought us this ability to have a hybrid hearing with your fellow members. I mean, innovation is what supports access, economic activity, and gives so much of us better opportunities in life.
So given that, how do you right-size the protections that are within your ambit to innovation generally?
No, it's an excellent question that I'm sure this committee grapples with decade after decade. I think it's the core public policy framework around ensuring that the public's not defrauded, that somebody's not misleading them and lying to them, to ensure that if you hold somebody's asset, you don't misuse it or abuse it, so to speak, the physical asset.
Another new
And
low
then
on the SPY. A
trading
firm is popping
platforms, at
too.
the heart of our 1934 Act was that competition basically drives to more efficient market, and people don't manipulate that market, don't front run, for instance, in those markets. And I think that these basic tenets of anti-fraud, anti-manipulation, but pro-competition lower the cost of capital for companies raising money and innovators and entrepreneurs, even if they're using, for instance, cryptocurrencies and the like. But I think that inside that policy envelope that we have is a great deal of opportunity. I think it's at the heart of our economic success these last 90 years that we have deeply market-based economy. I said we have the largest capital markets in the world, almost 70% greater than our economic share, 38 points versus 23 points. There's a reason, and I think it helps our economy, but it's also because it's regulated, anti-fraud, anti-manipulation.
So what gaps do you think exist, and what additional regulatory authority would be useful, both at the CFTC and at the SEC, specifically with regard to digital assets?
I think that we have a great deal of authority. I think there's more clarity than some members on this committee. I mean, I know we're maybe a little bit different on that. But I think that in terms of the gaps, we have a great deal of clarity on, I think, what's a security, but the gaps is the coordination amongst our agencies. So, for instance, the coordination with the banking agencies on stable value coins that Senator Toomey raised earlier, the coordination with my sibling agency that I was honored to chair, the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, on the tokens themselves and the platforms, because to the extent something is a commodity, even the CFTC doesn't have regulatory authority, they have enforcement authority. A wonderful piece that Dawn Stump wrote recently that I thought was worth reading. But working together with the CFTC and how to coordinate. And then there's some in the, I would say, infrastructure side, things around transfer agents, custody and the like, that I think we could work with Congress to help clarify.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Warner from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your comments about, in your opening comments about my legislation that deals with disclosure around the workforce. I want to come to that topic, but I'm going to quickly, Chair Gensler, respond to a couple of my colleagues' comments. One, I want to agree with Senator Reid. This payment for order flow, we've been talking about for close to a decade, and we need to sort through it. I think there would be broad bipartisan agreement about that.
Yo, ZBH is popping. It looks
happen.
pretty decent. I'm checking
On
news.
incident reporting in terms of cyber, I think the Intelligence Committee probably has as much visibility into that space as anyone, anywhere. We have virtually every member of the Intelligence Committee, Democrat and Republican, together on a bipartisan mandatory incident reporting bill for critical infrastructure, for federal contractors. We're trying to work through details. My hope is we can work with you. If you're going to have a mandatory reporting requirement,
ZBH is news on their guidance. They're giving an update on their guidance right now.
To make that happen, because
that's why it's popping.
Senator Tester, it's only going to get worse. And as someone who shares some of your concerns about crypto, I will acknowledge that you have only put one wild in front of West as opposed to two wild Wests. And as somebody who's worked with Senator Toomey and Senator Loomis, I think there's, and somebody who managed to do pretty well financially because of innovation, I'm all in. But we do need some guidance. We do need some direction. This is, I would go to the two wilds in terms of the description of this area, as good as some of the innovation is, Senator Loomis. Some of the things I see from the Intel side scare the dickens out of me. So we need to figure out a way to, maybe I ought to join the caucus because we got to find a way to come together on this area of innovation, but also area where I can assure you abuse. I will give industry one credit here. When we were going through this definitional process, I heard from more newspapers, newsletters, entities, for a group that says they're not very well organized. I've never seen a group that's got as many publications as the crypto world already has. Let me get to in my last 2.5 minutes, get to the topic I wanted to address, which is human capital investment. I think we've all acknowledged that every CEO says, my biggest asset walks out the door each day, human capital. Yet we don't have virtually any reporting. I agree with the chairman. When companies offload their workers as contractors, they're really not putting their money where their mouth is. So I think our Workforce Investment Disclosure Act, which passed the House, I hope will be part of the guidance of what kind of activities you take. We've got to make sure we have ways, because I believe investors want to know employee retention. They want to know what kind of skills and training is taking place. Matter of fact, I hope that you will also go beyond workforce and really look at the whole realm of ESG reporting. Investors want this, yet there are no standards at this point. I'm not saying we need to move to mandatory across the board, but we really need some more look there. And I do want to make sure I get a question in here. And this is, again, a topic you and I have talked about in the past. I've got other legislation that would create the equivalent of an R&D tax credit, which was a radical notion, as you know, in the accounting world back in the 1970s and early 80s, to create an R&D tax credit type equivalent for companies that invest in upskilling, particularly low and moderate paid workers. I think creating an asset class around human capital makes some sense, or at least is worthy of a discussion. And I hope you'll be willing. You can pick any of those items along the way, Chair Gensler, and comment back. But I hope you'll focus on the workforce piece. Thank you,
Senator. I thank you on cyber. I look forward to working further with your staff, and I share your view in the crypto space. There's an intersection that it's a way to subvert our current anti-money laundering laws and subvert various things that in the Intelligence Committee we're all trying to protect on. I didn't use that term. I want to be respectful. I mean, I just used one wild. I do look forward to getting out to your great state of Wyoming when all these masks go away and everything. But on the workforce, just to say, we have looked closely at your bill and other committee members. It's like ultimately what investors tell us during the notice and comment period too. So when we put something out, hopefully that you'll weigh in also, all of the members here will weigh in and say, do investors really want this information? I've always found that if you're going to buy a company, or sell a company when I was doing that at Goldman Sachs, that people really wanted to have a thorough review of that workforce. And it's ups and downs. It's an asset, and it's a critical asset. So I couldn't agree with you more on that, sir.
Thanks, Senator Moore. Senator Tillis of North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chair Gensler, thank you for being here. Are you familiar with Rule 17J1 under the Investment Company Act of 1940, excuse me, and Section 10B of the Securities Exchange Act of 1934?
Yes, generally, sir, yes.
Yeah, just for others, edification. 17J1 under the Investment Company Act.
Okay, so I made a play. Don't do this. It's not a recommendation, but you could even get the logic of why I did it. I sold out of those Baba weeklies, so I got those on Friday. They're up almost 50%. I sold out of 8 of them to get these 2 for free. Took the initial investment back, and then because they're going to expire this week, and then I rolled over to October 105 puts to get a little bit less exposure on there. So about the same amount of money in, but just switching the time frames on there so that I could still capture this move this week and then still have exposure with time.
Against the rules that you said, but also the exchanges, a number of the exchanges, self-regulatory organizations have that, and it's really to protect the public, that if I put an order in, that I can get that inside the market, and somebody's not going to take that and use it in front of me.
I know that you've been critical of payment for order flow, contending that it presents conflicts, excuse me, of interest for broker-dealers, and that retail customers are harmed through inferior execution quality. Do you still stand by that?
I think that we need to take a look at this whole market structure, because many orders are not competing with other orders. If you placed an order to an exchange, with a broker, I'm sorry, if you placed an order, it might be bought by one party, and has been publicly disclosed, there's one wholesaler that has 50% of the market share in the retail market. And so it's really about, are the orders competing with other orders? So I'm pro-competition, and I'm not sure that this payment for order flow system really is the best competitive landscape.
Is it accurate to say there's another safeguard designed into the system, this one by retail brokers, to cure potential conflicts of interest for payment for order flow arrangements from all of their execution partners? In other words, this means that the execution partners will pay the same rate and act within the same system, essentially putting all execution partners in competition with one another, excuse me, on execution quality and not payment for order flow.
So I think the challenge is if a party is buying all the order flow or bulk of the order flow, then the order by order competition doesn't exist. So the retail public doesn't benefit from that competition. That, like, when I was growing up, you had competition. It wasn't modern technology, but it was competition on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, and brokers could scream and yell at each other about what they were going to pay. Now, if one party is buying literally half the retail flow in America, these market orders, that could actually have diminished competition in the marketplace.
Do you think that retail brokers should route the, route orders to the market center where they have the highest likelihood of obtaining the most favorable execution for their customers? Why or why not?
I've asked staff to consider the economic analysis and really think about the whole market structure. How can we lower the cost of capital formation and raise the returns for the retail public and the institutional public? And we've not updated in 16 years that national market structure. So I think it's really it's almost like a sweater where everything's knitted together. And I was quoted recently about if something was on the table. I said yes, because I think in this area, kind of it's all on the table to think about the rebates at the exchanges, what's called the tick size, the national best bid, best offer, all with one goal: competition in the marketplace to lower the cost and raise the efficiency. That helps capital formation. It helps investors.
Thank you. I'll probably add a couple of questions for the record to expand on that, but thank you for your answers. I want to talk a little bit in my remaining time about the gamification of retail investing. How would you describe gamification?
It's a term that I must admit I'd only heard in the last year or so, but if I can broaden it out, it's encouraging.
And do you think government should prevent gamification?
I think the role of the SEC is about protecting investors. So I think the question is, are there conflicts that arise by doing behavioral prompts to encourage Senator Lummis to trade and sending Senator Lummis a different prompt than Senator Warner or Warren, and they've sort of differentially marketed to the three. Senator Warner's
if we go down that path, I want to be respectful of time, but
Sorry.
If we go down that path in states like mine that have an education lottery, I think in Maryland you have a similar lottery. If we go down that path and we look at possible restrictions or eliminating gamification in the investment sector, why wouldn't we apply that same logic to lottery systems across the nation or any publicly gamified ventures?
I think what I'm interested in learning, and we just put out a public comment, a request for comment, not even a rule, to ask, could you help us, the public, comment on if a platform is maximizing to revenues by marketing to each of these senators in this room differently, could there be a conflict rather than considering what's best for each of you as in your families for your investment needs? And so it's that these platforms are now optimizing based upon our Fitbit, based upon our mobile apps, based upon how we drive our cars. They're maximizing based upon all this data, and it brings us greater innovation. It's a plus to innovation, a plus to access. It can be a plus to lower cost. What we're just raising is, could it be a conflict as well if they're trying to market to everybody differently?
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Till. Senator Menendez from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chair Gensler, good to see you. As we all know, the asset management and investment consultant industries are overwhelmingly white and male. We also know that study after study has shown that greater diversity leads to greater profitability. So in an effort to improve performance in these industries and thereby benefit everyday investors, the SEC's Asset Management Advisory Committee unanimously recommended that the SEC take several tangible, concrete actions to improve diversity in the industry in a way that is aligned with the SEC's own diversity and inclusion goals and its mandate to protect investors and promote fair and open markets. Have you had the opportunity to read the full advisory committee's report?
Sir, I'm familiar with the report. I've read a summary, to be candid with you.
Have you been briefed by the authors of the recommendations and the advisory committee's diversity and inclusion subcommittee leadership?
I've met with the leadership of the committee.
Have they advised you about it?
Yeah, oh, yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Well, these recommendations, they're simple, they're straightforward. For example, one is to require enhanced disclosure requirements on gender and racial diversity of advisory firms. Some firms already report this information voluntarily, and others to establish a procedure to allow the SEC, when it receives reports of discriminatory practices, to direct reporting parties to the government agency best equipped to investigate the complaint. None of this is particularly difficult or controversial, as is evidenced by the unanimous vote of the advisory committee. So given that broad support, can you commit to bringing these items before the commission for a vote before the end of the year so we can bring transparency and diversity to the industry and ultimately deliver better market outcomes for investors?
I've asked staff to look very closely not only at these recommendations, but other recommendations with regard to issuers, but you're speaking about on the investment management side, and make recommendations up to the commission with a full docket. I don't want to say what time that will be. It might be after the end of this year.
Let me just say you've been around here for a while, and I get similar answers from every chair. And the problem is we never end up with any concrete steps to creating the diversity that everybody claims that they support. So I'm tired of hearing about we're going to study it, we're going to get more recommendations. I want to know, what is our pathway to action?
So, sir, we're doing more than just studying. I've asked staff for recommendations on the issuer side, as we've talked about earlier, about human capital, and that's the 7,000 plus issuers, and that includes diversity, includes workforce statistics, as Senator Warner and I were discussing earlier as well, and Chair Brown. So I've asked to bring that up in front of the 5-member commission. It's a lot to take on to do the economic analysis, and it'd be very investor focused, because we have to live within the chalk lines. This is about investors and what investors make their decisions upon.
Well, we'll be following up with you. This is an issue I've been pursuing for some time, and without satisfaction, to be honest with you. Should shareholders of companies that make public pledges expect their company to act in a manner consistent with the stated company policy?
I think it's at the bedrock of our securities laws. President Roosevelt called the first act in front of Congress, the 33 Act, the Truth in Securities Law. And so you're talking about that if you make a pledge to your shareholders about building a factory or any pledge, that you not defraud the public, that it be honest rendition and of the disclosures you're making.
Well, after the insurrection attempt earlier this year, many companies made public pledges to stop donating money to the 147 members of Congress who objected to Congress's certification of President Biden's victory. However, since then, many of these companies resumed their political donations in direct contradiction to their public pledges. So I don't believe necessarily that they follow what they say. So therefore, do shareholders have the right to know whether their company's political donations contradict their public commitment, and whether those companies may be supporting outcomes which might pose a material risk to the company's bottom line?
If it poses, as you say, a material risk, and there's been a material misstatement to the public, that's at the center of our securities laws.
Well, I look forward to seeing some enforcement in that. Finally, due to public health concerns, in November of 2020, FINRA provided member firms the option to complete branch office inspections remotely for calendar year 2020 and 2021. What's your assessment of the quality of those remote inspections? Do you think regulators sacrifice any oversight by allowing these remote inspections? And because we're still facing with the Delta variant pretty high, is the SEC considering extending remote inspections given the current public health?
Well, Senator, we are. I mean, we as a nation are living through the most challenging time, well, at least in my life, health-wise and economically related to that. When I have conversations with our head of examinations, we have about a 1,200 person examination unit. I ask that very question: what do we lose? What do we gain being remote? And there are trade-offs. We've gained people aren't commuting as much. The people have a better work-life balance and so forth, our examiners. What we lose is you're not sitting in a room eyeball to eyeball talking to somebody as you're trying to inspect a fund or a company and so forth. But yes, we're looking at extending this just because of the realities of this health pandemic that we're in.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Scott from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for holding this important hearing today, and thanks to the ranking member for his comments earlier on, his opening statements about the importance of having market accessibility to all Americans. And it seems like we've been heading in the right direction for quite some time here over the last 10 years or so. And some of the concerns I have, Chair Gensler, is that what I've seen from a policy position from you so far seems to may actually jeopardize that path to financial opportunity for the average American. I think back to my days in business when I was in the insurance and for a small time in the financial services business, that I would tell my clients oftentimes that there are really only three ways to create wealth in America. The first is real estate, and one of the reasons why we focus on the American dream is synonymous with home ownership. And there's no question in my mind that the fact is that you build equity in your house, and you're actually building equity in this nation. It's your share of the American dream that is so powerful and important that we focus on. The second way that you create wealth in this nation and experience more of the American dream is through having a business, and that business grows and it becomes more profitable, and that net worth that you see accumulating is a part and parcel to the American dream. And then finally, it's having an equity position in the marketplace. And to the extent that we make it more affordable for the average person to invest in this marketplace, they have a chance to literally experience the American dream, to exceed their wildest imaginations financially. If you think back 32 years ago, do you have any idea what the percentage of American households that were investing in the stock market?
Well, we've grown, I mean, particularly in the last 10 years.
32 years ago, any idea what it was?
I mean, I don't know the specific number, but lower than today, about 10 points lower.
Good answer. So 32% of American households 32 years ago had access to one of the three streams that leads to creating wealth in this nation. And much of the reason why they had such limited access is because the fees to make a trade were so darn high. Imagine today the average stock price is around $119 with the S&P 500. If you invested in a stock in the 70s and 80s, your stock would have to increase to $139 before you made a penny, because you were using that increase to pay the transactional cost. Today, it's zero. So literally, you have a chance to invest in the marketplace because we've gotten rid of those high transactional costs. So, as you said, today, the actual number of households that are able to invest in the market, 53% of households are invested in the market. Why? Because the price to get involved in the market plummeted. And so when we hear things like banning payment for order flow, it sends shivers down the spines of people who have waited for this day to come. 15 years ago, it was $15 or $20 to make your trade. Today, it's nothing. It literally, you have access to a market. If you're a rural American
they don't
living
feel you,
in
bro.
Saluda, South
Feel you.
Carolina, or
Crocs is popping
inner city
again.
Chicago, for the first time, you have a chance to be in the marketplace. Under the Biden administration, those opportunities could vanish away so quickly, and that is painful as a kid who grew up in poverty, who now has access to the market. 40% of the households in this nation who make less than $75,000, they're in the market. Why? Because it's affordable. We have to trust Americans to make their own decisions on their own investments and not have a paternalistic regime helping protect Americans because they can't figure it out for themselves. And I'm concerned about that. And my question for you is, what is your plan to ensure that the existing system and the potential for innovation within that system continue so that the average retail investor benefits from that and we don't see ourselves going backwards that leads to higher trade costs so that fewer Americans are able to invest their hard-earned money in the way that they see fit?
Senator, I'm sitting here thinking, one, how much my father, Sam Gensler, if he was alive today, would like you, because he would have agreed on your 3 points about real estate, start a small business, which he did. He never had more than 30 employees. And as a kid, he used to toss us value line tear sheets, and he'd say, what do you think of this stock? And he'd try to buy 50 shares of something.
Yes.
Couldn't agree with you more. In terms of the retail investing, I think that's a positive thing in America, and it was when I was a kid as well. On the cost, we can always do better. And what I'm saying is technology is driven down and competition has driven down the cost of, as you said, investing. But there's still a cost left. The payment for order flow, even if it's a couple pennies out, is a cost. So it's not, it's buried behind the scene. What I've raised to the economists with Jessica Wachter and her whole team is, can we do better to have more competition, that orders compete with orders rather than one wholesaler buying half of the retail flow in America? And so it's about trying to even do better in these great capital markets we have, but we can't take anything for granted. So I think we're more aligned than you. It's about trying to drive it down even lower cost.
And Chair, I'll take it at your word, and frankly, it sounds like your father was an amazing guy who had a chance to own his house, start a business, and invest in the market.
And never went to college and raised 5 kids.
Yeah, and that's the story of the American dream. One of the things I hope that we protect is the notion that the American dream is accessible for all Americans. And when we have within the administration parts of the puzzle that could make it worse for the average person in our nation, I think we should pause and take a serious look at how the market works and how can we make it better. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Scott. Senator Warren from Massachusetts is recognized.
So thank you, Mr. Chairman. We hear a lot about how crypto is all about financial inclusion, a way for people who don't have a lot of money to be able to manage it or invest it. Now, the banks have done a pretty lousy job on financial inclusion, so I want to test out with you whether or not crypto is an improvement. Last Tuesday, the crypto market tanked once again. The prices of Bitcoin and Ether each fell by about 10%, while a bunch of other tokens failed by as much as a third. So in a matter of hours, $400 billion in market value disappeared. Poof, just gone. And meanwhile, several of the biggest crypto exchanges had outages, which kept customers from making withdrawals or trades. So how did that affect people who don't have a lot of money to lose? Chair Gensler, let's say that last Monday, I took out the last sliver of my savings. I went on the crypto exchange Coinbase. I bought $100 worth of Ether. Then I woke up early on Tuesday morning. I saw that the market looked like it was beginning to tank, and I thought, I better sell right now.
You would
But
lose
when
$20.
I tried to sell, Coinbase,
You would lose
the
$30
exchange
with a
was down. So, Chair Gensler, was there anything I could do to get my money out?
Not at a federal agency because they haven't yet registered with us, even though they have dozens of tokens that may be securities.
Yeah, okay, so that sounds pretty risky to me. But let's say that instead of buying Ether on Coinbase last Monday, I decided instead to put that $100 toward buying a cool new token, let's call it new coin, that was being hyped on Twitter. Now, NewCoin is available only on a quote-unquote decentralized crypto exchange. So to buy it, I had to pay a fee, about $20, to the crypto miners who process the transactions. That's $20 to buy $100 worth of tokens. But I figured that was okay because Twitter told me that NewCoin was going to make me a lot of money. But then, of course, I woke up on Tuesday morning and the market was tanking. So let's ask about this one. Chair Gensler, on Tuesday, when I wanted to sell NewCoin and get back to dollars fast, that exchange had not shut down. But remember, I had to pay $20 on Monday to get into decentralized finance. So how much would I have had to pay to get out of DeFi on Tuesday to sell my coins? Would I have had to pay a second $20 fee, or might I have had to pay even more?
I don't know, because it'd be all in the user agreement. And by the way, you put quotes around DeFi. I think that's helpful because
I
they're
got
really
you, Elizabeth.
decentralized in name
I got you.
only.
Hold on.
There's a user agreement. There's something you're doing with this platform. There's a governance token. There's usually some fees, but I don't know what the particular fees would be.
Well, actually, we do know some of the fees from last Tuesday. The fee to swap between
50 cents is what I'm getting right now. If I wanted to buy 100, it'd be 50 cents to buy, and I'm assuming
obviously
if we wanted to
way more
sell
than
$100 worth,
I was
hold
trying
on.
to trade in the first place. So the question
Oh,
I
no, that's
have
100
is
ether,
in the
sorry.
face of these high, unpredictable fees, small investors
I don't
can
even- I think
easily
50
get
cents.
jammed
I think
and
50
wiped out
cents.
entirely. Chair Gensler, advocates say crypto markets are all about financial inclusion, but the people who are most economically vulnerable are the ones who are most likely to have to withdraw their money the fastest when the market drops. Does this sound like the path to financial inclusion to you?
It's a highly speculative asset class. It doesn't sound like the path that you mentioned.
Yeah.
This is
You
the
know, there
first
are a whole
official
list
I've
of
seen agree
problems
with her. This is,
crypto.
oh my
Unreliable
God.
tech, scams, devastating climate impact.
He did it
But
with a smile.
High, unpredictable fees can make crypto trading really dangerous for people who aren't rich. Regulators need to step up to address crypto's regulatory gaps and ensure that we're actually building the inclusive financial system that we need. And Chair Gensler, I expect you and the SEC to take a leading role in getting this done. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Warren. Senator Daines from Montana is
He
recognized.
thanked her.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Chair Gensler, for being here today. I want to, I think, join my colleagues by expressing my concern with the SEC's posture towards cryptocurrency and blockchain. Keyword here is innovation. I believe a lighter touch regulatory approach is what's called for here, and that over-regulating this young and emerging industry could drive jobs, innovation overseas in the global race, which we should all agree on would be a very bad outcome. America has long led the world in innovation, and we must do our very best to ensure that the conditions continue to exist for America to lead in this space, and especially in the crypto sector. Chair Gensler, you have on multiple occasions asked crypto companies to come in and speak with you. However, many of these companies that have come to speak with you have soon after found themselves the target of enforcement actions or even legal threats. The question is, what's the process for the SEC to provide?
It was kind of soothing, but yeah, that's their static. I don't know what you want to do about it. We could keep. I'm fine. I'm doing fine. I'm honestly. I'm getting bad vibes from. That's. I'm very. For MIT, I thought I was expecting more from MIT. I mean,
Regime. And
I don't want him to attack me, but like,
since the 1930s on for 90 years have found ways to innovate but register or seek an exemption or seek a no action letter and work with us to ensure that they're registered, but there's a public policy framework around that.
So you're drawing lines, though, I think, through public statements without actually going through, an APA process. What kind of responsibility do you have to provide clarity to market participants as opposed to really chilling the marketplace through some of these vague speeches, vague remarks, vague interviews?
So with all respect, I think that actually the SEC has the authorities that Congress granted to, and it's a very broad definition of security. It includes investment contract, includes note, includes 35 other things. My predecessors put out various guidance, Chair Clayton and so forth put out guidance in this area as well. And so I think come in, talk to us, not you, Senator, but you know the entrepreneur, and work within an investor protection regime that also facilitates capital formation. I fear if it stays outside this field that I studied for 3.5 years at MIT, I have a belief that this has been a catalyst for change. But I think if it stays outside of the public policy framework for anti-money laundering, tax compliance, investor protection, it's not going to long persist.
I want to shift gears for a moment and talk about China. You've made it clear that you will be increasing oversight of Chinese firms who are trading in U.S. markets. However, it's not clear to me that the SEC is doing enough as it relates to the oversight of Chinese broker-dealers who have substantial U.S. customer bases, and frankly, they're growing rapidly. My question is, what's the SEC doing to ensure that Americans are not unknowingly having sensitive personal and financial information transferred to the Chinese government?
Senator, if I could ask if we could meet, you know, one-on-one or with your staff and so forth, because I want to understand more about your concerns there, because I do think that's an important issue to ensure that Americans are protected, their personal information, their privacy is protected, just as if they were working with a U.S. firm.
Yeah, it's just having spent a lot of years in the cloud computing world, it's a real threat where this data resides and the access the Chinese government would have to this very sensitive and important personal information. I want to shift to the CFTC for a moment. You've previously acknowledged the need to work together with the CFTC to provide effective oversight on the crypto market. At the same time, you've stated that, quote, many tokens may be unregistered securities, end quote. What role do you see the CFTC playing with respect to oversight of the crypto sector? And in your capacity as SEC chair, have you had any conversations with the CFTC on this topic to date?
Yes, I've had some really good conversations with Acting Chair Benham. I was honored to chair that agency once as well and think the world of the agency. I think we each have respective jurisdictions. They have an enforcement authority on commodities, not a regulatory authority. We have a regulatory authority where we can write rules and we can register companies that are trading platforms or and the like. But on those trading platforms, there may be some commodities on it. So what Chairman Benham and I have been talking about is how could we partner up using our existing authorities to best protect investors.
All right. Chair Gensler, thanks for your time.
Thank you. And I look forward to following up on that China issue.
Thank you, Senator Daines. Senator Cortez Masto from Nevada is joining us remotely.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Chair Gensler, thank you for joining us. Let me jump back. This seems to be the topic of conversation with my colleagues, the cryptocurrency. One thing I just want to verify, is the SEC sufficiently equipped, whether by regulation or funding, to appropriately ensure compliance and keep pace in the cryptocurrency market? Do you believe so? And if you don't, then what would we be doing in the committee? What do we need to know to help you with?
I think you've raised both points. I think funding-wise, we could use a lot more people. I just have to be frank with you. I mean, there's 6,000 projects, and while some of those are commodities, many of them are securities under the laws, and many of the platforms are. So we could use some more funding. In terms of legislation, I think what I've said earlier in this hearing is the coordination between the market regulators is strong, and Chair Benham and I have been talking through how to do this, but there may be things that Congress can weigh in and help on the coordination, and also around stable coins, the coordination with the banking regulators. And then there are some things, frankly, a bit in the weeds about transfer agents and custody and the like.
Thank you. And so let me just say, I look forward to working with you on that. Whatever we can do here in the committee to support how we address and look at the cryptocurrencies, please know that you've got support from me. Let me talk a little bit about gamification. When you were here in March for your confirmation hearing, I raised concerns about behavioral prompts and gamification. And I said that free apps that encourage trading could be detrimental to some retail investors. So I know that you were looking at this. Ranking Senator Toomey mentioned that you had talked about doing a report sometime this summer and putting a report out, if I remember correctly. Can you talk a little bit about where you are and your concerns with gamification and how it impacts investors?
So three things. One, on the GameStop report, we are pretty close. It's in front of my fellow commissioners, and I would assume it will be out shortly. On the quote gamification, we've asked the public through a request for comment to give us feedback. I think the issues there is we are living through a transformational time in America, and we're seeing this in every bit of our society and so forth. But if Netflix figures out that I'm a rom-com guy, and yes, I am a rom-com type of guy, I might see a bad rom-com for an hour and a half. But this is about people's investing future. So what I've asked, I think the core question is if the data analytics are maximizing the platform's revenues, optimizing for revenues, optimizing for data collection, that may be in conflict with maximizing for the user's investment returns. And how do we square that? And lastly, if I could, and I apologize respectfully, say it's not actually free on these apps. It might be zero commission, but you're still paying. The payment for order flow is underneath the hood, and it's still there. And my real concern is about whether the competition is there, whether it's sufficient order-by-order competition.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification. And then let me just add one final thing, and I know Senator Tester talked about this, but climate risk. We've seen from the West, and particularly Nevada and California, some of the worst wildfires we have ever seen, and because of the extreme weather, impacting the air quality as well that we breathe. And so I know there was this discussion earlier about why should the SEC be concerned about the climate crisis and climate risk. But would you talk a little bit about this? I understand you have said that investors should be able to understand what is under the hood of green or sustainable funds. What do you mean by that?
So we have, I thank you for asking that. We have a separate rule docket where I've asked for recommendations from staff. There are funds, asset managers that are marking themselves as green or sustainable or carbon-free. And just as we walk into a grocery store and it might say fat-free, it's like, what's behind that marketing? And I think that actually probably will unite senators in this committee. I mean, what's behind the marketing and the name? And so staff will make recommendations, but I hope that we would say something about that there has to be some metrics standing behind if you're marketing yourself, so to speak, as carbon-free or green.
Thank you. And I would assume there's a reason why they're marketing themselves that way, because that's what some investors are looking for. Is that correct?
I think that's right. I think that investors increasingly are interested. Investors get to decide in the basic bargain of our capital markets. Investors get to decide, but investors also get to decide how they make their decisions. And all the SEC is trying to do is response to investors, say, here's how we can maybe help bring consistency, comparability, and some decision-useful information.
Thank you. Chairman Gensler, thank you again for joining us.
Thank you, Senator Cortez Masto. Senator Warnock of Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Brown, and thank you, Chairman Gensler, for your testimony. America's capital markets are some of the most robust and transparent markets in the world, but not everyone has equal access to them. In Georgia, people of color account for nearly half of the total Georgia population, while only about 23% of Georgia startups are minority-owned. Women-owned businesses are also lagging, with women accounting for only 38% of business owners in the state. And according to a study by the Kauffman Foundation, Black entrepreneurs are 3 times as likely as white entrepreneurs to report that their business's profitability is negatively impacted by a lack of access to capital, and almost twice as likely to cite the cost of capital as hurting their business's profitability. Needless to say, all of us have a stake in the ability of entrepreneurs to pursue the American dream, to create jobs. Chairman Gensler, what initiatives is the SEC leading right now to increase diversity within the venture capital industry?
We have a number of tools in the toolkit, and this question came up earlier for Senator Menendez, too. We had some recommendations from an investment advisory committee earlier this year, and I've asked staff to say, all right, now what can we do with regard to disclosure regimes in the investment management side? We have more clear disclosure regimes in the company side, the issuer side, than the investment management side, but there's something, it's in the weeds, Form ADV, that we're taking a look at more closely.
What tools do we have to increase diversity?
We're very much at the SEC of a disclosure-based regime and disclosing to decision makers, investors, about those funds or the companies they invest with, and ensuring that that disclosure is what those investors want. So it's sort of like, it's got to come from investors. We stay in the chalk lines we talked about earlier, and both on the issuer side and the investment management side, what investors wish to make their decisions.
So the role you play in providing that kind of transparency and disclosure is I understand that. Let me ask in a different way. What is the SEC doing, or in your view, what could the SEC do to help encourage investor capital funds to look outside of their traditional geographical areas for investment and opportunity in other areas of the country, and not just in big cities like Atlanta, but small cities like Augusta and Macon and Columbus? I think a lot of this happens because without intentionally doing something else, there's a way in which the way things are traditionally done has its own momentum.
No, I couldn't agree with you more, and I think it might sound like back to basics, but fundamentally, it's the middle part of our mission, making sure that the markets are efficient and competitive. And even in the private fund space, we have some projects to promote competition in that space, so that the person raising money in Georgia or elsewhere of any background, ethnic, racial background, that the cost of them raising money is lower as well. For that small business entrepreneur raising money, that it's not just a friends and family round, but they can go to a venture capitalist, as you say, and raise money efficiently.
I'm going to shift to another topic. It's vitally important, and I think we all agree, that investors have confidence that financial regulators are keeping their protection top of mind so that our markets work for everyone. The pandemic has wreaked havoc on our nation and caused significant strains for every aspect of Americans' lives, including hardworking families in Georgia and throughout the country. Georgians face layoffs, small businesses permanently closing, and having constantly to worry about the health of their families and loved ones. Through all of this, criminals saw an opportunity to prey, particularly on vulnerable populations, and commit fraud, whether it is tricking folk into investing in companies falsely claiming to be producing medical equipment, or businesses using the pandemic to disguise their own fraudulent dealings. What tools and resources do you believe Congress can further provide your agency with to support in its work to fight fraud and protect retail investors?
I thank you for that question. I think two areas. One is, frankly, funding. We've shrunk during the prior administration by about 5%. We've grown a little bit since this new administration, but we're about 4% down in headcount, and yet retail investing is up. We've been in the middle of a pandemic. We've got the challenges of doing things remotely. So it'd be good at a minimum just to get back to where we were in 2016, and I think we actually should get a little bit further than that. And in two, in some areas, and we've talked about the cryptocurrency area, is really just to help bring people into the investor protection remit, because right now.
Okay, enough Gensler for the day. It was good in the beginning there a little bit. It got kind of captivating, but he didn't really say too much. I mean, I will say it for some of you, especially with some of the comments there. I mean, I'm not a big fan of it, and naturally I am a human, so I do have my biases. I mean, I try to stay neutral at every corner, and I will always listen to somebody, but. I hope you guys do realize, there is I mean, with what that one senator said, where it, the future of accessibility to the markets, it's very important, and I think that is, certain policies and certain stuff that does have an effect, so it's not. I mean, my biggest thing is financial education, and even then, and even some of the comments, I think the biggest problem is that you see a lot of things talked about, and it may seem like, everyone jumps to conclusions with it, but the problem is a lot of people in government, I mean, they talk about stuff, but then they never really work to fix the problem, and I think that's where, some of this stuff comes in, because it's not like everything they say is too crazy, but I'm biased to the sense of helping the average person, and I don't say that to get renominated, and that's what I'm trying to explain here, is that a lot of times, the things that you like that sound good to you, most of the time it's being said just to say it, not necessarily with real thoughts and feelings behind it. That's how I feel towards financial education, because a lot of people will say, oh, financial education, and then they'll go put a price tag on it. There's a reason why we offer every single thing for free, so that anybody could access it, even if you disagree with what I say, even if you don't like what I believe in or whatever, you still have access to getting a long-term, learning about it, learning about options, watching somebody manage money in front of you live for free, all of that. That's where I'm saying it's just. So forgive me if you feel my bias creeps in any way, but that's, my bias is always going to go towards the average person. Again, with what that one person said, I grew up in a background and family where I shouldn't have had access to this, and I was alive during those days as a young kid, trading at $20 for commission trades and all of that. I mean, a lot of you guys are blessed, so that's why I'm saying, when you put it in a context, I think the problem that irks some people, and even when you hear my reaction to it, it's not what's getting said. I mean, and I saw some of your guys' reactions when people bring up, racism and equality. I hope some of you know that's a real thing. I mean, it's not, again, I could speak from it, from what I've seen in many personal experiences, down to the fact that, go look up what redlining is. That is a very, very real thing. The problem is that the people usually bringing it up don't really give a shit, especially when you see the reactions. That's where I think the divergence comes into play. And that's why I'm trying to say, when you hear my bias, just because the person may seem like they are very inclusive when they're talking about it, point being Elizabeth Warren, and when I'm looking at it, I'm like, I haven't seen that real impact for any community, whether it's just for anybody who would really actually benefit off of it. And it does, it just rubs me the wrong way. That's what I'm saying. So that's why I do listen to all of it, though. I mean, again, but if the bias that I have disturbs you because I am a human being, I just hope you understand, my bias is always going to be towards giving everything away for free. But in a meaningful, proper manner. If you haven't noticed, I believe in what the system could provide and what you could do if you work hard in education. But at the same time, I will offer anything I do 90% of the time for free to people. So it's, I hope you guys could see not what I do, but I'm saying when you're paying attention, or if you see that there could be a political rift, it's not really politics. This is people. Is the best way to put it. So. Otherwise, that's why, and that all leads into me saying, I did not, I did that. That was a weird speech. I didn't really, I don't know what I got out of it. There was some information. The GameStop thing is dropping soon. That's what he said. But overall, it was kind of ominous in the sense of, I think you're about to get a lot of regulation in the market, and the effect that's going to have on the average person, I think, is very, we'll see. This is how we felt in the beginning of the year when we heard some of the tax stuff and all of that. So it is. I mean, and even with crypto, I mean, a lot of people don't say it. I don't know how many of you have friends or family overseas, but a lot of people I know that, overseas, and I've heard even stories, it seems like crypto it offers a way for people to get into some people, like in Latin America. It's actually their only opportunity, and it sounds weird, but where else can they access a market, buy something, and potentially get rich off of it? That's one of them. But yeah, and then rom-coms too. That was interesting. So that's what I'm saying, though. I think that one. I think what we got out of that was that one senator said it very well. It just seems like an activist. When that I didn't really get that vibe until today. It was 4 days ago. So we're getting in the trading game. It offers a lot. It offers a lot. Indian market overbought. I haven't looked at that. I know foreign, Japan, and just emerging markets in general. So I don't know how India would apply to that, but India may if U.S. and our tapering and our bonds and our things slow down, India and emerging markets can look good. If tech sells off, emerging markets will be a very, very good source. You are daddy. Isn't that crazy? That was a crazy question. He said, Are you their daddy? I was tripping on that call, bro. There was a lot of stuff. Mm-hmm. Kind of felt him on the. It was a good question. I mean, I feel that's what he was saying. He's like, "Are you an activist?" Essentially, he's saying, "Why are you babying investors and trying to say, like, why are you trying to push your opinion on whether or not crypto is good or bad for somebody? When yes, you should make it safe and stuff like that, but at the end of the day, to push the idea of what is a good one and not, again, even like some of the EV stuff and all that." Stock exchange father. Daddy comments, Warren, dude loving rom-coms. Interested, yeah, dude. That was just a weird example. That's why I was like, man, you had every example to pick. He was like, I'm gonna go with the rom-coms. And there has not been talk about the 40-year mortgage. They said they were gonna roll that out, but we're still waiting for that one. If anything, they made mortgages more accessible, and then some loan modifications offer the 40-year. So I've seen some people so far this year, if they had back payments on COVID, they would remodify their loan into a 40-year. So some people let them do that, but I have not seen a public rollout. But I do think some banks will offer it. Is today Tuesday or Wednesday? Let me check. Today's Tuesday, right? Yeah, today's Tuesday. I think the China data comes out on Wednesday. Let's see. Yeah. No way. I think we're going to get it tonight. Industrial production, retail sales, and all that. The Litecoin is up 5% versus the pre-announcement. That's crazy. I'm surprised nobody brought that up yesterday. I'm surprised no one brought that up at the little SEC speech. Now, one person brought up the Walmart thing. Come on. That would have been, I feel like that would have been Elizabeth's like stat. She was like, "Yo, if I put 100 into crypto," she was right though with what she said, that most people in the crypto market, if you have less money, you're probably most vulnerable because you'll probably be the first one to sell. So that's why hopefully education and budgeting could help you in that sense. It doesn't, again, I started very, very small into almost every asset class I've ever been into. So, it was a very, very good point that she made. That's why I'm saying, though, I mean, it's on you to budget it out and hold. I mean, timing and not trying to trade it and not trying to put your last savings of dollars into an asset and trying to hope to flip it. That's not really the best strategy to do. You know, buying and hold could do a lot. $20 per 100, but that's what I'm saying. It's false. I mean, the fees you could buy that $100 of crypto for as little as 50 cents if you wanted to, and then yes, the price is going to move, but that's where you need to know. It's about if you're really going to invest in something, you want to hold it for a long amount of time and not react to sudden price swings on the downside or even the upside. Coinbase dropping. And then we had Crocs pop up, ZBH during all that. Airbnb still going. The vaccine stocks are starting to move right now. Why would you panic sell whether you have 100 or 1,000 if you're not using leverage? Well, I remember. I mean, you don't remember the first time you traded a stock. You don't remember the first time putting money into it and then refreshing your account and then watching it change in value. And then the minute it went up, you're like, oh my gosh, should I sell it? And then it went down, and then you started getting that feeling. You're like, oh my gosh, it's down. I think I should sell it. Oh man, I don't want to lose any more money. I mean, I feel like it's natural if you're first starting. That's what I'm saying. I mean, the education of the matter and understanding that, you know, it's time in the markets, not timing the markets, that will go a long way. And that's where that was your first year. As everybody first year. I mean, everybody, that was the first exciting time when you first start trading. So I think it's a very valid point. But I do think that's, like I'm saying, I mean, the point isn't fucking clap crypto to the heavens. It's educate people on actual investing, where the point is hold stuff long term. If you are down to your last $1,000 of savings, last thing you should do is rush to a casino and trying to double it up. I mean, you see what I'm saying? Where just putting something in, holding it, that could go a long time. That could do a long time. When you start, I started with $2,000 when I was 14 years old, and at that time, iPhones didn't exist. You barely had internet on your phones, and the trading commissions were $19.99 a trade. I was excited when it went down to $14.99. That was a big time. You know, at one point in my trading career up till like 2018, I spent probably around $50,000, $60,000 in commissions alone off of trades that I've made. So what that senator was saying was very, very important, that stock trading is actually affordable now. And, you know, if you do it, even crypto is affordable to a degree, even with the exorbitant fees. But, you know, you can, when you really, really look at it, yeah, that's in and out. So at one point, it's like $40 round trip. So, but it's still something, that's what I'm saying. If that does change, or that's why it's like, which one would be a better outcome? I mean, proper education in the system and proper education of investors, or regulating them to shit where the prices and it changes stuff that we have now. That's not really my cup of tea. U.S. data doesn't turn out to be ultimately similar to the Israeli data. Ooh. BioNTech, yeah, Myrna's running up. I had BioNTech up there. It's up 5% now. Steam X. I think you guys are just a bot. That's cool. I heard Steam X was a fraud in the name of SEC chats today. Jeez, what just happened? How'd I get $2,000 at 14? Just selling random shit off the internet and Craigslist back then. I did that. I think I did a little ghetto car flip too back then before I could even drive. I was in there, bro. In there like swimwear. I knew about the internet at a young age. I remember I learned about Alibaba when I was 14 years old. So that's where that was a nice little opportunity back then. to do stuff like that. I had a lot of different random stuff. I mean, $2,000. I just saved the money. I mean, it was a big amount of money for me at the time. Tati Baba. Lots of wealth, baby. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. Thank you. Thank you. Y'all proud of a lot of you. Y'all doing good. Y'all doing good. If you got the long term, I could give it as the PHILO today, but I might save it for tomorrow. I have a different PHILO, but man, and that's what I'm saying. A lot of you, I just really hope you realize how early you are. Okay. I don't care what level you're at right now. I mean, whether you think you've been doing it for a long time, but like most of you in here, you're very early into the stock market if you really think about it. So wherever the future is going to lead to it, that's why I'm saying, you should take heart in that and be wise with your investments. And as you move forward, don't really, I wouldn't put yourself on a weird timeline because you're really, really early. So, and that's good if you want to plant something and make it something big, Me so old. I mean, we all get the old feelings, but I don't think you are. I mean, it's just something that in the grand scope of things, I mean, like, that's why, like, think about it, like, still 30 years old, like, you're going to be alive for a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you're going to be alive for at least till 50 or 60, God willing. So that's, to think about it, you're going to really relive this whole, what's it called? Oh, shit. I think I accidentally clapped Choppa. My bad, bro. You're very, very early. You're very, very early if you think about it. You're going to have you're going to live a whole nother life. Most of you, for the most part, you will live a whole nother lifespan of what you've already lived. 50 or 60. I'm being conservative. That's it. I don't know. There's a lot going on. I ain't making A's. You could, man. Money, money, money. Get a long term in a text. Amen. Amen. You're going to live through a lot. I mean, that's what I'm saying. I mean, it's just very early, and that's why knowing what's going to happen in the sense of, like, education on the matter, like, you guys know what you could do by holding long. You see what time has created for other generations, and you see people now in the, just a couple of smart investments in time. I mean, just pick good seed, plant it in good soil, and let the rest do its work. I mean, the hardest part is staying alive and staying content in the meantime. You don't have to do anything. Remember, I talked about that even with my crypto investment. Again, when I bought Bitcoin and Ethereum back in the day, the hardest part about it was not buying the asset, and it was literally just spending the time 5-6 years later for it to really turn into something ridiculous. Does that make sense? It wasn't about going and buying it that morning, buying it that night. Okay, I bought it and holding it. It was actually like living through every single day, every single year after that, making sure that I managed my life and still was responsible enough to never touch certain investments. So that's the real trick in all of it. That's what I'm saying. If you have the ability, you have the knowledge, you have an affordable market right now, you could take that a long way. But it will take time. Not to mention what other short-term opportunities, would happen in the meantime. That's the craziest part. Philip Morris says Japanese antitrust satisfies for Vectura bid. The Airbnb is up. See, like I'll give you an example. I mean, does anybody have a recent example? I could give you a recent example of what I'm saying with the investing aspect of it. to a degree. I mean, in some people you might question it, but think about this. Oh, I'm imagining you're at 19. That's crazy. But there's one extra factor. What do you think it is? Like, think about it. I just did it. I just did it today. I'm gonna be 500 living on Mars. Shout out to Kathy Wood and Elon. There it is, baby. Look at King Virgo. King Virgo listening, baby. That's my guy. Amen. Amen. Airbnb. I mean, think about it. I made that trade today. We made that trade 3 months ago. For the last 3 months, I bought shares back in December. Is the hard part buying it? Think about it. Is the hard part going and buying it on that option chain and then, okay, I bought it? Like, really, really think about that in that sense. It's going to be holding it till 2024. It's going to be what happens in the meantime and going through it. You see what I'm saying? That's the real issue, if anything. So you don't know what's going to happen today. I don't know what's going to happen in the future. The price might come down. It's going to move around. But the idea is, with certain investments and anything, it's going to just be really about playing the clock with it and holding it in that sense. And again, we will find our opportunities in the short term. I mean, I think by the end of this year, especially even if we don't get a big event by the end of this year, I mean, I think it makes 2022 so weird to say. It's going to make 2022 so much more ripe for that. But I mean, you guys see it every day. You will see. Further, an FBI Director Chris Wray scrutiny over handling of 2018 investigation on Brett Kavanaugh. FBI lacked the authority to conduct further investigation. How did you hold crypto through those massive dips? I knew what it was. I mean, again, I made the videos on it back even then, and I said, it's where I saw it going in the future, and I made sure I didn't put in amount where I was gonna like freak out about it, and then I made sure that over time that as long as I kept saving and doing everything else, I offered those opportunities, but it's just about knowing what it was. Again, that's what I'm saying. Like Airbnb, I'm not gonna get caught up in the price. I mean, you guys saw me do it with Snapchat. That thing would go up and down. Snapchat didn't move for a year. At a very, very low price. The valuation was crazy. You had all the negativity with it. I mean, same thing at crypto. Crypto shot up. It went down. People said it's fake money. Biggest investors in the world didn't like it. I mean, you see, even Crocs is a good example. Someone was like, wow, Crocs was at $7 back in 2016. Like, who's thought Crocs was going to end up becoming a hit trend in the world nowadays? You know what I'm saying? So, there it is. There it is. Keep it simple. Your kids, you're not going to kick them out because they're going through puberty, are you? Ooh, tell them. Tell them. That's it. These are all your little babies. Your baby stocks. Snap wasn't popular. Snap wasn't popular at $9, $11, even $20. There was a lot with it. Again, it was the same. And there's a lot of stocks, though, too. I mean, I bought Amazon at $300. It was not popular around then either. Facebook IPO to the first 3 years was not popular at all. Nobody liked that shit. I mean, and it's just, but again, now you see what, people's ideas change, and there's stuff I didn't like that ended up being good. But, there's a lot of different things where it's just, that you're going to have some that you hit, you're going to have some that you miss, but the point is you need time for that to happen. Does that make sense? There's nothing, everything is pointless when we're, if we talk about it and we're going to say, oh yeah, this stock, that stock, this stock, but it is what it is, but you will never know what's going to happen until the master equation of time comes through to verify it. That's all. Right? Time has proven that Snapchat ended up being good. And then we'll even see where it goes from here, right? But time is going to be the judgment. So the question is, are you weighted to take advantage of time? That's my question for all of the young people in here. If you are below the age of 40, 50 years old right now, assuming you still got another 25 minimum years in the books, are you positioned to take advantage of time? That's my question. Are you? Can you answer that for me? Are you positioned to take advantage of time? Right now, 2021, wherever we go from here now, are you in a position to take advantage of that clock ticking? You may not be able to work. A lot of things may happen that clock is going to keep ticking no matter what. August already passed. October is on its way. Time to change my life so I could use it. Just think about that. That's just the number one thing right there. If you put yourself in that position to take advantage of time, then now we're talking. Now you're going to have a lot of other opportunities in the meantime, but it says a lot. It says a lot. KO sold the rights to Ottawalla. Ottawalla, we love the juice. You make it easy. You buy and help companies that no one cared for. You're missing that intuition. Is that really what you're missing, though? I mean, did I have an intuition? I don't even think I did. I would just argue I didn't really care what anybody thought. That's the point. If you really think about it, right? Because you're saying that I bought and hold companies that nobody cared for. I didn't really factor in what anybody thought in that sense. You know, if I use these products, I use these things where I'm like, wow, I actually could see it. Again, same thing with Snapchat. Was it intuition? Call it what you want. But at the end of the day, every single 10 people that would tell me I'm dumb, it's stupid, it's not this, I didn't really care. Again, in that I've built up that experience just from learning now, okay, I've seen myself be wrong. I've seen other people be wrong. That's all it's going to be. That's all it's going to come down to. It's a mix of I like conviction and I don't, but it comes down to just go with stuff that you know. And either way, I mean, the point is over these next few years, you're going to have opportunities and you're going to see things. The question is, are you going to take advantage of time within? If you feel some way towards something, that's where you can maybe call it the intuition. But at the end of the day, you don't need to wait for everybody to confirm it. That's what's ending up happening. You know, you don't need to know. You need to know what, not when, as Warren Buffett would say. So find the what. And I think some of you clearly know what the what is. You know what companies are going to be successful. You could see them because you use them. You see them around the world. Again, even Crocs, I see them everywhere now. They're being used, but you have to really, really, both believe in that. And even if you didn't, if you just didn't even care what anyone said, you see the result that it produced. So I think it's just coming down to taking advantage of time, and you're alive and well in this market, and your brain is taking in a lot of stuff. Like, you probably see more than you think you do. The question is then, again, are you going to be positioned to take advantage of time? Buying is the hardest part, and even know if I'm making the right decision. The right decision will be proven through time. I think it even says it in Proverbs, right? In a court case, the one who speaks first looks like he's right until the next person speaks. And it even says it in the Bible. Time will be the true judge of it all. Again, it doesn't matter. You could be that's why I love the morality of the book. You could be the best person your whole life, all the way up until the last year, and then if you switch your ways on that, time will surely tell. And then vice versa. It doesn't matter. Something could start off very, very bad or small, and you may not see it, but at the end of the day, time will truly judge it, and will show you that. Most people are afraid of God judging them. I would be more afraid of the clock judging me, and that's what most people wake up to, right? That's the reality of it. 5 years from now, you're going to wake up and the clock is going to hand you a judgment. 10 years from now, you're going to wake up, the clock is going to hand you a judgment. You're going to say, wow, my body, I don't feel the same way I do. I'm unhealthy, I'm sick. That's time, whatever you did over time, the judgment will come with enough time. Same thing with your financial decisions, right? 10 years from now, if you you were living life, you took life as it came, right? You played in life, you had your fun, whatever it may be, but the clock is going to judge you and say, well, what did you do with your time? What did you do with your money? What did you do with your body? What did you do with your mind? What did you do with everything you've been given? That's the real judgment that most people, I would say, aren't scared of enough, especially when they look at the invisible sky daddy and get scared of that. So it's a good rant, I would say. Good rant. So make sure you take advantage of time, baby. Collect your dividends from time. Turn your time into a bank, baby. Turn your time into a bank. Early PHILO, kind of a little bit. I mean, we got 45 minutes. Who's my sky daddy? The Lord Jesus Christ, my friend. The Lord Jesus Christ. And they're stellar. It's about time. Amen. Time is crazy, bro. But that's what I'm saying, though. I mean, again, and even with everything we saw here and what we talked about, I mean, that education and understanding of this, like if you want to be a good investor, go trade, go ahead, have fun, do all of that stuff. But at the end of the day, the most problems they're explaining are people putting their money in and then selling out and getting panicked in the safety of this. The market's very, very safe if you are going with common sense and playing stuff that will withstand the test of time or are compelling enough to bet them with time, if that makes sense, right? Like I didn't know if Snapchat will stand the test of time. It hasn't been there for such a long time, but it's compelling enough where I'd want to put it to the test. Ew. Music and Video Awards yielded less than 1 million viewers, down 31%. Oh, man. My voice, I started leaning forward. My posture. I got to fix it. People wishing they bought years ago and not realizing they still have decades ahead of them. 1,000,000%, bro. That was one of my realizations, literally. That's why I said it's like, and then that's why you should stop spinning your wheels at that point. How many years are you going to watch people in investments that you've seen and be like, wow, damn, like they got into it years ago, like that's why they did it. But then when are you going to realize that same opportunity exists for you today in either the same thing, the same exact thing that they got, or something else? Believe it or not, that was a huge realization for me. That's what I started to really, I'm thankful I started with the long term, but I didn't really take it, as seriously, if that makes sense. I was a kid. I started little by little. Then eventually I started seeing penny stocks and started seeing people, they had Motley Fool. They had Yahoo Finance boards back then. That was what we would do. And then, you get caught up in it. But one thing I really realized is that when I would look at, that's one thing I did my whole life, even before, some of you are asking how I did what I did at 14. I wanted money at a young age because I realized people have it. You know what I'm saying? Like if you look around, the money is there. So, but one of those big things, I wanted to see what did people who had money. I observed very, very well what they did and what they had, and that is something that highlighted very, very well with stocks. It's like they all own some of these stocks that have built generational wealth. You got to see how they took advantage of it. They all took advantage of it by just being cognizant enough and having a small amount of money, and they put it in and held it. You know how many millionaires were created that didn't even know it from like stock deals and shit like that? Where I forgot the percentage. We talked about it here with most like GE employees and people from some of these old companies. When they had their 401k, they forgot about it and they never touched it, and it led to the most amount of millionaires being created in a weird way. Where I think like 30 or 40%, I don't know. We'll have to find the stats on this one, but it's something along those lines where they just bought it and massive amounts of wealth just by them forgetting about something that they owned for 40 or 50 years. Yeah, Apple did turn red. Amazon was closed. Very close. Real shit. Sherwin went from 120 to 705. Damn. Time I started, so many millionaires. And that's why people don't underestimate if your company has stock. You know, get paid in the stock, and if you're helping them do good and working into it, it's crazy. Apple doing the same. Well, again, we have the Apple event. Starts in about 30 minutes. Crocs up earlier, projected over $5 billion in revenue in 2026. That's crazy. Crocs are. I saw Crocs everywhere now. It's nuts. Alexander Bro Works PS said, damn near outpaced. There you go, babe. I'm telling you. That's one of the best opportunities, and then it just shows though time in the market is very, very key. My son wears. It's so weird how it became such a just a hype a hype brand out of nowhere. The trade today, I bought Airbnb, Leaps, and Viacom. Not Leaps on Viacom. Viacom, I feel like, will be a part of some sort of deal, hopefully by the end of the year. I think it's just more likely given the schedule with things. And then Airbnb, I like it. I went with the Leaps because they had the 2024 Leaps came out yesterday. So I got to add a decent amount of time. I bought pretty much what would have got me 100 shares, gave me 400 shares in leverage. So hopefully this one works out. I grabbed January Viacom, yeah. Yeah, the Crocs, it's like the collaborations, and it just became cool. Like at one point, Crocs were really, really whack. I think the younger generation, I think Crocs were just like a meme. I think it went meme, turned influencer, turned everybody just heard about it. So then that's it. It just has a different perception than it did in like 2010 or 2015. I didn't buy Viacom shares. I bought Viacom options for January. Are they actually cool? That's the thing. Even if they're not actually cool, I think in this marketplace nowadays, you would probably consider them as being cool because they're just so popular. Bring the Velcro LA gear light ups. Hey, man. Hey, man. What would Jesus Crocs look like? Oh, you don't know, man? The JC Water Walkers? Come on, man. You don't know? Come on, bro. These are the JC Water Walkers. These are the bro. These right there, we got that. That's what you call them back. JC Water Walkers. They're fly as hell, bro. I'm telling you. Oh, yeah, dude. Look at these right there. You pull up in a pair of these. You know what I'm saying? The Crocs, that's not the same. But you get you a pair of JC Water Walkers, you're going to see what's going to happen. You're going to see what's going to happen. Let the spirit compel you. Jerusalem Jaywalkers. That ain't me. I don't. I think my dad used to wear those. I've never worn those. I think I had one pair back in the day, and then that's it. You ever been to the Jordan? I don't know if that's a joke or not, but no, I have not. I love my Birkits. I love stocks. I want the JW12s. What's Airwalks, Viacom. How's mom? Mom's good. She was mad at you guys, though. You know that, Chad? My mom, I talked to her yesterday. Oh, she was mad at you guys. She said SMH. She SMH'd the Chad. You want to know why? Oh, yeah, she got mad at you. She was very disappointed in the Chad. Because remember on the weekend, I was asking you what are you going to do over the weekend, right? And then I was asking, I said, what should I do over the weekend? You remember when I asked you guys what I should do over the weekend? Does that sound familiar? On Friday? And she said, how come not one person said to go see your mom? I said, wow. She was listening. She's like, I was listening. I told her, I was like, oh yeah, I was. I told her, I called her. I was like, oh, that was because I didn't get to see her this weekend. I was like, I went to LA. She's like, oh, I know. I was like, what? She's like, I heard you. I heard you on stream. She's like, I heard you on the YouTube. I was like, damn. And then she's like, and nobody said to go see mom for the weekend. I said, wow. Wow. Crocs, another high. Woo. 12%. Judge issues permanent injunction against Apple and Epic case. Permanent injunction. Now, are you thinking they might get bought out? I think they have a higher, think about it, any buyout sort of news, like I'm purely speculating, but yes. I think they're more of a candidate now, and then as we approach the end of the fiscal year here, I think they have an opportunity in the fact, think about all the money we've saw raised in the last week and 2 weeks alone, all the stock offerings, all of that, and then kind of what they had on those negotiations at the Billionaires Club, that little thing they had a couple months ago. So I think Viacom is just I think they're a prime candidate. And if it was going to be a buyout, it would happen, I think, at the end of this year. And then fiscal year is pretty much ending in a month or so. My dad spent $5K at Lowe's and returned it all after earnings. Did he do that because of the stock? Don't tell me. No way. Is that was it because of that? He was like, all right, man, I want to run up 5K before the quarter, and then we're just going to take it back. He owns Lowe's stock. That's crazy. I guess so. That's commitment right there. That's commitment. He said, we're going to get these same store sales up this quarter. Watch. The next quarter is trash. I think that's what happened to Sam. I think that's what happened to Truly's. AMC below 50. Oh, Win is selling off even. Bro, Win is clapped. We don't have any other Win plays. That's disappointing. We need to look into that. What happened with that specifically? Let me see. VPR pop. Crocs announces another accelerated buyback. Oh, God. Crocs, more steam. Accelerated buyback after, man, they killing it on that. Macau lays plans to increase scrutiny. Yeah, they dropped in the U.S. Macau laid plans to step up scrutiny of operators and increase local ownership, signaling tighter control over the large gambling hub and Beijing efforts to clamp down on money laundering and currency outflows. Direct supervising and gambling companies. And then hopefully you see with the Babas, you guys see why I sold out. I sold all of them but 2, and then I rolled over to the ones in October because these didn't go down as much. But then I lost half of the gains on the weekly because it expires on Friday. And then we're right again, another day, just one time above VWAP, and now we're starting to come back down here. Sports Radar opens at 27 SRAD. How many shares? It looks like it's at IPO price. Inline. $19 million Class A shares. 19 million, not too bad. Palo Alto until I'm at money. HQ in Switzerland. Sports Radar. Are they? That's not the one running shoe. That's On shoe. Have you guys seen them? They're Switzerland. On the running shoe. It's kind of blown up recently. Tech Pop. TECK. The company Tech. Tech Resources popping. Is Win a good price? Yes and no. I mean, I always liked it because it gave exposure to China in that sense where I said that could be a good play to go after. They said they're exploring options for an $8 billion metallurgical coal. I think they're looking to sell their coal unit on coal business at early stage to work with advisors to weigh options for unit, to weigh sale and spin off of coal business. EMPH, Chick-fil-A. And then Tech, that one's interesting again, and that's just another one today. Just another looking to sell anything of that nature. That's where I'm expecting a lot of moves to happen here towards the end of the year. And the Sports Radar IPO. But yeah, with Win, now that news that China regulators are going to be coming in, that's what's going to make it a little interesting. DraftKings below 60 again. I did so good. Let's see, calm down. Ooh. Tech is still going. Josh sleepy. Oh, you know why? Because I need to do push-ups. Ladies and gentlemen, We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile, press high, chat. X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Ladies and gentlemen, we've been here for 3.5 hours. We got 3.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get on your knees, do a push-up, plank the worm, anything. But get the body moving. Then, optometrist recommendations. Stare at the object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times. Relax those pretty little eyeballs. Blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Oh, feels good. Huh? Oh, yeah. Woo. Drop those shoulders. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. Why are you scrunching your shoulders up right now, man? No one's attacking you. Nobody is attacking you, man. So just relax a little bit. Drop the shoulders. Chest to the sun. Pelotoning while listening. That counts. That counts. That counts. Man, I just pictured Tupac on a Peloton. That's crazy. You know what I'm saying? Down 13K today. What do? You drop your shoulders and relax your shoulders to get rid of that tension. If we could, relax some of the physical tension, it could ease some of the mental tension that will give you clarity for your next move so you will know how to go from here. You know what I'm saying? So drop the shoulders, okay? Relax them, chest to the sun. Flex the core, tuck the hips in. Boom, baby. Boom. So legs in front of you. Please stop sitting like a pretzel. Or a fortune cookie, as you're shaped like a fortune cookie, leaning with your hands on your keyboard, and then your legs wrapped behind your computer chair. Please fix that. Okay, we need to do that. And then finally, I need you to relax your jaw. Breathe in really deep. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. Resistance. I need a resistance. And then stand up, okay? I know some of y'all lazy. Honestly, you know what we're about to do? Again. Oh, yes, and two, I think there's what's it called? We had some order mix-ups with the shirts, so I think there's a couple more larges available on the merch thing. But I'm gonna tell you, we may need to we may get rid of the tank tops. You know why? Because y'all don't work out. Okay? That's it, y'all. I feel like the tank tops, I think we're going to have to get rid of it because y'all don't work. Y'all don't lift, okay? Y'all ain't lifting out here. Y'all ain't moving your body. You ain't standing up. Why y'all want tank tops, huh? Nah, you better order. You should order before I don't know. We may not have more tank tops in the future. Y'all ain't. A discount is the gym. That's a discount. It's crazy. Tank tops aren't for everybody. Let's go. You want to buy one right now? Do a push-up right now and then buy one. Do one first, okay? That's it. I worked out religiously for 10 years. It cost me my hairline. Yo, man, you're making me have an existential crisis. It's about to be sweater weather. Psst, clearly you don't lift. Clearly you don't lift. You know why? Because when you lift, you wear a tank top everywhere. It doesn't matter the weather. You'll wear it in the snow. Because you want everybody to see how much you lifted. Okay? Any tracksuits? There will be a V2 one, but not now. Gotta wait. You got supply chain issues, man. Supply chain. COVID is what they said. What's Uncle's workout? Oh, he trains nonstop. Ever since the hernia started feeling better for him, he's been nonstop. I don't have any Apple Place. Sweatsuit. It'll be a sweatsuit, I think. Tech going again. Yeah, that was a decent move. I mean, it's pretty smart for a company to sell off coal resources right now. Apple Big Red. Yeah, kind of. It's just not. No, I'm watching it. It just wasn't that big. But then AMC started dropping, and then I'm looking at the small caps because those should have been the winner today. Now they're the laggard. Tech is actually holding up, but that might kill it. Again, Apple's conference starts in 20 minutes. Oil demand, New York traffic swells, topping 2019 levels. And so everyone's back outside now. Amazon selling too. Yeah, tech just got clapped right there. Oil's looking good. A lot of the demand stuff has been there. Let's see. The monthly dip. I again, that is, we should expect that. That's pretty much what we've been seeing. It's became almost very, very predictable at this point. Or we're middle of the month option expiration, you're gonna get the move, and then we're like what, 442. You need 3 points to hit the 50-day moving average, and then that's your buy the dip point. But literally every month for the last, this would be the 5th month now if it happened. That's what you got going on. Dip so it's going a little bit down. I'm trying to read this. There's one article now on the CPI and what's going on. People are saying supply and demand is pretty much the issue coming at play with the CPI. That a lot of people have been looking at inflation, but now as demand has been changing, that's what you're kind of see getting affected here in the report. Treasury backs end of financing support for unabated coal power. Does that affect the UUP play? Well, in general, I mean, if anything pops off with it, I mean, I think that UUP play is going to come around at various points throughout the next coming months. It all depends if the currencies move. I mean, you remember that first time where I showed you all the global currencies? Like, everything is sadly and surprisingly just still at this base level of elevated, surprisingly, there's been a lot. It's like there's been a lot of cooperation amongst the world as far as currencies, where it's kind of keeping this stability. But anything that happens, it will do its thing. But that's why we have to, and I mean do its thing in the sense of it'll show us really what's going on with the dollar and everything else. And think about that, could be prices slowing down because demand dropped instead of supply. It is a very good point. Well, the logo hats, no, those logo hats were limited. Those were just the first drop. Good hat, good hat. But we love you and we appreciate you, and I'll make sure long term it's good. This is not a no 5% correction takes us down to like 430 from the top. We're well off of 5%. I doubt we're even like, I think we're maybe 2.5% from the top. I think you need to come down to like, you need to go like 435. I think it's something like that. JD Baba jump. A little bit. Oh yeah, they just got a pop right there. Yeah, Baba, that was showed up a little weird. We'll see if the rest of the stocks come down, but watch even tech there. Apple's bouncing off the low too. Last September was pretty big. I think last September was over 5%. And now it's been like, what, 8 months without a 5% correction? Or no, 11 months, excuse me, without a 5% correction. In the money, so more potential to capitalize. Yes, I do, but then it just depends on really the like cost and amount. Like that's what I had to factor in with the Airbnb ones, because I'd like, you know, my cost basis is or my break even's in the like 200 range. So, but if I would have spent another like 1,000 or I think per contract, or even the spreads too. I think the break even only changes like by like $10. Activision accused of violating labor laws. They're not reacting to that yet. When long-range leverage gets squeezed, that will be, again, we have yet to see a real break of the 50-day moving average. So depending on how that plays out, that will be key. That would be very key. Vizio on the high. Vizio's up 5%. So you're still getting one of these days where some companies are still holding up. That was Wells Fargo still up. Oh, Wells Fargo gave up 2%? Damn. Crocs, yeah. No, Crocs is up on the estimates, as well as now they just announced the buybacks, and then that news, I guess, too. Apple, we were just getting ready for the meeting that's going to start here in about 12 minutes. But usually I would watch GSAT, because if they make a satellite announcement and it doesn't benefit them, it could probably get clapped. Put up Vino. Oh, Vino, gacho. To acquire real estate assets in Argentina, $2.4 million. Yeah, Crocs Investor Days today. Apple Car, probably not. They're just announcing new iPhone, new iWatch, and then I think that's about it. They'll probably announce something related to services and what they plan to do with the App Store or something like that. I wonder if they'll talk about the court case. Like, we're coming out with new Apple Square. They're like, what? That's not... I actually wonder, though. I mean, I wonder if they announce any more services given the... what's it called? Given how things have played out with everything, I wonder if they're going to try to make another push towards something new, if that makes sense. MP, I think in general right now, commodities are hot, like Kalanovic, That one guy, he really likes it there. I mean, it's going to be one to watch. If the reopening revival may come into play. So even though we have a lot of event risk this month, but one thing is, with Delta kind of peaking out, some people are expecting that did hurt the reopening trade. Some people are expecting that the reopening trade may come back to life. So that's why. And then look at the price of copper, commodities, all of that, even oil. That's been coming up heavy too. Apple did not show GSAT in it. We'll find out. I mean, I'm always skeptical of those deals. Again, I talked about GTAT that one time, so that's why I think this meeting we should see a lot. But it won't close even when I go way below the price. Try to buy. What can you buy back the sell for? And then what's the bid? That's just because Shopify is really, really difficult because of the high spreads. Bank reporting still on table for reconciliation. Nat gas, all commodities have literally gone crazy. Again, aluminum is the real key. Aluminium. Why do people say aluminium? Is it aluminum or aluminium? But this is a good indicator of the reopening trade as well as just the commodities right here. You could see. Literally, it stayed. Look at every other trade in the market that's done this, where it kind of ramped up and then just stayed up higher. But now they're actually breaking out. This is like a different version of Amazon and value. So this could be leading the value trade, more or less. I mean, take a look. We started talking value rotation, right? Take a look at what happened. What did you notice? Aluminum did lead the way into value. So, or aluminium. Aluminium, aluminum. It's the chat. It's aluminium, alu. Look at the volume spikes. Apple is coming down again. But what a day, man. Every single day has looked like this. It's crazy. At least we got a green day yesterday. That kind of saved things. But if the trend continues, it just stomps out one of the records. Because you realize if we closed red yesterday, that would have been one of the worst losing streaks since February 2020. It doesn't feel like that because it felt so small. But now that it closed green, it ended that. But if it continues from here, it's going to be very, very interesting. Palladium is the biggest lagger because of cars. Yeah. I think aluminum is highlighting a lot, and a lot of people have been talking about it. Something's going on. I mean, with TLT and even just noticing these last couple days here. But now if TLT, one thing people did discuss is that real yields haven't moved. So the fact that the dollar and other stuff is moving at the same time, the real yields, nominal yields are moving lower. This is just the nominal, the number. But the real yields, when you're looking at the real return after currency, inflation, all of that stuff, the real yields have not really crept down today like you see with the bonds. So that's the next level. But I think personally, just this moving like this, I think it highlights something. Apple usually sells off on the event. So usually, I think historically, Apple events lead to that. HLF, Herba. Herbalife. Oh, dude, a little bit of Herbalife, dude. A little Herbalife Fibonacci, dude. Oh, dude, a little Herbalife in the morning or a little bit of perp scrap in the morning, huh? Tell you, dude, it's not that bad, dude. Yeah, a little bit of fib, a little waking fib. Huh? It's still early out there. Dude, they're down 20%. Jeez, what happened to Herbalife? Did people... They're like, yeah, man, time for MLMs to go. Since March 20, outlook cut due to low distributor activity. Interesting. A tear down 40. Wasn't that up yesterday, the last 2 days? Yeah, Herbalife is just, I mean, Herbalife, I'm surprised this stock is, you have so many lobbyists and congressmen who are down with Herbalife. It's crazy that, like, when I remember when Bill Ackman, he got clapped on him. He'd been trying to go after him, but even he had trouble with it. And it's a weird company. It does give me mad weird vibes. It's like the original MLM, and they are low-key bulletproof in a weird way. I'm in swing calls. Could be a good catalyst. I mean, I'd wait till after the event, and then we'll see what happens with the premiums. Or even buy to your attendees, you'll be good. Do I want any EXPI shares? No, I want some more. I know Lending Tips has some because they work with EXPI and they give you shares when you close deals. But I always wanted someone who was cheaper, and that was like one of the ones I really, really liked. And then I kind of just got a little complacent, and then before I knew it, that thing just took off, and then I was like, damn. So if it does come down, I will take some. Same thing with even Redfin. Like Redfin, they're up a lot. I want to add to this. I have an old position from back in the day on IPO, but other than that, I like Redfin a lot. It sucks because it was kind of like one of those Snapchat stocks where it came to it was at a very, very low price. Zillow, I'm not really the biggest fan of. I think Redfin has a little bit more upside. They're really the same, but then Zillow just operates in different markets. Like Zillow doesn't have agents, whereas they didn't. Like Zillow, it doesn't have agents, and they try to do like house flipping, and they suck at it. It's really, really funny. Like they lose a lot of money buying and selling houses, so it's it's an interesting one. You may stream the Apple event. I might be able to voice over it, but I can't play the audio. I've been clapped before. Apple's really, really weird about the event. They do not like creators streaming the event. Ford, Cisco, Rack, Netflix, final trades. Is it starting? Oh, be careful. So if you look up the Apple event and why do they allow this shit? This is so wild. Be very, very careful. Do not fall for any of these. So if you go on YouTube and you see something where it's like Apple bought Bitcoin and then they're going to send it, that is a scam. I don't know how they allow these to keep running. One time, one of you guys sent me like 50 messages and emailed me, and you were like, Josh, they're giving away Bitcoin. I'm like, no, don't fall for it. They don't allow creators to stream. Well, no, they allow it. Apple is the one that executes the copyright claim. So whoever owns the right to the stuff, and usually for like education and public stuff, it's usually acceptable. But in my history over the years, I've gotten clapped twice on Apple events. Apple shows no mercy. Like they've shown they don't even care. They won't even give you any like they're really big on it. ZBH again? Oh, wow. ZBH again, 5.5. Real sweeps. Keep getting Forex gurus on IG. What's the scheme with that? It's like Herbalife, but instead of supplements, it's a Forex bot. NVIDIA, Cook Talking app. Is he on? How come it doesn't show up on the... Oh, there it is. Here it is. Apple TV. Yeah, you see this jungle? Yeah, we love everybody. There you go. Yeah, come on. Here, give me a kiss. Look how good this camera is. That's a good damn camera. I know it's a good damn camera. Oh, wait, this is a movie. Oh, wait, Jennifer Aniston, Friends. It's been such a long time. I need to get the context. I need to get the context. This is it, though. Streaming in 10K. It's nice. It is. Yeah, GSAT, I'd watch GSAT during this. We'll even keep up Apple. And then SPY's coming down right now, so a lot of volume at the start of the event. We'll see as it plays out. Let me see. I think I got to turn off the audio. I want to be able to listen to it a little bit. Actually, let me go to the bathroom first. I'll be right back. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Bank stacks are dropping right now, and SPY is hitting some new lows. Be careful. Be careful. Please hold. This is an Apple day. so Apple-y today. You know what I'm saying? Da 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 da. New iPad from Apple. It's selling off right now. Let's see. Let me see if I could get mine. His favorite. Real this stock. Hold on, I'm trying to see. There, YouTube took down the fake account. Finally, Citron tweet on Real. Didn't he tweet on it twice already? Hold on. Citron long Real earlier. GSAT starting to sell off. Did they make an announcement? Excuse me. Hood, Big Red. Is Apple coming out with trading? Nah, everything kind of got a big red there. So they're talking about the iPad right now. I mean, again, I feel like it's just going to be, honestly, I'm more interested in the market right now as things are moving. Chad, give us some updates on the Apple event. We'll see if anything breaking comes out of it, but I don't even think it's going to be too crazy now. 444 is critical. Again, 443 is the 50-day moving average. Yeah, you're right there. 442. 442. Don't forget that number. But now we're down about almost 1% on the Dow. Let's see if we actually move more than 1% today, though. That will actually be its own little, what's it called? That will be its own little headline right there. I feel AbiVi. I like it, actually. I mean, I was looking at it. You know what the best part about AbiVi is that the dividend, it keeps going up. So even though the price went up with it, now that the price drops, it's making the dividend a lot more attractive. I mean, I think they're yielding almost 5% now. So it does change my, I'm kind of back in the game at that level. So I do like it. We'll see where it's at with the next deposit and everything else. Obviously, I still like my Airbnb and other stuff, but it is looking quite interesting. Anyone playing Vimeo? Line 2 products. Pipeline still down after the storm. Colonial. Big, strong front iPad camera. Okay. Wow. Very good. Big, strong iPhone camera. Wow. Options going crazy on GSAT. Just wait till he talks about satellite. So whenever he mentions the satellite thing, if there's no mention of the company, it'll probably get clapped. That was your headline. I was like, damn, they're really selling this big, strong front camera. Skyworks could be a play with them too. SPY's hitting another low, though. This is another new low on the day. I mean, we were chilling out around here. Bonds aren't moving with it, but the lagger is Dow and then the Russell. Biggest, strongest iPad camera to date. iPad OS. Spot of 441. I mean, if it hits, again, 442 is the 50-day moving average. I don't know if we'll test it. Another 2 points. I mean, another 0.5%. If we go another 0.5% on today on the S&P, you're literally testing the 50-day moving average. The Dow is almost at 1%. And again, the Russell, like I'm saying, we haven't seen a 1% move on any of the markets in over 40 days. So wherever it, that would kind of wake things up there, especially that 50-day moving average. Real rare shares going to 30 in 12 months. Citron. Yeah, we're out of that one. iPad 329. Isn't that cheap? They brought the button back. That's good. Isn't 329 cheap for an iPad? What's the current iPad go for? Students get it for $299? Damn, so I can have headphones or an iPad? That's crazy. Why'd the headphones cost so much? Hold on. So the stock you might get a good reaction off of that. Let's see. So he's attracted about 32 million households. So what? I mean, a cheaper product could be good. The 12-inch is $1,400. Wait, 12-inch seems small. Walmart Plus hit inflection points, growing its membership at a faster clip, according to the research note. They said that last month, too, remember? The Mini looks dope. Isn't the Mini just the iPhone? New iPad Mini. Hey, guys. Yeah, I'm excited for this one. We took your iPhone, then we widened it. Now we call it the iPad Mini. You can't call anyone, but you know what you can do? You could draw a bunch of cool pictures. So we're pleased to announce today that we're going to take more of your money and make it seem a lot cheaper. Here, take a look. You see that corner? It's just like the iPhone. I would say it's smaller, but it's about the same size. And now you see this one camera? It's actually 12 cameras. It's very great. And now we have 4 different colors that we've used in the past so that you can feel like you are an original individual. I know, that's what we call it. And now with the liquid retina display, you could drop water on it and we're not going to charge you to replace the screen. It's now waterproof because you might want to go in the bath with your iPod. So 8.3 right there, that's pretty much the size of your hand. So it's very exciting because now you could hold it in your hand instead of 2 hands. So when you take your selfies in the mirror, it won't be that awkward. We're really, really pleased to announce. You see this right there? Look how bright that picture is. You can see it's like the hair is coming out and hitting you now. Go back to the corner. You see, we put the Touch ID on the top now because we didn't know where to put it, but still. Oh yeah, you see that? Click it one more time. Yeah, thank you. And then boom, performance. You see how fast that was? That was so fast. Yeah, look at it. It just happened real quickly. Yeah, so performance has been a big thing of ours lately. Okay, because we get it. You're zooming at home. You need that performance. It's 40% faster. You know what that means? Our performance rate is pacing with inflation. Yeah, your house got 30% more expensive. Your iPad's 40% faster. It all evens out in the end. Yeah, look at this. You ever want to play games? Yeah, fuck Zoom. You don't even need to work. You could go fight warriors. Look at that. Look at with that lightsaber in an Assassin's Creed environment. That's what the Neural Engine does. It allows you to play games and combine them. Now you could play Pokemon on Super Mario's Battlefield. It's amazing. You remember when we relaunched Mario? You guys were fucking hyped off that shit. Okay? Yeah, you saw that. Now you could play every game. Every game. 40% faster. 50% smaller, houses are still expensive. And now maybe you want to just, get some notes and translate it. You never know who you're talking to on the internet. So now we could translate everything. Just like that. How did we figure it out? Series educated AF. That's what we believe when we say connectivity. Thank you. I'm sorry. That one just inspired me. Buy now with Affirm. 12 payments for 12 inches of the screen for $12 for 12 years times 12. What? Oh, dude, USB-C port. Look at that. Boom. You remember when we took everything off of your iPhone and iPod and made you buy the dongles? We're adding them back now. Yeah. You see that? Look at that. So all those dongles you bought were a waste. But now you could charge your iPad with your phone with 5G. Thank you. We're really excited about it. Really excited about it. See, these solar panels are changing the damn world because we produce so much carbon output. But we're not going to talk about that. It's just an iPhone. ZBH is going again. Instant verbal translations in real time. Neuro, big pop neuro. He's on the high ticker. Neurometrics. Let me throw about how has Apple responded to this? We heard you. You got tired of buying new equipment, so now that you've fully transitioned over, we changed it again. I know. We just really we heard your feedback. I'm like, that's crazy. Apple's barely moving. Most of it's sold off. I think it's just kind of staying confined here. Confined with the day, but if we test the new low, don't forget, I think we're moving a little bit bigger than yesterday. You can kind of see it. We're moving bigger. We're back at that same level, but now it's a lot earlier. So it's only 10:15. New slim folio no pads. That sounds like a disease. I got slim folio no iPad. Yeah. I don't know how I got it. I walked into the Apple store. I knew I should have hand sanitized all those people. I got, yeah. I just got to take penicillin for 2 weeks, and it'll be gone. Beef fly? Is that a feature, or is it a stock? Butterfly Network. Is that on the iPad, or is this just shooting up? What is a Butterfly Network? It's on the iPad? Is that why it's... See, so that's one of those random companies that get announcements, and then it shows up there. Wait, no, wait, I don't know if Butterfly is involved. Let's see. I don't know. Is Butterfly coming from the Apple thing? To faster. I think that's what they're saying they saw. I think people are saying this is it. Yeah, like ultrasound. That's the Butterfly Network. That could be interesting, actually. Okay, I made a play on that one. I'll take some. I like that. Where's Me Fool when we need him? But yeah, I grabbed, don't trade it, not a recommendation. You will lose money. I grabbed 200 shares at $12.75. So I kept it pretty small there. Again, small share strategy with it. If I could get 100 shares free on it. But I like it because remember, GSAT went up like 10% on the speculation. So they showed up on the event. I don't think they got a virtual mention, but they showed up there on the screen. But I think it's pretty decent there. They're talking Apple Watch. New iPad fibbing, dude. So Apple Watch has been a pretty good segment for him. Watch, again, stock hasn't moved. BFLY is the ticker. What was the news? Butterfly, they just showed up on the, what's it called? They showed up on the Apple thing. So here's the picture of it. This is Butterfly, literally the butterfly, and they're showing the connectivity with iPod. So it's not really like a partnership, but I mean, the fact that they're getting the publicity and this is like the use application in a weird way, I like it, but the ticker's BFLY. It's a cheap stock. Apparently it's Kathy Woods. It has a lot of hype on it. I mean, I'm looking at it. I mean, it looks like it's SPAC. We're 20% above the low price of it. So it seems like a hype play. That's why I only did 200 shares on it. But, I mean, like I said, you saw how GSAT and some of these companies move on just the rumor of it. So the fact that they're getting mentioned in the actual presentation, I like that. I think that has a little bit more weight. Yeah, new Apple Watch. That's going to be good. Apple Watch. I haven't worn my Apple Watch in a while. I had that one like 2-week phase of it when I got one for my mom, but it's pretty decent. It's a big watch. They got that 42 millimeter with the Jubilee Apple band. It looks a little different. I got that presidential. It does. It look kind of like a square edge. Anyone want to buy my Apple Watch and Tesla? I'll trade you for some Cardano. He's like, yeah, I love standing out here. Look at this. We added new numbers. You see that? Boom. Look at that. You see it doesn't even tick. That's a real rolly right there. You see how smooth that is? Come on, dude. You can't even get that smoothness anywhere. Look at, you could even still see the numbers on the side. Would you look at that? Up to 70% brighter. What are watches for? Brightness. Yeah, look at that. You see how bright it is behind me? Because I'm on the ocean. And that's what happens when you have your iWatch. It's an ocean of brightness. And now we're on a farm ocean. And you see, I grew up on a farm without an iWatch. And then without the iWatch, I was missing out on the brightness of my life. Now, I can monitor everything. Change the color. I could go back to waking up. And then I could go out on the town. You know, I get these messages on my iPhone. I don't even have to look at my phone when I drive. Wait, what? That's not safe. The watch does look pretty cool. Wells Fargo moving the launch of return to office to November 1st. Other than the laptop. I wonder, are they going to announce a new laptop? The watch, I used to think it's like it's a lifestyle type of thing. Oh, dude, it's crack resistant. No one's getting high on it. Oh, wait, different crack resistant. Never mind. I thought it was a war on drugs. Then they pour a bunch of black dust on it. Okay, that was sketchy, Apple. That was sketchy. Nah, but it is very it's like a lifestyle type of thing. Like the watch, like I thought it was very, very weird, and then I got one for my mom. And then I started using it. And then it was like, I saw like she liked it for health, tracking the steps, like when you work out, all of that. Sometimes it's nice, you know, you could be on your phone and like, I would be able to answer the phone sometimes. I answered for that 2 weeks. I answered my phone more than ever, because I would be somewhere and be like, ding. And then you could answer the phone, be like, ding. And then you could talk on the phone. So even if your phone wasn't in the room, you could just talk into the iPhone like a walkie talkie. So it's just like a lifestyle thing. I think if you really like that type of stuff and you're into it, it's good. To know you had deep sleep, yeah. But even mom was like, she said, don't wear it when you sleep. Do you see the radiation? Do you see the red thing? I said, oh. I said, yeah, mom. Give away my watch. Lending Tips says we could give away his watch. Anybody want Lending Tips iWatch? We'll do a giveaway on Friday. Mm-hmm. All right, well, this Friday, maybe next Friday, we'll see. But next giveaway, we will have an iWatch in the cards. The latest one, not this one that's just coming out. But we're going to give you the outdated, new dated model. You know what I'm saying? So be here on Friday. I thought LT wore G-Shock. I could see that. Let's see what's about to happen next. I think we could get the PHILO here. I got another one for you, a mini one. Wednesday's Colt makes you appreciate Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays, and 4 days. 500 on ZBH and Crocs, tipping the plug rather than paying the whole plug. Thanks, Colt, sourcing that info. Being every damn day, fastest news in the world. Yeah, Chad was on top of all of those. It was beautiful. Order. Amen. Amen. I love it. I love the horn. God bless. Those were good. Those are good plays today. Yeet, I be loving PHILO goes a long way. You should just see what that PHILO do. This watch is dope, actually. What is the difference between the last watch? Again, I was sold on the last watch. I used to think they were weird, but then, like, again, like I see the appeal for it. It's like the only watch that's useful, if that makes sense. Like every other watch, like you're gonna wear a watch to what? Tell time? Come on, who does that? But so it's like it's just a different vibe with it. Just a little bit better. You mean brighter? Am I in the Apple ecosystem? Kind of. I don't think so. I mean, I have Apple phones. That's about it. And then I don't like use Apple TV, and I don't like connect it to my thing, and then my TV and my phone, and like I'm not like that crazy. Talking fitness, watch Peloton. Butterfly getting clapped now. Yeah, Peloton may have a negative reaction unless they partner with them. Happy birthday. It's not my birthday, but thank you. Thank you. People stopped wishing me happy birthday for some reason. You know, it was nice at first. I was like, okay, but now that's the first happy birthday I got all week, man. It's the first happy birthday. It's not even my birthday. It's not even close to my birthday, but still. How old am I again? I don't know. I'm not good at math. Walk with celebrities, Fitness Plus. It's the Bible app streak on the post for me. I feel you, man. I feel you. Fitness Plus available, 15 new countries, 6 languages, and subtitles. We're killing it today. Amen. Amen. Every day, baby. Every day. And we're about to get into something good. My son turned 16 today. Wow, that's hype. Amen. Hopefully you got him that long term. Gift him stocks. He might either love you or hate you for it. I don't know. See, that's why I don't have kids. I don't know how it would be because I feel like I feel like I would be that weird dad who just get him a bunch of weird shit that I liked, and then they're gonna hate it all and be like, look, I got you Airbnb for your birthday. And he'd be like, what the? He's like, I wanted a bike. I'm like, damn it. How is Airbnb up, though? It is pretty funny, though, today. Airbnb is actually up a lot. It's leading the way. The fact that that's why I liked it today, because it looks strong even after the downgrade. So I was like, okay, I'll take some. Any SPY put plays? No, not of now. These guys are fit AF. They won't appreciate when they're young. I did that. I remember I had a friend once, and he had a little sister, and I remember I went to his house, and it was her birthday, and I gave the little kid, I gave him 2 silver coins. I thought it was a good gift, but I don't know if I said, don't sell it. I said, I bought those for $12. One day you're going to sell them for $20. Okay? I said, that's a $16 profit. That's not bad. Trust, I thought it was a good gift, but I guess it just doesn't hit the same for like 7-year-olds or some shit. ES Chickley. Well, wait to see. I mean, again, market is moving very slow. I think the volume was a little higher yesterday. We're at 10 at 38 million. It's pretty average for now. But 442 is the number. Peloton not liking this. Yeah, they're starting to sell off. Volume's picking up. Mail-in. What is the status of the election thing? Because I heard a bunch of weird shit already. Hey, Samuel Tepebi, my guy, I got your email. That shit look fly as hell. You low-key look like me a little bit with the hair. I want to show him the picture, but I don't want to release the thing. Did I vote? I did not vote, unfortunately. I always miss the deadline somehow. I just get caught up with it. It's crazy. Big volume. Oh, is that real? I think that is real. 1.6 million shares. It looked like a Peloton bike in that video. Is that why? Or is that why is it jumping? Turned 30. Caught the heads. Happy birthday, baby. Oh, BS, I was here. You didn't plan on voting. All right, man. Well, you clearly failed the vibe check. Okay, I appreciate that. Okay, that's why. That's why sometimes people just miss my jokes. Sometimes that's it. It's not that serious. That's it. Just vibe. That's what I've realized nowadays. Everybody just keeps failing the vibe check. That's just what it's all come down to. It's like, yo, bro, you failed the vibe check. That's all. That's all I've realized. That's all I realized. With a lot of people I've had, like some people ask me questions about a certain thing. So I'm like, man, you missed the vibe check, man. On 3 ways to build wealth in America. I agree with real estate. I think right off if you want to build wealth, you need real estate and stocks too. The third one, you need to work. That's the key there is that if you look at anybody who's made money and real money, generational wealth, a large empire, whatever it may be, they always worked. You know that. You always have to work, and then at one point after you work, you take your money and you invest it in assets or capital. And then eventually your capital will produce more money than your actual labor. And that's what most billionaires, that's the situation. So at one point they all worked. It's not like, think about it, when you get money, it's not like everybody got the money out of nowhere. iPhone up now. Oh my God, dude, look at this thing. I was going to say, don't wait and just turn it like this weird-ass slideshow after they just had this full, big thing. But, well, trust fund, baby. Call. Run it, boss. Thank you, and God bless your family and team. They call. Hey, Matt. Let's go, baby. You looking good, bro. Bro, honestly, the picture, it reminds me of me. I'm telling you, it gives me some Josh vibes here. I think it's just because I've worn this outfit before. I think that's it. I've worn the outfit. I've worn the shoes. I got the mask, the hair. This is me. This is me. That's it. I'm telling you. The hair. We got to get to the hair, bro. Yours is... Damn, you got a hairline, Samuel. Man, why you got to do me? Look at that. Look at that. Baby. I love it. See, I've worn this outfit, bro. I swear to you. I got Sperry's. That is me. I'm telling you. Y'all see something like, Josh? What? Yeah, that's me. That's me. That's a face reveal. That's it. iPhone. Oh, 2 Wait, hold on. Does mine look like that? No. Wait, no. They just changed the direction. Nah, wait a minute. Look at, that's a scam. Nah, that's a scam. Because I'm looking at my iPhone. They just changed the location of the camera. Wait a minute. They made it diagonal, not vertical, huh? I'm gonna mod it like you know when people well, I did this when I got my first BMW. You take off all the badges so it looks like an M3. I'm gonna do that with my phone. I'm gonna de-camera it. And dude, this is the same phone. No, I'm not falling for this. Oh, ceramic shield. Great. Comes with some sci-fi shit. Ceramic shield. That's bullshit. It's literally the same. Oh, it's bulletproof. Okay, that's great. Like, no, shoot my phone. Don't shoot me. Okay. I was going to end you, but that phone pissing me off. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, why is it they just went straight to just bulletproof. You know what I'm saying? Climate friendly. Yeah. I don't know. They don't got me. They don't got me the same way. No box. They're going to put it in a recycled plastic bag. That'd be good. They'll convert you when they throttle to 12. Nah, I mean, I still have my iPhone X. I didn't change it. I only got the iPhone 12 because I just, somebody got my phone number. And then I wanted to I just wanted to move on with my old phone number. So I switched my numbers and I just got another phone. Otherwise, I'd still be on the iPhone X. I'm not a new iPhone guy. But do you smell that? Woo! Ladies and gentlemen, oh, it's a good day. The PHILO's been cooking. You got your Apple stuff going on. You know, we have our things going on here. You know, I think the Apple event produced a specific reaction. I mean, most of it pretty expected. Some of you guys like it, so you guys can keep watching that. We haven't been able to play the audio, but you know, here at the Cult, we love the PHILO. So I hope I could give you guys something that could help you a little bit. Did anybody, let me ask you this, did anybody try what we talked about yesterday? Any success reverse engineering your day? Anybody, can we get some reviews in the chat? Some honest reviews on it? Anybody? Tell me, you loved it? Yes. Was it good? Did you feel a little bit more in control? You were super productive. It worked. Did it work really well? I hope you got my homework. I cooked dinner for myself. Woo! I failed, but we'll keep trying. Amen. There you go. Don't worry about it. Amen. Amen. Great preparation, great sleep. I love the idea. Good thought. Did not accomplish. You still got time. Don't worry. Don't feel stressed out as much. Ooh, more in the moment. Let's go, baby. So, look at that. Look at that. That's what you need to do, man. It's something to try. I like that some of you said you will You will try to do it if you didn't really get a hand on it, but that's a good one. That's good. That's good. That's what I want to hear. Expect my new puppy not to poop and he didn't. There you go. That's good. It's good logic. I like it. So, today I'm going to give you another kind of mini one, but it's along the same line but different, and really this is about now improvement. Okay? This is again going to be another one of the warrior ones. This is for my warriors out there. Okay? And I want to just talk about recognizing your gifts, right? Have you ever heard that? Where people, you know, I think I've told you that before. I said, you know, it's actually a big part of business and a lot of things. I know a lot of you guys are looking for things to do. If you want to find your next source of income, you want to find your dream job, whatever it is, you know, and get paid a lot of money for it, I've always said you got to go somewhere where you actually love it and enjoy it. I've even seen in like real estate, like a lot of people mess up because they just like the money of real estate. They don't really like the other aspects. They don't understand where they could, like, you could genuinely have an impact on someone's life. You could genuinely help them out. You could do a lot of different things. And it's all about recognizing your gifts. Some of you have different gifts, but I'm sure you guys have heard that, right? Like, have you guys ever heard, you have a gift? What do you think your gift is? Anybody? What do you think your gift is? Let's see. Just throw some in the chat. Show me what you got. Rich others, Muay Thai, positivity, empathy, music, creativity, intelligence, love, understanding, passion, communication, losing money, kindness, people person. People telling me their dark secrets, telepathy. Ooh. Inspiring others, amen. Connecting with others who are hurting, balance, creativity, being angry, rap gifts, never giving up, analytical mind, perspective, compassion, dependable, service, anime, resilience, being angry again, trustworthy, perspective, telling the future, healing others, carpentry, love, being nice, 6'5", I'm sorry, okay, I see what you did there. Patience, intuition, FOMOing, compassion. Just think about all the gifts, right? I really want you to think about this. But here's the thing. Most people tell you to think about to find your gift, right? That's not what I want to talk about today. I just wanted to see what you really identify with and what you see as your gift. If you don't know this yet, you are going to need to figure this out. But that's not the point of today. The point is recognizing your gift, recognizing what is already there. Most of you should have some idea, or you probably have an inkling towards it. But now the idea is, how do we make it better? You see? And it's just two simple goals that I'm going to go over here. But this is what I want to talk about, and it's very, very important. This is something I've said before in the past, and it means a lot to it when you really look about it. Especially if you have a lot of faith, if you are a believer, right? If you think you're a good person, you think you're a God-fearing person, right? You're living in this world. I've said this. Who do you think God wants on his team? And yes, he will pick the one that's rejected. He will pick the weaker one, all of that. There's nothing, so don't misconstrue this. But like I'm saying, who do you think he wants on that team? Or better yet, why, when you look around the world, shouldn't you see the same amount of gifts, if not better, within a certain community than you would see in the world? Essentially, what I'm saying is that go look at the creativity of some people who are not filled with love. Go look at the creativity of some people who just, they hate God, they hate all of that stuff, right? Why should there be more creativity in the secular world than in your world? Oh, I don't think y'all feel me. Do y'all feel me? Do you get what I'm saying? Think about that for a second. Like, have you ever seen, think about all the writers who write stories and fiction and movies and all this deep work. But then you could go and see a lot of, I've read a lot of Christian works. I've read a lot of people who believe in certain stuff, and it lacks certain elements. It's not as creative. It's not as good. So the point is, a lot of people have gifts, but now some people would even view the church era, or again, just if you believe, they're going to view you a certain way. And then a lot of times it usually relates to that performance. So what I'm trying to say here is that we need to up the levels of your gifts, and it should compete and be better than the rest of the world. And what I mean by the rest of the world is that a world not as tapped in as you are. I don't think y'all feel me. They're not as worldly, yes. But that's where I'm saying here, doesn't mean you can't take whatever gift you've been given in the positive way you've been given it to maximize it. So there's a lot of talk with this right now. You may not understand it, but I'm going to give you these two things that are very, very simple. The first one is obviously you need to recognize the gift, but more so now, take whatever gift you have, and I need to ask you guys something on this. Have you ever thought about getting better at your gift? And have you prayed to make your gift better instead of asking for another gift? But think about that. Because a lot of times we could sit there and we could be asking for something. We're like, okay, you know, I want this. I want that. I could get this. I could get that. Oh, I already have this. I want this instead. This is what I'm looking for. But how many of us have taken the time to really look at the bank account, recognize the gifts that we've been given? Some people, again, if you've been given intelligence and intelligence came with speech, you should be using that. You gave you creativity and something that, and then how many people have certain stuff, but then we're looking for something else versus taking this time to really ask God, ask ourselves, and even make it just like reverse engineering. How many of us are reverse engineering our days to actually help us get better at our gift? Take what we have already instead of looking for something else and then simply saying, I want that to be better. I want to set a benchmark in a level in a bar so I could keep building upon that. So that's the first part. Again, very, very simple. Like I'm saying, you got to recognize it. Some of you may be at that stage, some of you may not be, but I think everybody has some sort of idea clearly after I asked. But now, are you focusing on getting better at that gift? Is this something on your mind every single day? That's the first part. The second part now, like I said, take that bank account. Take account for it. Not only is it, it's one thing to pray to get better, but just in general, are you praying over your gift? You see, this one was one that it really got me when I really, really thought about it, because it gave me something new to pray about in a weird way, because I was like, I've never really, I do, but I don't. I've prayed over the gifts in many different ways, but have I really sat there, laid everything out on the table and said, okay, I got this, I got that, I got this, I got that. Have I ever came to God and then asked him, can you make this better for me? Not even just make this better for me, but can you make sure that I use everything you've given me? Can I use my speech? Can I use my knowledge, my education to actually expand it, but then use what I have to actually make it come to fruition? So I don't know if it hits the same way that it does, but the real end conclusion I got is what I've already told you. It really changed my mind. Instead of looking, and this is where this PHILO came from, instead of looking for something else or looking for something more, have I taken the time to really take account of what I have and make it better? And then when I'm asking God to do something, am I coming to him with the acknowledgement of what I already have? I don't think y'all feel me on that, because that one's a hard one. I don't think everybody gets that, because I think it's very easy to come in and say, I don't have this, or you could have so much, and literally we could go and pray and look to better ourselves. Even then, that's what I'm saying. Please apply this practically. You don't need to believe all the Jesus stuff if you don't want to. That's fine. But are you coming in this way and recognizing your next step forward, but are you taking into account what you already have? Because that's a big problem a lot of people aren't doing. Before we're trying to go to, we want to go to all these new levels. We want to go to these new steps and take all of these different paths. But why are we coming empty-handed every single time? Whether it's to God or to the world, whoever you want to bring it to. Why are we focusing on what we don't have, what's not hitting the same? You know what I'm saying? Instead of taking into account and say, hey, I'm coming to you to make this better, but this is what I already got. Hey, life, I want you to be better, life. So instead of saying I have nothing in my life, I'm going to come to you and say, well, listen, you gave me this ability. You gave me this ability. Some of you, someone says 6'5". Think about it. You got that ability. Have you applied that into what you're doing? Think about that. Or some people be like, I have nothing. I'm like, hey, shit, if you have nothing, at least you got 6'5". I'm sure you could find something in there. Some of you may not be good at talking. Oh, but you could probably write better than anybody else. You could probably do math really, really good. You could probably listen to people a lot good, but how many of you are looking at your next path without taking into account any gift that you've already been giving? And now, like I said, are you even caring about your gift enough to make it better? Because a lot of us, we have this gift, but it's just literally sitting there like in the garage, just collecting dust. You're not doing anything with it. You're not watering it. And that right there is what I'm saying. It brings back to the first point, because I think a lot of people, especially like I'm saying, I told you about the heart, having, fuck it up, have that full heart, everything else. There is a lot of you in here that I think are extremely talented. And I've seen some of you act on it, and I've seen some of you, kind of get your chest to the sun, fucking wake up and actually apply yourself. And I think some of you realize, like, wow, and you've seen it, and I could see it, and a lot of other people could see it. And that's why it's saying you guys should be at the best of the best level. If people who don't even care about the world, people who are selfish, people who are, and not everybody is like that, but I'm just saying if you got all this other stuff going for you and you actually give a shit, shouldn't that mean that you could probably achieve something very, very high? I wouldn't, honestly, for some of you, I wouldn't even expect anything less than that. Whew. I hope you feel me. Because the point is, like I'm saying, if you don't seek to make this better, if you keep asking, I'm telling you right now, stop going to the bank, stop going to the lender and asking him for a loan and asking him for money without coming in with what you already own. Oh, come on. Do you get that? Because that's what I mean where I'm saying you need to take account of your gifts every single day. Pray over your gift and say, I have this, I have this, I have this. I need to make this better. I recognize something that I have. I recognize something that I have, because if you're not doing that, you're probably doing the opposite of it. So why you wouldn't go to a bank, you wouldn't go to get a loan and say, hey, give me $1 million. And they're going to say, what do you have? They're going to say, isn't that funny? That's how the bank works. It's stupid. The bank gives money to people who could prove that they don't need it. Have you ever wondered that? You go into a bank, they qualify you, they look at your income, your debt, your credit, all of that. If you could prove that you don't need their money, they will give you more money. That's why if you have bad credit, if you don't have income, they're going to say, sorry, we can't give you the loan. So if a bank operates like that, how do you think the world is to a degree? I think you could learn something from it. The shit is rigged? Nah, it's not. Because if you came up to me and said, Josh, give me a job. I say, what can you do? And you're saying nothing. I'm saying, well, what's your gift? Nothing. What are you good at? I don't know. Losing money. Why would I give you a job? Now apply that to God in your life. Think about it. Some of you have been showered with gifts. And then you're going to go and ask God for something, and you won't even bring up what he already gave you and what you have. So like I'm saying, if that's how, if you went to the bank and you asked for this loan, you better come with what you have. And are you praying over what you have to grow it? And are you honing in on it, trying to make it better? So that's the PHILO of today. And I think it is really exciting, because I think some of y'all just learned how to get your loan approved with the world, with God. Because I'm telling you, I see it too much, and it's kind of disheartening. And then, and some of you say, I feel guilty. I'll feel guilty too, because then I could look back and be like, damn, I've done that as well too. So please, I hope none of you ever, don't ever think that I'm here to tell you this as like, oh, holier than thou. You know, some people think that's what, you know, even though we talk about this every day, I think it's beautiful we share PHILO. And it's beautiful that we talk about this. Some people think it's me trying to be a preacher or anything like that. I said, no. I'm a shit human. If it's all said and done, I can't meet that standard. I'm here talking. I'm here to improve, get better every single day. I hope you could learn something from it, but I hope we all grow together in that sense. But at the end of the day, though, it's something I'm going to go through at the same time. It's at times every single one of us will actually sit through this, ask for more, yet we have not taken every single step to better what we already have, and we are not taking care of what we already have and then recognizing what we have to be able to go and build off of that, as opposed to feeling like we don't have anything, feeling like it's this and feeling like it's that, and then saying, I need this, I want this, how come God doesn't do this for me? Because you keep going to the bank saying, give me a loan, I have nothing, when clearly you have to have something. I'm not talking money right now. I hope some of you realize that. Don't get it twisted. So I'm excited. I am excited. Because this means you get another opportunity to get that loan passed through. So I really hope some of you take it. And I really hope some of you will wake up from this. Because right now, somebody is. I got faith. I'm gonna end it on that positive note. Because I do have faith. Somebody in here is gonna hear this. And it's gonna click for you. And you're gonna realize what you have. And now when you have when you realize truly what you have been holding this whole time, that's a different conversation when you go to the big man at the bank. You know what I'm saying? And that's really, really exciting. Because now it's a whole different landscape. So I hope some of you realize this day the gifts that you've been given. And let me tell you, seek and you shall find. Very simple. You may have trouble with it, and I'll tell you, please don't let the world confuse you. You'll figure it out. Other people ain't going to notice your gifts. They won't see it the same way. Whatever it may be, some people say it's a waste of time, whatever you want to call it. But the point is, I'm trying to tell you, you have something. And there's a big difference in life, outcomes, results, everything between somebody who believes they have versus they believe they don't. This is like a different level of that whole prosperity, or what do they call it? The mindset, what do they say? Not thrive, the opposite of thriving. I'm blanking on it. Scarcity mindset. This is like a different level of that. But again, it's just keeping it very, very simple. Because once you do find out your gift, I hope you take it deep enough to realize it is your job to want to make that better and pray over what you have. Pray over what you have and ask guidance for how to use what you have instead of asking for something that is not already there. So I hope it changes some outlooks, but I hope you apply this for the rest of the week and now tie it into reverse engineering everything. I think it will tell you a lot. Reverse engineer all the days, the week, the month, the year. How do you want it to end? How do you want it to look? And now that's why, because if you want to get productive, you want to accomplish things, I'm not here to tell you to waste your time looking for something that is not already there. Whew. Because we want to talk about productivity, right? You want to get the goal. You don't want to spin your wheels. You should look internally with what you already have. And it's there, I'm telling you. So, I hope you're ready. I hope you're excited. And I hope you take that to the bank, baby. But that is your philosophy. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press high chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream at Large Boot Camp and Real Estate course. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Keep it positive, respectful. New guys, don't be too shy to say hi or too high to say shot. We're glad you're here, baby. Glad you're here. Run that new. All right, watch your speakers. Be careful. Be careful. Ooh, Midwest. You're amazing. On. Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. No stop loss. Uncle Answer.
They thought we were done. Money, 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 get a line to in the text. Since it's caught it out on the fucking watch list. Got money out the ass, but my soul made me rich. About to drip them dividends, you know I did it for the kids. Yes, yep, I'm a motherfucking trip. I'm a trip to Japan to watch the motherfucking yen. 105 can get you one, but that's dependent what you pay. If we talking about the bonds, then this really ain't fair. The mentor's gonna say damn, the host gonna copy the damn thing. Boy, I bet you that either bounce like a bad spring. I don't trade lies, gotta just play time in, not time in. Long term is like the bomb, boom. Young pair, yeah, that's what my people call me. 50,000 for the bull, just try to keep the bullshit off me. I drink a lot of PHILO, why you think I feel awesome? I talk on lots of shit, so snowflakes think I'm shit talking. Teach off the dome, each week by your home. I drive slow, keep tools like Jerome. Like fuck you, you ain't know the shit they know. Cause it's fucking another venture, cause someone go raise the target. You should see the budget since somebody took the office. Bailouts nowadays make 2008 like a bargain. Cancel this, cancel that, cancel all the charges. I just want my fucking money, I can keep bargaining. And I don't even love money, I love God, bitch. So just know your little judgments, stay in the comments. Longtermchair.com, bitch, log in. Keep a little equity if you trading them options. All in that long term, know I got some patience. The haters still complaining while creators still creating. Get paying, part of my swaggy. See, I play a lot of defense cause you thinking or you drowning. I said fuck it, need a play and an accountant. I can't wait to hit the bonds, make a vid up all about it. All you traders still dead and tell your sponsor contact me. $250,000 for a feature, want a battle, I teach ya. I'm a beast, I'm a creature, I'm the son of Sir Jesus. Big man, his plan, he the reason, he the reason. It's a cop.
The long term is like the bomb. Boom. Woo. We love it. We love it, baby. Uncle Answers. And we're back in the market. It's still at this weird below VWAP state. How y'all feeling? It's Tuesday. I can't do the Tuesday. I talk on lots of shit, so snowflakes think I'm shit talking. Teach off the dome, each week by your home. I drive slow, keep tools like Jerome. 50. No, he said 50,000 for the cross, trying to keep the Reaper off me. That one's a crazy one. If you have to look into there's two versions of that one. Now there's a third version. That's Uncle Answers on all streaming platforms. That's my uncle. I'm his like producer agent guy type of thing. I don't know. I just honestly just pure nepotism. Just because I'm related to him, he gives me the opportunity. I mean, I learned it from Nancy. But other than that, good. It's good. Guys got similar voices. I think that's the genetics of it all. BLRT. Nancy. So the GSAT got a little bit of a drop. Is the Apple thing still going or is it over? Still going? WKC Business Insider article. Yeah, WK. Wow, that's vertical. That's up 3%. Work sport. ARKB. I've not looked into it. Where are we at? 444. Market's still holding up. Now, let's see by 12. I mean, if we kept dropping here, it was looking a little worrisome, but it seems like anything could happen. WKSP still popping. I'm starting to like the Abivi too. I mean, as long as it stays at this low 100 level. Oh shit, it's hitting another low. Yeah, I'll take it. Eventually. I mean, by the time we get the next deposit, if it starts getting at the, because again, they raised their dividend and they're expected to raise their dividend in the future. Let me see. I was looking at this the other day. Where is it? ABBV. So here's like the dividend calculator here through Bloomberg, but it's just showing you kind of like their forecast and where they expect it to go. And you know, they have a very good history of matching it, which is something that I really, really like. It. They've even moved it a lot here with the stock. But cause I wouldn't sell puts because I mean I could, but I want to collect the dividend, and if anything, I would probably want to buy growth if anything instead of tying it up into a name like that. But one thing you'll see here, when is it? I think coming into so pretty much by the end of next year, we're forecasting another dividend increase. And then from there, I mean, it should, I don't know if it, what's it at right now? I think it's at 142. Or no, I think they might raise it right now. Yeah, look at, you see that? So last dividend is at 130 right now, right? So if the last payout we got on AbbVie was $1.30 a share. So coming into next quarter, they are expecting an increase to 1.42. And then by 2022, end of 2022, we're going to go from 142 to 157. See what I'm saying? And then by the end of 23, we'll be at 170. That's like what? Almost a 30% dividend increase over the next 3 years. But even then, I'm liking that as we start getting into a higher dividend, even by coming into next year, that it just makes the yield on AbbVie a lot more attractive. So that's why it's like, even if the price is now kind of coming down, it's kind of it's going to start resting back at that stage where it starts yielding 5, but now at a higher price. But do you see how, even though what happened when we bought this stock, you know, we were buying it at multiple levels, even from 2019, then you saw 2020 and all of that. But then what started to happen as the price started to go up, the yield would decline. But now that the dividend got raised, even though the stock kept going up after that, if the dividend keeps climbing, the stock is able to settle. It might create a new base on there, essentially. 1 terabit, damn, on an iPhone? That's crazy. So I am liking Airbnb AbbVie a lot. Did I say Airbnb? Airbnb or I was talking about AbbVie, but I did say, I think I messed them up a little bit. Tech is still running. They're selling off their coal unit. We put that out on the stream alert. I didn't make a play on it, but that was just another set of news. iPhone 13 Pro Max. Race is popping. TLT, the nominal bond yields are up. Real yields didn't move with it, but today I think just as a reaction, even with the CPI, it seems like putting money in bonds may have been the immediate reaction, but there was today's CPI had a little bit of everything in it. Let me see if I can find that article for you. Like, here it is. So you got to love when important economic numbers has something for everybody. The ensuing market reaction could give you a nice insight into which way the wind is blowing. Today's big CPI figure was obviously dovish on the surface, with both the headline and core readings falling short of consensus expectations. That being said, there is some evidence that there is a story of weaker aggregate demand rather than a mitigation of supply constraints. At the time of writing, financial assets seem confused about how to interpret the figures. Then we'll see how long that lasts. Anyhow, the transitory declaration of inflation serves as a reminder of the importance of supply and demand. So today got a lot of everything in it, depending on how you wanted to look at it. But again, dovish on the surface. Oh, Apple's selling off. Is the event over? I just found out there is a, what's it called? I think there's a live update on it. Have I heard of CLOs? Yeah, I actually have an old video from 2019 on CLOs. Yeah, so no GSAT news. That's probably why they're going to drop, if anything. He's wrapping up. Apple debuts iPhone 13, camera and chip upgrades, Series 7 watch crams 20% more screen, thinner edge. New iPad includes added features, faster chip, latest iPad mini to support 5G. He's wrapping up proceedings with a recap. Battery life will last more than 2.5 hours longer. There's an enormous amount of video online that's shot with phones to deliver cinematic level to this growing use makes a lot of sense. They're trying to convince us that there's genuine use for filmmakers. The voiceover is claiming filmmakers will make films in a different way. That's it. Nothing shocking. 4 new colors. Even Bloomberg, I mean, there's not even that many things on it. And then let's see what we got. Treasuries rally after CPI. This is a market wrap. Financial energy shares lead the S&P lower. Oil races gain. Dollar weakens versus most major peers. SPY's hitting a new low, actually. So 1120. We got a little bit more time. Again, if you get to 443.50 fast or 443, that will be the dagger there. Because, again, 442 is your 50-day moving averages. See. 443. That's what I'm saying. Watch. It's going to hit 443.90 if it breaks 440, but watch to see if it goes to 443.50. I got the market wrap here. Treasuries rallied. U.S. stocks declined less than forecast after inflation was seen as giving Federal Reserve officials more flexibility when it comes to pulling back on stimulus. Dollar edged lower. Yields on the 10-year rose as much as 6 basis points to 1.26, narrowing the yield gap between short and long maturity debt. Energy, industrials, and financials led the S&P lower. It appears that the continued rally in treasuries due to speculation that some people have that the CPI data pushes off the Fed. That's what Blake Quinn said, strategist at RBC. He said he doesn't agree with that view and continues to see the Feds announce the start of the reduction in November or December. CPI figures offer some validation of views among Fed officials in the Biden administration that high inflation will prove temporary. The report could also help blunt criticism from Republicans that President Joe Biden's economic stimulus spurge is damaging for inflation as he seeks to sell a $3.5 trillion long-term tax and spending package. Focus is firmly on price pressures with the gauge of commodities. Around a decade-high global stock market rally is facing headwinds amid concerns about the Delta virus strain and risks from elevated inflation, which is being stoked by COVID. I don't think this changes much for the Fed, said Elise Ozenbach, Global Market Strategies at J.P. Morgan. She said on Bloomberg TV, tapering is still imminent and the narrative is still very much that inflation is going to be transitory. We expect that 4 to 5% prints to moderate back down to more moderate levels by the end of the year. Elsewhere, Japan's Nikkei closed at the highest level since 1990. Hong Kong and China wavered as traders evaluated the troubles of indebted developer Evergrande and the regulatory curbs and a virus flare-up in China. So that's your market wrap here as far as today. Overseas, reacting again. Today just brought up questions about tapering, and that's why I think you're seeing it. But get ready. We got an hour and a half. If we get a 1% moves, it looks like the Russell doesn't want to go 1%. The Dow's holding on, but we'll see here. The high ticker's frozen. Everything, I mean, the volume looks like it's active, but it still seems relatively slow. Not as slow as some of the summer days that we saw, but 44 million. You're approaching the 4th hour. You're a little bit ahead of average. Having pullbacks. Well, we'll see. Again, that, what's it called? The revival. The reopening revival could be a trade there. And Apple's only down 1.5%, but it's pretty big. Then GSAT down 20. It's Evergrande, that's driving down the market. And again, China did the crackdowns on the casinos, but they're also slowing down because of another virus outbreak. We got some news of that yesterday. I didn't think it would actually come into play here, but it is. And then again, just the data today, I think it's one of those points, just like after we got the what's it called? Just after we got the just like we got the jobs report, it's one of those confusing reactions where you're getting a reaction, but then it's also you're also reacting to the fact of it's still like it puts you 50-50 now. So like what do you guys think? Did today's CPI, did it change anybody's outlook on what was going on with what's going to go on with tapering? Does it change your timeline at all? Nope, not at all. Not enough info. Nope, CPI was terrible. Nope, CPI confirmed it's time to taper. Nope, just confirmed it's transitory. Nope, changed my NFT habits. Definitely, no. Inflection, it's there. Where do I see SPY closing tomorrow? Tomorrow's going to be Wednesday. If Wednesday's ugly, Thursday maybe bounce, and then Friday, but we'll see. I mean, if we get another Friday, I mean, we didn't have down Friday, down Monday, barely yesterday, but this still doesn't look too good. But you're barely breaking 444 right there, so let's see. So it seems like it didn't change opinions for a lot of you guys. So I think there's a room for some argument, and that's what it could be. But like some people, I mean, that one guy said, that one quote I read, he said he disagrees with the view and says that this confirms the tapering. So we will see. Trying to impulse. I did not. I think tonight we're going to get a lot of other data. Norm MacDonald died along a private battle. Who's Norm MacDonald? Comedian, former SNL Weekend Update. SPY's coming down now. You lost about 0.25% right there. Or not 0.25%, 0.2 off of the 444. So let's see, 11:30. VIX is screaming. Wait till the bonds start moving again. Yeah, VIX is up. I mean, you're still just barely hanging on to that 20 handle on the actual VIX. Dollar just did. Virtue's on the high. Softer than expected inflation reading phase. That sucks because we got the CPI today, but it just traded like we did the last 3 days. Gap up and then sell off continuing. I mean, it does look like liquidation. I would hate to say it. I mean, it's just been literally, it's just been selling at the VWAP constantly. And like you literally have been barely above it once for the last 3 days. I mean, what? 1, 2, 3 times in the last 3 days you've hopped above VWAP and then it sold. So that's where I said, you know, when you look, that's how I would use VWAP, is because again, bigger funds and stuff, they use VWAP to not disrupt the market as much, essentially. Calendar consumer sentiment on Friday. So that could be a big one because remember that unexpectedly it crashed pretty big last month. So Michigan consumer sentiment's coming out. That's going to be key. And then what's it called? That and then China data tonight. I don't have access to that app anymore, the black app for the short sell. CPI was better than expected. It had to be very, very better than expected. So it literally came in at the, what was the number? It came in at expectation. So the survey was 5.3. Core did a little bit, but I was saying if it really, really fell below that. Treasury to release $13 billion of emergency rental assistance. Nice. Barely any change. Sell it off again. Facebook on the low too. Oh no, I thought Facebook was. That's weird. It showed up on the high ticker or the low ticker. Microsoft's still up. See, Microsoft's still up a lot. Yeah, financials were doing really good this morning. Or at least some of them, but then some really, really, like Goldman was up 2 and now it's down 1.5. Hope us still with Richest Man of Babylon, baby. Amen. It's a good book. It's a life changer. We don't hear transitory as much. Yeah, I think, and some people are starting to believe it more. VWAP is volume-weighted average price. Okay, if I drop OG Colt videos, of course. Apple looking transitory, Coinbase looking regulatory, bought the dip. It's redder than lava out of my portfolio, looking weak. Like I got, oh, is that a wrap? SPY new low 443.75. OPAD is popping. I think this was a runner from earlier this morning. And SPY started again. Volume looks like it's getting a little higher. Yeah, again, it's just one of, you've seen this a couple times on some of these days. Market sells off, a couple of these hype stocks kind of take the lead and do their own thing. So I think OPAD's one of them. Oil's unchanged. Well, China of investors protesting. That was the last 2 days. It's a big part of it. 100%. That's what I mean, again, yesterday's watch list, like I said, it seems like I did think inflation is part of this situation, but it also, just like we got today, it seems like the market got the data and is just continuing what it was doing the whole time. So I just think there's bigger stuff open in the market right now, and that could be what you have in China, but also the debt ceiling too. I just don't think anybody should forget about that. And I think because I kind of forgot about it, but then when I look at the clock, I'm like, damn, it's already middle of September right now. And they said they only had a month left on it. You need 442. You're right, dude. This is just like 2 weeks ago. You're about to be right at the 50-day moving average, or we're like just like last time. I think we were within a point of it. So you're within a point of it. Are we actually going to test it or not? Is the real question. Selling off. Is it buttering it? 443. Dude, this could be the moment of truth here, because if it goes through 440, again, 443.50, this is now the game's heating up here, because you still got an hour and a half here. But if it really does go through, that's going to get ugly in the loop. You can see the volume has recently picked up a little bit here. Yes, these corrections, it happens every time during the middle of the month. We showed it I have one of the charts I put on the watch list. But I'm going to go to the bathroom. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hi chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the Nightly Watch List and main channel. Main channel, second link. I mean, a lot of this stuff we have talked about. I'll see if I can find that chart for you. But make sure you guys are there. We'll talk about a lot. And follow me on Instagram, @TheTradingFraternity. Say hello to somebody. Tell them you love them. Don't panic too heavy. It's a good day still. Don't you worry, man. Don't you worry. I'm back. 443.52. 1 terabit potential game changer. Norm. And I've closed the Myrna. Let's see. So people are talking about core being a little too bad. So even though core has gone down, the year of Bureau of Labor Statistics started publishing what might be called a core measure of inflation, obviously tailored for the post-pandemic environment. It excludes energy and food as well as shelter and used cars and trucks. Are you fucking me? That's crazy. So they did really alter it. So even this is core. So this is literally, if you look at core, excluding energy, food, and housing and cars. That's crazy. Core, because it's literally, core is just excluding energy and food, and then now it's excluding energy, food, and then housing, and then autos. It's just literally everything that went up, and then that's what they're saying here is that it's obviously tailored for the post-pandemic environment. It excludes energy and food and shelter and used cars. That means it excludes the sector which had the most extreme transitory inflation emerging from the pandemic. The good news is that it's down from the peak 2 months ago. The neutral news is that it's still unchanged from July to August. The bad news is that even after all of these exclusions, it's still well above the top end of the Fed's inflation target. Jeez. Now they're saying, unfortunately, this leaves the debate open and will drag on a while longer. Oh man, that's awful. I need to screenshot this one. See, this one's probably gonna come in the watch list. Cause this is crazy. Oh, there's the butterfly thing. Bro, core. I knew my chicken went up in price in. You're surprised that they edited the basket? No, I'm surprised that they had to do 3 types of inclusions, and it's still at 3%. Just shy of 4%. I thought they were just doing core, and then I thought they made like the use. I did not. They're not even factoring in shelter costs. That's crazy. Like, that's absolutely insane. I pull up my Robinhood. I can. I got clapped today. I just fell below the 140. Been hanging around that 140 mark for a while. That's like kind of been the break even. I did good so far. I mean, we were a little bit lower than that. Just held on to a lot of different things. You can see there, 3 months from the top of June got clapped. 1 year, again, about relatively the same. So, and then all time, you know, we're still doing good, baby. Just got a little choppy with it. It follows in an inflate. I feel like my account follows the CPI chart in a weird way. So it kind of topped out, came up near the high last month around there, and then bloop. And we're back here. So I'm still confident, though. I mean, I like what I'm holding. And then I added the leaps to it today. And then, no, they never let me transfer the account because it kept changing. So they're like, oh, you have to send it. Every time I would make a trade, the only way I would have to pretty much be inactive for like 2 to 3 weeks if I wanted to switch from Robinhood. What's happening in China looks like Occupy. Somebody sent me an email this morning on it. Let me double check that one. I don't think it's that. I mean, how bad can it get in China? I mean, last time a protest happened in Hong Kong, 22 million cell phones were canceled or they died. Let's see.
Largest property developer Evergrande are protesting, demanding their money back. Nearly 300 real estate companies reportedly filed for bankruptcy this year. If Evergrande joins the list, it could send shockwaves through China's economy. NTD's Evelyn Lee reports.
These are the protests. Oh, shit.
Chaotic scenes at the headquarters of China's Evergrande Group. Roughly 100 investors crowded the lobby on Monday, chanting, "Give us our money back." Evergrande, once China's biggest property developer, is also the world's most debt-saddled property developer, according to the New York Times. Now, many investors and buyers are airing their frustration.
We sold everything we had, both of those apartments, so that we could buy a property with Evergrande because of you. I expected tens of millions of yuan, but I haven't even received an invoice. This has been going on since May.
Du Liang, the general manager of Evergrande's wealth management division, reportedly remained in the lobby overnight, with protesters taking turns to air their grievances. The company has liabilities of more than $300 billion.
Bro, are they just, that's the founder?
That is higher than Finland's GDP in 2020.
What?
This debt is partly a result of Evergrande's highly risky business model.
Bro.
It would borrow loans to buy
They
land,
literally
then
just have the
develop
guy
and sell
sitting there and
homes
they're
at
just
lower
yelling at
margins
him.
for fast turnover. Evergrande has been on life support for months, but this time Beijing is not stepping in. Chinese regulators want to fix the property sector's bad habit of borrowing too much. And with China's crackdown turning its focus onto the real estate market, nearly 300 real estate companies declared bankruptcy this year. That's according to Chinese news media, the Time Weekly. Evergrande owes foreign investors more than $7 billion in bond payments for just next year. Now George Soros warns that an Evergrande default could cause China's economy to crash. Evelyn Lee, NTD News.
Chinese fintech giant Alipay has a major restructure on the way.
And they just go on. And in other news, the government is making sure Alibaba cannot breathe. So this is what happens when you lend too much. Damn. It didn't, but it doesn't seem that bad. I mean, bro. I was more scared watching what was happening in Portland last year than watching all of them yell at a manager in a lobby taking pictures. So it's not, I mean, I think it's bad, but I think, it's going to take a lot more. I think it's going to take a lot more to push it over the edge. It's still it's a weird situation. I mean, again, if Evergrande fails, it's awful, but I just don't know what would happen in that sense, where I think it would just take more time, even with what's it called? There has to really be a watershed moment of everything getting really, really clapped. And like you would have to actually get the default notice before it affects the market. I think the market's definitely worried about it, and it's definitely in focus, but it's still not. It hasn't hit the point of, oh my gosh, China's biggest developer just crashed. You know what I'm saying? It's just beginning. Yeah, I agree. I could agree with that. I think something is brewing. I mean, think we were talking Evergrande on the watch list 2 weeks ago when it first hit its all-time low in Hong Kong, and then again it's hitting an even lower low, I believe, today. Let me see if I can see the stock price. Oh, it does kind of look like Lehman already, but it could still drop a little bit more. So this is in Hong Kong. This is the actual Hong Kong stock quote. You can see here. Where are they at today? Today they're down a little bit. Like, even take a look at the last month. So you can see the last month, I mean, they've dropped 50% in the last month after dropping what? In July they were at 7, and they even in the 6 month they dropped another 50%. They almost killed the manager. Nah, that wasn't that bad. I mean, again, just think about any grievance in America, and if we put somebody responsible in the middle of the crowd, do you think people would just take pictures, circle them, and yell at them one at a time? They would kill them here. And that's what makes it sound so weird, because we're America, not China. But that's not that bad. I don't think so. This will translate to stock market here if there is an indeed crash there. So, like, you would have to have Evergrande fully default on the loans. But again, I mean, you don't think about what's gonna. I think you want tinfoil? You want tinfoil? Y'all want to bring out the tinfoil? I could bring out the tinfoil. Okay, if you want me to bring out the tinfoil, I bring out the tinfoil. Okay? Right now, you have two potentially big defaults. One of them is more likely, the Evergrande, right? It's like a ship, the Evergrande. That is likely to sink. It's up there in terms of an actual default. The real effect, who knows? But then there's another potential default that is also having the wheels turning right now. Anybody know what that is? Someone already said it. The debt ceiling. So a technical default on our debt. So essentially, I think they might play a game of who's going to clap first. So if Evergrande could stay afloat by the end of the year, before anything happens in our sense, then you're going to blame America. And then vice versa. If Evergrande defaults before, you blame China. So that's the tinfoil. Is that you have two big potential bond situations unfolding right now, but it's a game of chicken. Yeah. It's you're just running it to the edge and seeing who's going to get clapped first. SPY's coming down. You're about a point away from the 50-day moving average. Who's ready to buy the dip? This is your moment. This is your moment. This is the technical buy the dip level is approaching. Let's see. I can't talk more about the debt ceiling. We will. I think it's very important. Again, Evergrande and debt ceiling are two issues in the market that I think everybody's just too busy talking about transitory or not. But I think that has lost its hype. The tapering isn't as bad as what could be affected with everything else. Dude, this is looking ugly. I'm gonna keep up the moving average. You're right there, 442.20. So one more point on the S&P, you will trigger the technical analysis by the dip level that the market has bounced off of 7 times this year. Again, this is why I'm highlighting the 50-day moving average. It's just like you guys have noticed the pattern of middle month volatility. Literally one time in January, 2 times in March, another time 3 in April and March again, another bounce in April, another bounce in May, then June. How many is that? 1, 2, 3. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So this would be the 9th time in the last 12 months. I'm scared. Well, you shouldn't, because again, what I'm showing you right here is that depending on how it trades at this level, then that's it. It's either everybody is gonna, that's it. They saved all their powder, and it's gonna bounce up from here, and then everyone's gonna be even 10 times more pissed off and confused. It's like, I told you, and they'll be like, "Gosh, should crash already." And or it breaks through, and then it turns into a margin liquidation event for some people, and then we get to a more 5% correction type level. Puts where? I got Alibaba, JD. I got a couple. I have smaller puts, and then I have the plays that we made on both TLT and bonds. But I'm waiting for a clear trigger. I think we could play it probably right before it happens. I'm not really trying to lead it too heavy, because the market is just stupid right now. I mean, it's just in this slow, weird phase. It's dealing with back and forth news. That's what I'm saying. I mean, to the point where the market is I'm calling it stupid, because it is focusing so much on this taper talk, when at the same time you have Evergrande and mainly the debt ceiling, and then all of these potential tax bills that are going to come in and start to change the framework as we enter 2022. Don't forget, a lot of this shit was announced in 2021 at the beginning. Most of it comes into effect at 2022. Sure enough, fiscal year's about to wrap up here, and then, you know, we're going to be right there. But that's what I'm saying is that you're getting, the market is just, it's in this mode where it's like you could feel a certain type of way every other week. There's enough data to confirm it, but I need this story to shift, and I need a real trigger. Give me a currency popping off. Give me a bond indicator. Give me a default. You want me to play heavy puts right now, I just need a trigger. That's all right now. That's what I'm waiting for. That's why, think about it. Ever since the BABA shit, I've been going back and forth on the BABA, the China stocks. We've been getting those plays and being able to hit those, but that had a trigger. So now it's waiting for the everything else to start triggering as well. But until we get that, fair, I hope you realize there's a reason why I'm still buying stocks too. There's still value stocks in play. If there's no trigger in the next 6 months, that's going to be another fucking 10%, 15% you're going to miss out on. So that's where I'm trying to balance it out here. But it's there's a lot going on. Just pay attention to the juggling of, and then really try to factor out which piece is the most important. That's why I'm saying, we've been playing a lot of taper talks. We've been analyzing it very well. We've been on top of it. But that's where I'm saying it's not producing the market effect, because every time there's a taper event or a data, right when the market gets it, it's already looking for the next set next week. So it's like that's not going to cause the trigger there, but what's going to be the trigger will be the debt ceiling or Evergrande or China. China is either going to get literally Chinese economic collapse, or we have picture the Afghanistan situation, but financially. That's what the debt ceiling is. I think it's the best way to say it. It's something that we've dealt with decades. We've dealt with it for over 10, 15 years. History has shown how we've handled it. Usually, we don't have some sort of blunder like we've had. But in this case, if they manage the debt ceiling situation as poorly as they did Afghanistan, where it's not handled ahead of time, it is not given the same attention, and it's kind of expected that, you could just do something at the last minute, then you just run into 2013, 2010, and that's where you get an issue there. So we'll see, but the debt ceiling is more historical protection with it, or to back it up. As far as I have those old plays with a lot of time, even though they're clapped now, I don't doubt them to come to life if there was real volatility. You see what I'm saying? If we get like a little bit of a fucking, barely 2% and then it bounces right back up, you know what I'm saying? Or like a quick 1% and then it bounces right back up. Those aren't going to make your puts come back to life. But anything with a large amount of time, if you get real liquidation, they will come back, and then the individual names and other stuff. And then at that point, if that started to happen, we could essentially confirm the bigger move and then go for a play. You see what I'm saying? So it's like we will pay premium, but on cheaper puts. So if something did break right now, the puts would start to increase in premium, but chances are they're going to be a lot cheaper than what they were 3 to 6 months ago. You see what I'm saying? And then from there, we could react and still position quite well. That's why I'm saying I don't want to go too early. And then I have enough of little shit in there that will still give us some good place markers and see where we're at. The best example is my BABA puts. Do you remember the BABA? I missed out on some at the beginning of the year. They expired, but then I got more longer-term ones. I was down 70% at those, and then eventually I sold them for 900%. And then I hit the 3,000% on the week before by playing it literally the week before. So you see so it's like some of them are going to get lost in the game, but if you have enough time on something and something does get triggered, we will be able to go and we'll be able to double dip on it. Oil is actually up, and oil, that's what I'm saying. We're fighting against the reflation trade essentially again, the reopening revival. Because if that comes back, and that's what commodities are showing, that could be that makes things a little more difficult to read. And again, you would, and if that's the case, the market will just shift back into zones where value does good, tech lags for a little bit, but that doesn't mean something has been triggered. So yeah, that good is that good mix of tinfoil and, like, you know, does that appease the bears and bulls right there? Do you see kind of how I'm looking at it? That's why you're gonna just need patience. We need a certain level of patience to play it out. I don't want to get too jumpy. I mean, you can, even if you take the logic I said, if you really feel worried, you're just going to pay the premium. You could pay for it now. Worst case scenario, if it bounces from here, your puts go down 30 to 40%. And then if you're expecting something with October, it comes down a month later, and then they might come back to life. But that's the key, is get time on this. I wouldn't even go for a 1 month play unless I could confirm, okay, we got some fuckery in the markets to take advantage of. So yeah, that's it. That's good, right? It's good. It's my B-Day, and all I want is everyone's chest to the sun. May it be forever to the sun, Mr. Bradley. Honored with your presence, and you will live to see another day here as thy birthday circles around the sun. On! We didn't, yeah, last month we didn't break the 50 DMA. That's why I was bringing it up here. Because again, everybody's loaded right now. This is the real test of both retail and buy the dip mentality right now. It has not broken it all year. We almost tested it last month, but it came back. So 1 month later on the dot, mid-month expiration. But the point, I think you're hitting this one. We hit this one coming into a weekend, though, I'm pretty sure, or right before. So this one's moving a little bit faster. So we'll see. See what's about to happen next. Okay. Friday quad witching. Business community start weighing in on the dangers of a debt default. What? Speak of the devil. No way. Hold on, Shumi. What did young Shumi say? That'd be the last. Why would they even say that? You don't even say that. Schumer, if you listen, don't even say that. Yeah, majority speaks at news conference. There's 5 major items that they must deal with. Appropriations, debt limit, and nominations. Cannot have federal government. He's literally saying this right now as we're talking. Let me see if I could get him live. Anybody have a live of him? Because of the irony of him saying that right now. But then he says, see, this is where I think they're going to... This is where they might... The fact that he said all of that, and then he's saying that voting rights and reconciliation are 2 huge issues. They might. That's what I'm worried about. In a weird way, whatever happened with I don't know. Is that weird to compare? I said this to lending tips the other day. I just think that it's weird to compare, but I think it holds weight that given how the Afghanistan situation was handled, I am applying it to the debt ceiling. It sounds a little weird at first, but I do think that the way that situation was handled, because it was something where it was like, okay, obviously if you pull out and do something that fast, there's going to be an issue. Just because the situation was handled, it was such an easy situation to a degree. I mean, obviously it was complex, but to make they made such an obvious error that I'm afraid that could happen here, essentially. I mean, one way I relate to it was, but it was more relatable, like if you looked at, like when Donald Trump got elected, nobody thought he was going to get elected. I don't know if you guys remember that in 2016, 2017, right? So I didn't think he was going to get elected until June 2016. Because what happened in June 2016 gave me a hint that Trump might actually win. And what happened in 2016 was the Brexit vote. Because Brexit wasn't supposed to get voted for. It wasn't supposed to happen. And then once there was that error in Brexit where it's like, okay, wait, there was like a cultural tide shift in there where the fact that Brexit turned out to be a surprise, that's where I was like, okay, I think now you might see that carry over. So fast forward to today, last month we see one of the bad, events kind of happen. It might lead into, I just think a lack of being there, essentially. Lack of just being on top of the issue, focusing on so many other things. I think that could carry over into the debt ceiling. Again, if Schumer's saying voting issues and reconciliation are the big key, when you have the debt ceiling, I think that could be a problem. But we'll see. That's totally speculation. Yeah, pretty much running out of time thinking they have more time to resolve like Afghanistan. Exactly. Or to the sense of just not giving it the same focus and attention, whereas if you do that too late, it could create a really big problem. HRG. You see Oklahoma, Como? Yeah, we showed it up there, bro. It was beautiful. Brought us all the moments of listening to Como, too. We tried to get a face reveal on you. We couldn't find it. It was close, but it was good. We loved it. Hope you're doing good out there, bro.
Additional nominations with
I think there's something, but I think it's a little older. No, that was it was like some live feed I put it on. But we bounced there right above the you probably got a little bit of support trying to front run that 50-day moving average, so let's see. When all is exposed, half you idiots gonna feel so stupid. Well, I think there's a lot of good souls in the chat, and I think there's a lot of educated people who will be able to pivot and make their moves. You know what I'm saying? And I think it'll be great. I guess it'll be great. I think, and we wish the best on everybody. Don't be afraid of a little bit of peace. You'd be surprised how far it could take you. The greatest depression is here. What will be exposed? That's what he said. I'm just responding to it. Because, again, I think a lot of people have this mentality where it's like you have a lot of battling between the buy the dippers and then the people who keep buying the market versus the people who think it's going to crash. Then you got the battle between the people who vote for this or don't vote for this, or if you say something and it sounds like you voted for that, but then they judge you for voting on that, even if you didn't vote and you sound like, you know what I'm saying? There's a lot of back and forth right now. That animosity is still there, but, I love the cult. I think a lot of people in here are reasonable enough and smart enough to understand why wishing peace on everybody is usually the W, and that, You got the armor on, you will be prepared under any environment, and it's all about how you react to things. So hopefully you don't overreact to the small stuff, the marginal stuff that really won't affect your life as much, versus taking care of yourself, your family, your own personal finances, and understanding that you could do so without ever wishing harm upon anybody. You would never need to do that. You would never need to do that. That's what's beautiful. That's what's beautiful about it. People are speculative. What's the problem? I agree with that. I don't see any problem to a degree, you know. My sister texted me. No, I haven't even logged into her account. I don't even know what it's at, man. I'm going to just tell her she lost her money in the Great Recession. She'd be like, what? I'll be like, yeah, the real estate market crashed in 2008, and now you're just out of luck. She's like, what? Republicans only know hate. I think both parties, anybody who goes on enough to, or whether they're Republican or Democrat, and just goes out on a random group of people and just judges them and says they're this and that, I think that is the hateful group, my friend. And no title protects you from that. Whether you call yourself a Republican or Democrat, both parties are disgustingly guilty of that. And that's why I think it's a shame that they got the average American to do their bidding and attack each other, which is just horrendous when you really look at it. But, you know, and that's why I think there's good people that's the thing everyone sleeps on in America. Don't fucking underestimate the good people in America, the Democrats that are good, the Republicans that are good. That's one thing America will always have. Yes, there's a lot of evil, a lot of shit storms, a lot of people who are very negative and like to do all that. But at the end of the day, you know, it's just there's some good people on both sides. That's why I'm honored. I mean, here I have a lot of people of very different political backgrounds, you know, and I think there's a lot of neutral people because they vibe with me on that sense. Yes, I have my bias, and my bias is always going to be helping the common man because that's the family I grew up in, and that's what I believe in, and that's why I do things for free, and I will offer stuff that people will say under a guise of helping people, and then they'll charge for. So it all comes down to that, and that's why I think we got people in here on both sides, whatever they believe. But then there's people on both sides who do take it upon themselves to spread hate and attack each other and judge somebody just because of what they want to voice their opinion or say something. So it is what it is, but don't underestimate the good of America and the good of the people in here, I would say, without a doubt. And that's why I think if your heart is in the right place, if you stay focused, don't get lost in the sauce, you will be fine under any market environment, baby. Watch. Just watch. If you haven't already. You know, remember, March 2020, we were in there, baby. We were in there. We were in there before and after. So, don't even trip. Don't even trip. How many Democrats attack? Sean, what do you do for a living? I feel like I'm the TikTok guy. The point is, I don't know how many people were there in that. Was that an awful event? Yes, 100%. But it's not your job to attack people in the chat room. That's why I'm asking what you do for a living. Because are you a political nominee? Are you elected? Do you get paid for it? Like, just show some love, man. That's it. You clearly don't like a certain group of people. I don't like anybody who's just aggressive in that sense on both sides. Feel free to have your own opinion. Just be nice to everybody. That's all. That's all I'm saying. Get his ass. I will, but also too, some of you Harley Davidson riders. Okay? Everybody needs peace and love. That's all it is. And at the same time, I'm not even going to go down the rabbit hole. The point is, wow, people are arguing. There's going to be a moment where a lot of us are going to be setting up and making money while people are just missing the point. You see what I'm saying? That's it. It's not shit on justifying shit on Warren. It's not it technically is my job. Again, why did I say it relates to me? It's very, very simple. It's very, very simple. And I remember you now. You were the guy who got mad I banned you 2 weeks ago or some shit. Yeah, I could see it through your messages. It's beautiful. But that is my job. My job it was related to the SEC spreading financial knowledge and how the accessibility of markets is going to go to people or not. I think I firmly weigh in on that situation, and that's why I'll call someone out on their bullshit if it is bullshit. That's all. You want to bring me $100 example. We grew up not in the brightest of circumstances, and the fact that my parents don't even speak English, and I have this opportunity to do what I've done, and now people want to say they're going to change this in regulatory when all the money's going to go to people who are already rich, and I'm out here teaching people for free, and I have people every day, oh, I'm financial education, fine, then they'll charge them thousands of dollars, and everybody say, oh, financial education, but then we're going to spread pump and dumps, and I'm the one over here giving people shit for free, saying get a long term, do all of this every single day, in and out, whether there's a lot of viewers or a little viewers, baby, I stay the same on that. So it's very, very, I could weigh in on that situation, and I will even have the decency to acknowledge my bias for the people who don't agree with me, and that's because I respect everybody, but I'm going to call it how I see it. That's all it is. So, but I still respect you. I'll leave it on that, but the point is, there's there's a difference between people here who want to spread hate. I mean, I get it. I mean, it's good when it's easy to call people out on stuff that's bad. It gives people some people see it as a gift. They could point out what's wrong with it. I encourage you to see what's right in it, but just get ready. That's all. I'm saying both sides are the real winners will emerge from this. And that's what the point I'm saying is, the politics is all bullshit. There's scum on both aspects of it. And I think anybody with clear, open eyes can see it. And it just boils down to coming in the game, being ready, playing both sides of it. But are you going to protect your family? Are you going to protect your finances? And are you going to focus on what really matters? Or are you going to argue with your neighbor or internet buddy down the street? That's all it really comes down to. Lou, I feel like the clapback was the second field. I didn't even see that as a clapback. Don't talk on someone accomplishing the same thing you claiming you want. The difference is, I don't say I want free financial education and then go raise millions of dollars and then give it to everybody but that. I'm sorry. Jordan, I love you, man. Why do you keep wasting my time, man? I'm sorry. I banned you once before. Just walk away, please. I'm going to walk away now. But I'm glad you keep showing up. Clearly, you see some level of value in here. Because most people, I say one thing, they're really, really quick to leave, you know? And I hope you can learn from them. Because I don't get why people put themselves in that environment where it's like, if you don't like something there, so you clearly respect me for some reason, so otherwise you wouldn't show up. That's why it's just like, come on. Like, I'm sorry you want to stand for Elizabeth Warren more than somebody who's out here doing what they say every single day. It's just different. It's just different. Yes. The politician. I've gotten a disdain for a lot of it on both sides. Stand for Miss Warren. Yes, you know I'm. It's a joke. Brushing up on survival skills. Well, I'm just saying, I think financially, though. I mean, protect your finances, and where, again, this all started because people were saying, like, you know, worried about the market. Then people are talking about this and that, where I'm just saying, you know, focus on what really matters, and, you know, read between the lines, and you know, just stay in the game. But the real things that are going to be at key, when it's all said and done, you're going to want to make sure that your finances are in check so you could do whatever you want and live the life that you want, especially if there's turmoil or lack thereof or whatever. I love you, Josh, even if you make Muggsy Bogues look like Yao Ming. Hey, that's not... I feel you. I feel you. Who's ready for winter? Winter may come in 6 months. That's, again, everything boils down. Everything we've even talked about here, it is boiling down to if you don't see an event materialize off of these events soon, the opposite is a rally. I hope that's clear, because any of the technicals, analysts, historical trends, when we enter this moment where there's like a lot of complexity and potential volatility, if that doesn't materialize to the downside, it's going to materialize on the upside. So that's what makes this so just like you got to be in the game. Buy Uber. I like Uber. I want more Uber. I was thinking about that the other day. Oof. 38? Oh, man, my sister's going to kill me. I should just change the password on her account real quick. You're buying more. I might. Not now. Not now. Maybe at the 50-day moving average. I love you too, Derbs. God bless you. 13 shares of Uber right quick. Do we sell the rest of the next week then? We don't know. Next week you're getting Powell. That's why every single day, but I think you have two timelines playing out right now. You have everything happening domestically in the United States and Powell tapering inflation, and that's one factor, but I think everybody's focusing on that. But now what's going on in China, Evergrande, and then our debt ceiling, I think that's the other one. And then we're coming down here. You only got 40 minutes left, so that bought us a nice, 30, 40 minutes of this little drop and pop. I know you don't know. What's your gut telling you? Do we keep selling up here? My gut is telling me to respond when you see the trigger. Is wait for the no-brainer. That's what it is. Because it's just too now. I'm saying the story's starting to change and there's some confusion, but I need the trigger to hit. That's when you don't buy the dip. You want to be early with shares, not with options. Exactly. Budget universe, all the times they wait for last minute. That's exactly, I agree with that. That's why historically the debt ceiling should just be a normal freak out. Everybody goes back to normal. But I feel like we are in a different political environment right now where they're trying to focus on 6 different things. And then we've already seen what's happened. Even again, it's a bad comparison, but it does give me, I can't ignore it for the sake of missing the mark on something that is been handled in the past, but then they didn't. And I'm talking about Afghanistan. So the point is that the debt ceiling should not be an issue. They should resolve this just as they have in the past, but now we have the taper stuff. They're looking at that. They're trying to pass all these bills. They're saying they need a voting bill. They need this and that. And then we've already had updates for the last 3 months on the debt ceiling. We have not gotten an update at all. There's no, and then now as people are fighting over the spending bills, that's naturally going to carry over into the debt ceiling. And then as people are worrying about all of that stuff, and then now they want to look at other political issues. They even want to factor in environmental change and all this other stuff. And not saying that stuff is important, but more so there's a clear-cut deadline. And if that does get lagged and they don't really address it the same way as they did with Afghanistan, it might do there. And I'm just looking at Afghanistan because it's like, wait a minute. If we saw one political ball dropped already, now that raises the probability of another political mishap occurring in something that should be solved pretty easily. The debt ceiling talk, I don't know. They should have it by, I believe, by like October. The only date is running out of money, and that date started at the beginning of August. Now it's September 14th. So a month and a half has gone by where the halt has already came in place, right? So if you have another month left, and that's by conservative estimates, October 15th to the end of October, those are when you run out of money. At that point, if we run out of money and they have not made a plan to either do a stopgap, delay it, or keep going from there, then you're going to run into another issue. You see, and then at that point, it leads to a technical default where they're going to have to, and then it leads to even a messed up political situation because let's say we run out of money on October 15th, October 31st, right? Halloween. We run out of money and there's no decision in place because they're still trying to work out the budget and everything else. What is the government going to do? They have the decision to either pay back debt or pay Social Security. So if you think about it, that's literally, how do you think the public will take it now? We ran out of money. We had another political issue. You see how everybody will even fight about random political stuff still to this day. You're going to have both sides go against each other. And then now the question is, do you pay back China and Japan or do you pay back Social Security? And then most people, they might do it. They might end up not defaulting, but it could lead. I don't think the administration would want to go down saying, yes, we ran out of money. We didn't agree to a deal. And we decided first to pay back China's bond payments versus funding our social services. That's not going to fly in 2021. You see what I'm saying? And then if anything to the contrary, they might absorb a technical default. Who knows? And then worst case, you get a downgrade from one of the credit agencies. That's it. Not to mention chip shortage from Apple. Yes. So that's if you get to October 30th with no decision. But now you pretty much have 2 weeks and we'll really be closer to the deadline. But October 15th, that's when you start running into a wall. In a normal timeline, major political debate would be this instead of vaccines. But now even if vaccines is part of it, but take out the vaccines, what do you still have? They're trying to negotiate several multi-trillion-dollar spending deals. And then how they're going to tax it, who they're going to tax, where's this money going to come from? And then now if you can't get agreement on any of those, how are you going to get agreement on this debt ceiling? And then now, if both sides are highly incentivized to fuck with each other like they did to Obama in 2010, then you run into the same situation where now there's literally 4 other things happening right now. Again, and then COVID, vaccines, all of that is on top of it. Meanwhile, Asan Derulo, high of the day, baby. 4%. This thing is crazy. It will clap the market if we reach a technical default. That's why I'm saying there's other things going on in the market right now because the clock is ticking on the debt ceiling now. So it's saying it's not going to clap the market just yet, but if every week that goes by without a meaningful advancement, the situation starts to get more grave. Fred October, Gwen Stefani. Okay. Okay, 30 minutes left. Are we gonna 50-day moving average? I think it'll defend. If not, that'll be a crazy move tomorrow morning. If we close below the 50-day moving average or if we close on top, I think a lot of pre-market moves might happen. We gap under. We haven't had a gap in a minute, though. Or we did. We had a gap up the other day, but then just sold off. But again, everything, I hope you guys realize, everything we're talking about, it's speculation, though. I really hope you guys could understand that. That's why I'm saying I love talking about it, and there's so much information related to it, but it doesn't create an actionable move just yet. I really hope you guys can realize that, because this is still, everybody's still figuring everything out at the same time. That's why you see how the markets are. Do not underestimate the market to really get this situated, or at least something acceptable enough to calm some of the fear. B-Day Halloween. We can't run out of money on my B-Day. Shout out to Cole Armand. Happy Halloween birthday. Be safe out there. Be safe out there, Horn. I'm sorry. Ooh. Cash balance. Amen. Amen. Come in. Yeah, Baba, and then let's see, where are my plays at? Do you see what I did? Now they're up 75%, but I still have weekly exposure, but then I just rolled over to the Octobers. They're a little further out the money. And then the JDs. The second set is up. Oh, I thought I grabbed more of those yesterday. The Novembers are only down 30, though. About the 55s for 7 day. There it is. It's breaking below 443.32. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I think at least some of the bigger tech names are holding up very well, though. Like Facebook's still positive. Microsoft's still up a 1%. So it's not that bad. I think a lot of the middle market is dropping. This is the SMA, I'm pretty sure. Simple moving average. It might. I mean, let's see here. It's going to be a really good close. Yeah, however this day closes, it will say a lot. Now we finally got a 1% day on the Russell. Dow's about to do 1%. That's the real kicker. Again, we haven't had it in a long time. No 1% market move. So, yeah, I don't know. It still may not even do it. right, here it is. Dip buyers, S&P slumping and nearing its 50-day moving average, which stands at the 4429 level. Technical level served as a key support, held up since November, and may be the best spot to watch. So it's a market update. Again, they're highlighting what I just showed you right here. So you're right there. Again, we kind of tipped it, but this one's a little bit bigger than last month. We didn't have to go as low since we elevated. So very, very key moment here. Again, and it has slipped below it. So it's not like if it breaks it, it's total collapse. That's why I'm saying, you know, anything could happen here. Mm-mm-mm. Mm, 29 million on the sell side. Interesting. The best thing since wrestling. Nvidia 650 call sweep, a Micron 530 call sweep, and a bunch of call sweeps on the chip makers. Citi watching slowdown in China, partly driven by Delta. CFO is at a virtual investor conference. SPRT, I don't know. I think that was just a hype stock that has gone back and forth. So I think it's more at the mercy of the retail trader versus the general market. Again, other than that, this is just one of those run-ups. They're coming down again. Gotta check the Fibonacci's dead. IRNT, IronNet was a hype. So again, some of them are dropping, some are just taking the safety there. They're just kind of just attracting money. So you're going to get a lot of weird moves here. I think the market is started. The market's getting nervous. It's what I think the market wants to see how we test the bounce at the 50-day moving average. This is going to say a lot. 4229, 4429. We're literally right there. Right there. We're still at 443 though. I bought Leaps today on Airbnb. Well, 4429 is what Bloomberg is saying on the SPX. I got 2024 Leaps. I did not add to the Shopify puts. No. They were like slightly down today. I don't know if they came back. I think I'm still down on them. Very surprised. I think it dropped a little bit lower yesterday. Would I ghetto spread it that far? No, I want the shares of that company. I mean, I just want to build on that. I'm gonna own a lot of Airbnb. I mean, I think I made it clear, but so that's just part of it. That way I could get it on the other account because I don't have some on the Robinhood account. And I said, you know, first day, second day of the 2024 Leaps. So we'll throw in some. We'll go write it in there. That may I get to slowly increase my exposure. If it ever does drop, I will be able to get even more, and that's already been my plan. And then it could open me up for some other stuff. My Chick-fil-A, dude. Oh, dude. Get like a pepper jack cheese, dude, with a little bit of Chick-fil-A, a little lemonade. Oh, dude, diet lemonade, low calorie, dude. Perfect for the Fibonacci, dude, healthcare plan. Oh, it's great. If you have more shares than CEO or executives, will they call you in for meetings? I think so. You'll be entitled to. Where people would try to solicit your votes, since you would wield an extraordinary amount of influence in that company. NRXP pop. NRXP Pharma up 20%. It's moving now off the bottom. Not seeing news on it. City trader revenue will be down by percentages and low to mid-teens year over year. We got 20 minutes left. 20 minutes to drop half a point. Volume is actually pretty high for the most. I think after, you're probably going to get 20 more million by the end of close or after hours. Would I exercise or sell your leaps? If it was substantially in the money by that time, I would probably exercise it. Offer accepted on my first house. Let's go, baby. Did you have to go over? How did that work out? $20 million in volume. I'm just in general, because usually like by after hours, I think a lot of trades are going to settle by then, or like you'll see a lot coming in. Yeah, UUP, but it should have been a lot more. 375, 10K towards closing. Nice. Was it above asking? UUP though, it's starting to move now, but it just sucks as it got clapped in the morning. Otherwise, it would have really been rocketing to match up with the bonds. The real story here is bonds, though. It's good that it hasn't moved since the morning, but something's going on. AMC TV says no sale in network imminent, but possible sale still in the cards to a number of potential suitors, including Viacom. Viacom needs to get bought out, or they'll make a good purchase, I guess. Everything red. Just the same thing you got from this morning. Is AMCX popping off that? Yeah. The meat industry, North American Meat Institute, they hit back at Biden administration for blaming inflation on industry. They say the administration is ignoring the fundamental principles of supply and demand. They're blaming it on the workers. No, Viacom only to January. I'm looking for an end of the year type of deal or end of fiscal year. What time? 12:45. It's bouncing up here. I guess pre-market. We'll see. You got a little bit of time. A lot of weird headlines right now. What caused the red day? It was a very, I would want to say the CPI, and it brought a lot of things, but even if we removed the CPI, it looks like we would have traded today. So, again, two different factors, overseas, China, and some of the broader political issues. And then today's inflation, it highlighted a lot of things. It brings the tapering kind of back into question, but it also does still show like inflation is still hot. Again, I think when you look at that core metric is insane, but it's still higher. So even though this print is moderated, its inflation is still high. So, it was a very confusing print, I would say, because it had enough for everybody, but it sounds like all of the other prints that we've gone over with a lot of the data. I think that there's been so many narratives, you could find whatever you want in the last couple data releases, if that makes sense. Yeah, Tesla's popping. Don't know why. And they're actually green still in the day. What's up? And not as interesting. Why TBT premiums go up if TLT went up? Probably just because the expectation of volatility. Kind of like when you see like Tesla shoot up in value, but then it shoots up so much the puts gain value. Again, implied volatility. So the implications are getting wider and higher, even if it's in the opposite direction. You got any NFTs? I didn't grab any new ones lately. I don't know. I feel like NFTs is just, it doesn't give me the immediate gratification I'm looking for in a hype investment. But I still have the original ones, and you guys have been sending me them. I think I'm just I just lock them away. The only one I wanted to get, just because I wanted to play it, I wanted to get a racehorse. But that's about it. Oh, yeah, Apple didn't really, because they just came out with the M1 chip. Coinbase increases junk offering to $2 billion on robust demand. The House is supposed to vote on the 25 for the EVs. I think that was yesterday. Yeah, the NFT horses. Yeah. SPY coming down. 10-minute rig. This is it. 443.30. A third of the point. We enter 442. The exact metric for the bounce, it's at like 442.20, I think. So, let's see. I figured out how to block people in chat. I'll be clapping less. That's good, man. But please, I haven't banned you for a while. I mean, I've seen you here. I appreciate everybody. Just don't spread hatred. You know what I'm saying? Somebody disagrees with you, or you think they're a dumbass. Just say it to yourself. And that goes for everybody too, in general. It's always love, baby. It's always love. And let's get ready. I hate apples. Well, you like the peach. I feel you, man. That makes sense. You could have totally hate on apples, I guess. And I'm the one with no vibe. I was just saying, that was the vibe check. Relax. I didn't mean it like that. I'm just saying. A lot of vibe check fails. You good. Don't worry. Uber big pop. Uber. Oh, kind of. It's waking up. Are we not here to debate? No, you could debate. That's fine. I mean, as long as it's peaceful. And then I don't think there's a debate comparing, saying me and Elizabeth Warren are in the same playing field. That's like saying me and Ty Lopez want the same exact thing. I just can't do that. That one I can't do. I tried, but I just couldn't. I'm sorry. Peaceful, respectful. That's about it. What's a cap rate? What does cap rate even matter? No. It's about learning the real estate. Eight minutes. I don't know. I think it's gonna rely. They're gonna make us wait for tomorrow. Came back from vacation. What happened these last 2 days? It's been happening for 6 days. Just and it really all started with this idea that growth is capped, essentially, or that the economic growth and recovery has peaked. And then it started with that. Then it led to economic downgrades by a lot of the banks, a lot of different things. And then it's been going to it's pretty much the same thing. And then we got the CPI today, and that was a little bit confusing. It gave a lot of both sides. It highlighted inflation. It slowed down a little, gave some hope for delayed tapering, all of that. But for the most part, everything it's just reacting to everything we got. I grabbed Airbnb leaps today, and then I went in on Viacom calls. So surprisingly, I did grab 2 calls today. I'm holding a lot of overnight positions. How much I spent on leaps? About 14,700, I think. Yes, 2024. 2024 Airbnb leaps. You know, Airbnb, a good performer today. Good performer. Just got my offer accepted. I feel like offers are getting accepted. I had one guy, the dude was being an asshole to me in LA when I asked him about I see this house, it's nice. And I'm like, it's probably, you guys are looking to get more than asking, right? He's like, oh yeah, we already have 5 offers. Yeah, 5 offers, well above asking. And I'm like, okay, well, and then I just left. But I put my phone number down on the sheet, and then he ended up calling me back the next day, and he was willing to negotiate. I was like, I even told him, I said, listen, I was like, hey man, you give me a price. I said, I'm not playing this game. I've done it all year, so just let me know if you want to represent me. Feel free. And then he gave me a lot of info. He said he was trying to get 2.5. Essentially, he said he wanted 2.5 for the house. And I told him, I was like, I can't offer 20%, 25% above asking. He was like, well, we priced it really low. I was like, I know you did. I was like, it's great. But I said, that's just part of my metric. I obviously have to look at other factors. But then, because he was like, he said, list price doesn't matter. And I said, okay. And then I said, well, let me comp it out. He said, no, the comps are don't even look at the comps. I was like, man, what do you say? But then, he told me, I was going to offer 2.2. But I said, I was like, you sounded like you had all these offers. I didn't want to waste your time. I said, let me know. I was like, otherwise, let me run numbers. I could let you know if 2.5 is even in the books. But at the end of the day, I said, I was thinking 2.25. And then I said, I was like, I don't want to waste your time, though. I won't put in the offer because if it's not going to be entertained. And then he was like, no, well, we'll see. And then pretty much he was trying to get 2.5, think they'll entertain 2.2. But it looks like they're not going to be having, what's it called? It looks like a lot of people are willing to negotiate a little bit more. Because he made it seem like, and that's why I was like, well, we'll see. No, that was the listing agent. They were just, I don't know, he just wanted a lot for it. It was a nice property. He priced it really low. I mean, he got, the open house was packed. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, if you guys are holding on to any bags, please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seat. As we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in the description. That's going to be your nightly Watchlist and main channel layover. Then we're going to be taking out promptly around 6 a.m., 6:15 out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Again, San Diego International Airport. It's about 83 degrees and sunny outside, looking like a pretty nice day. A little bit of a bumpy landing here, so please make sure all seatbelts are fastened, and we are under COVID guidelines, so please make sure all masks are worn and exit one row at a time. As always, we appreciate your guys' business. If you're interested in your Cold Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get that to you as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt. Hopefully you have a wonderful evening. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Get ready. Get ready. Again, Qualcomm was dropping right there. And then there was also something else. I forgot what it was. The bomb thing or something like that. Iron condors are great if the market does not move too much. So if you're expecting neutrality in the market, that could take you a long way. Works engineer in the day. Oh yes, I'm excited. I'm excited. Starts with the gym. I want to lay down with the gym today. I need to be so worked out today. I've been looking for that one. 1 minute. That's a 10. Don't even play with me. Don't even play with me. Easy 10. Easy 10 out here, man. Easy, man. Easy. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. Let's go. That's good. We're 2 for 2 to start the week. You better wrap it up, though. You got about 23 seconds left. Any final plays? Any final Baba puts? China put? Damn, those closed up 90. Woo! That was aggressive. I only got 50 on that one, so let's see what's about to happen. It's going to get interesting. Uh-oh. Get ready. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Oh, Arda. Oh, let's go, baby. Yes. Yes, we did it. We made it. We did it. We made it. Come on, clap it up. GG. GG ETC in the chat. Come on, GG. How do you feel? Woo. Woo, that was tough. That was exciting. How do you feel? We made it. Oh, excited. How do you feel right now? Bro, how do you feel? Bro, doesn't that feel some type of way? Oh, man, y'all don't feel me. That was crazy. The day's over. Okay, you can relax now. Okay, no more debt ceiling. Relax, relax. No more debt ceiling. No more Evergrande. No more CPI. Oh, my gosh, that was crazy. Oh, we did it, baby. We did it. Let's see. Did Chad Pluma where Chad came? Oh! 1.6 thousand likes, baby. I'll take it. Hard. Let's go. Hey, man, we did it. We made it, baby. We did it. We made it 7 hours through the day. How do you feel? How do you feel, huh? How do you feel? I feel great. You know how I feel? I feel grateful. I feel thankful. I feel thankful to make it this far, to be surrounded by such amazing people. That's how I feel. So I have to give you a beautiful thank you, man. Ladies and gentlemen, if you were here today and you gave me an opportunity and you came with some love, respect, positivity, a lot of good factors there, but even if you did not have any of that and you gave me an opportunity, I'm thankful for it. I thank you for recognizing something here and recognizing something in the chat, whatever it may be. So God bless you and thank you for that opportunity. And shout out to all my members out there, baby. They looking pretty. They rocking the badges. They support the channel. You know, so I can tell you what is bullshit and what is not. You know, amen. I only fear God, but, you know, shout out to the members out there. They support the channel. Shout out to Stream Alerts. We made sure they got any news, any plays. They ain't going to miss it because they out there working and grinding. You know what I'm saying? So we love it. We love it, and God bless. I mean, we love all of it, but even then, I said it today in the PHILO, man. I think I am surrounded by some beautiful, talented people. So all the people, whether you got a membership badge or not, whether you got Stream Alerts or not, you just better have a long term, okay? Yes, you better have a long term. But honestly, though, thank you. And for real, all the people who show up every day, especially the ones that are able to engage in high-level conversations without getting offended, offensive, disrespectful, whatever you may be. But realistically, the amount of beautiful souls in here, I said it the other day. I think it's been good. We've had a lot of calmness in the chat, and I feel grateful for it. It's honestly one of the best feelings ever. I'm not seeing a bunch of random people show up spewing out hatred or kind of distracting from it. I feel like there is just a big core group of people who align the same way, and I feel like you guys feel me on it. So it's very, very good, and I'm thankful for it. I really, really am, because I'm able to speak my mind and have people that I just know are here for the right reason, here to get what they need to out of it, and are able to advance and help me advance and everybody else, because that's what we're here for, baby. So God bless you to all of you. If you came with a good attitude, you helped facilitate this and make this all work, man. That's all we need, baby. So I'm eternally grateful, and God bless you, and thank you for that. And that's it, man. That's it. That's the day today. That's the day, baby. We here to stay. I'm here to stay too, baby. I'm with you. I'm right here with you, baby. You right here with me. I'm right here with you. Much love from the lurkers. We love the lurkers. That's what I'm saying, man. There's just a good core of beauty. You know what I'm saying? I can smell a good soul from a mile away. You know, they passed the vibe check. And even if I said you failed the vibe check, you passed, okay? I was just making a broader joke on that. I love you, okay? God bless. But that's the overall vibe check. You know what I'm saying? So I appreciate you, especially even a big shout out to the people who, you know, they fight their internal nature to clap people and get angry and all of that. I really appreciate you, because it's good. You kept it beautiful. You kept it beautiful. That's all we need, a little bit of beauty. You know what I'm saying? So that's it, though. You know what else you need? Oh, I was going to tell you to get the free long-term alerts, but you delayed. You see, opportunity does not wait for you. So whenever this opens up, you're going to get your opportunity, okay? In the meantime, you are stuck with stream alerts or anything else on that first link. But other than that, if you want more free shit. Oh, sorry, that was loud. Like the video. Make sure you like the video. Did you like the video? I forget to like my own videos sometimes. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So one thing I will say, oh, shout out to Stream Alerts gang, baby. Hard! They love it. Man, there's just something about the Stream Alerts gang that also is here for 7 hours a day. You are just locked in, baby. Amen. I appreciate you. Woo! I love it. I love it. Stream Alerts long term equals vacation. Ooh, I need me some Stream Alerts. How do I get Josh alerts for me? That's crazy. That's crazy. I feel you. Woo! Enjoy that vacation, baby. Amen. Amen. But second link, we're going to talk about a lot today. A very important day. And as we move forward, I wouldn't really, this week could get very crazy or it could get a little bit crazy and then quickly revert. So make sure you guys are here or on the watch list. I will do my best to keep you guys posted. But check that out. Third link for the membership badge. Fourth link for the merch. I think we added a couple. We had a couple of issues there, so there should be a couple more larges. Yes. Yeah, you should be good. I think there was like 30 more added because we had an issue with the sizes, so it limited the amount. So you're good to go, baby. But God bless you and shout out if you rocked it. Don't rock it if you can't smile, okay? That's it. We refuse the right to refuse service. So if you don't smile, you know what I'm saying? If you don't have positivity, this may not be the outerwear for you. Okay? Hut Big Chicle. Is that Pizza? Oh, I thought it was Pizza Hut. I said stuffed girl. Oh man. There's no stop loss in large. That one might be out, I think. Yeah, that one there's not going to be any more sizes on that one, unfortunately. That one was correct to the size because the other ones with colors, it got a little bit weird. No, it wasn't Pizza Hut. I got excited for Pizza Hut too. You know what I'm saying? It's a Hut Management or something like that. But check out those links, baby. Check out the new channels, Code Real Estate, Code PHILO, Code Music. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. How option prices work, how to find 1,000% gainers, and then how to set up our long-term, baby. If you don't have the long-term alerts, this is a close second because you got to start somewhere, baby. You got to start somewhere. So there's that. And then finally, baby, oh, my favorite. You know that? Honestly, man, I'm telling you, I said it yesterday. I don't know what's happening. I've been praying a lot more, so maybe that could be it. But I honestly think it's in God's hands, man. And I could never, ever, ever, ever take any credit for the amazing things and even some of the problems that happen. But I've been hearing a lot of people reach out to me with the prayer request wall. So I hope we're still praying for you. I've heard a lot of good feedback. Pretty much a lot of prayers have been answered recently. So. DraftKings initiated at Wells Fargo at overweight. But nah, man, it's beautiful. It's beautiful because, I've had prayers answered here and there. But, I'm telling, bro, I swear it's been like 20, 30 people in just the last day. Every day. Literally, it'd be like 20 people a day. In the last week, I'd say every other day, like 20 people. Just reaching out and be like, yo, I was on the prayer request wall. I don't know if you read this, Josh, but man, I don't know what happened, and this happened, and then the prayer was answered. I was like, what? Oh, Uber Chief Technical stepping down. No. Boo. Oh, Uber. Did it drop? They didn't even drop the stock. Oh, I thought it was going to drop the stock. That sucks. Remember, they used to be plagued with everybody leaving, so... That's good. That's good. Womp, womp, womp. I like that buzzer. But, point being, man, hit up that prayer request wall. We just want to root for you, man. We just want to root for you. That's all. And I hope y'all root for other people, okay? So, you want me to talk to y'all? You want me to keep it real? Y'all want me to keep it real, man? I don't, it doesn't matter what you believe politically. I just need y'all to show love to people. Even, can you love the person you don't like? Y'all don't realize. Y'all get to see me do that a lot. You know that? Oh, man, it's a challenge. And sometimes that's why. Sometimes I do clap. Sometimes I answer, and I have to, I did stop it. At one point, I just had to throw down the band hammer and not say anything. And I still wish peace upon everybody, man. But for real. You just genuinely, yes, you just genuinely need to just, come on. Even if they don't agree with you, even if you don't understand how they made that decision that they made, even if you don't understand whether they are blind or fully seeing, whatever it may be, that's all I'm saying. That's all for real. Can you do it? Can you do it? Can you do it? That's what I say. Just show love. Just show some love, baby. That's all it's going to come down to. So it's very easy to go back and forth with it, but this is a big part of it, man. And really not even show love, just wish good upon people. You know what I'm saying? Maybe it's asking a lot. Jesus, God didn't like, was it Esau? It was Esau, one of them. He said he loved the other and didn't like the other. So I'm just saying, but like, just can you wish good upon people? That's what the prayer request wall is all about. If it can't flow through you, it won't flow to you. I'm just saying, can you wish good upon people? Because I wish good upon everybody, even if they don't like me, even if you could say an argument, this and that, I'm always going to wish good, honestly. And that's why I make a point to even remind and say this, because I do feel like this could answer a lot of the problems in the world. A lot of people would pass the vibe check if they could just genuinely wish good upon people and not let the stoniness of their heart show through. And that's a symptom. Don't be so stony hearted where you can't wish good upon someone because they different than you, or because they believe different, or maybe y'all interpreted different. Who knows? We're all different, baby. That's it. So that's it. Just show some love, but I hope you wish well upon the people, okay? That's not even your philo, okay? So listen, go read your books. Go read Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, Stranger Secret in the World, Lead the Field by Earl Nightingale. But all I'm saying, I hope you got the philo, okay? Because I'm gonna end it on this. Where are my gifted people at? Huh? Oh, and I know you got gifts. Why you hiding them? Huh? Why you coming to the lender with nothing in your hand? Why are you trying to tell the lender, give me a loan, I ain't got nothing? Oh, you got more than you think. I need to say this. You see, some people need to hear the fact y'all need to start wishing blessings upon people that you don't understand. Amen, amen. But the other half of y'all need to stop walking around like you ain't got gifts. Oh, come on. You hear me? Did you hear what I just told you? Did you hear what I said? Stop walking around like you ain't got a gift. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. Y'all, that's it. That's it. I want your prayers to be answered. You know why? You know why? Because you got everything you need to get them answered. That's it. Go. Pull up on him. Pull up on God. Say, hey, God, before I ask you for something I think I don't have, let me tell you about what I have. And can you bless what I already have? Oh, come on. Y'all are too educated to walk into the bank and say, give me a loan, I have no money. That's not how it works. I'm teaching you the game right here. You're going to pull up. You're going to pull up differently in the spiritual world. You're going to pull up differently where you're saying, you know what? I got this gift in my hand, God. If I could get a loan to build upon this gift. Oh, that's a different underwriting process. Oh, they don't feel me. They don't feel me. They don't feel me, man. I hope you feel it. That's a powerful statement. It is powerful. I really do. I feel it. I'm telling you. It's very, very simple. Very, very simple. Please, please, just pray over your gift. That's what you got to do today. Yes, you got to reverse engineer. You got to focus. You got to keep the armor on. We could go down the list. You got to watch out. You know, they watching your shot clock, man. I could go down the list of philos. You got to throw the stone. You want me? I could keep going. You got to build the foundation. You got to dig before you could build up. We could go down the list, but today, I just need you to pray over the gift you have. Can you do that? It just asks to make what you got better. Don't ask for anything else. That we were talking about being content, right? Right? You remember that one? You remember about being content last week? That was fire. I loved it. That brought peace to my soul. I said, wow, get content. So before we ask for something today, imagine we could pull up on God like an MLM, all 2,000 of us. You know, we could be like, hey, guys, it's an MLM. Yo, you know, here, you know what I'm saying? But just show him. Be like, we're not going to ask for anything today. You know why? Because we're going to ask that you just pray over what we already have. Not going to ask for something. Oh, y'all don't feel me. I hope y'all feel me. I hope y'all feel me. I hope they do. I hope you do, because it's time to get better at your gift. That's all I'm trying to tell you. Some of you got to unlock it. I need to unleash the lion in some of you. You know, I had a basketball coach one time. That's what he told me. He would yell at me. He said, you could shoot the ball. He said, why are you acting like a beep? He said, shoot the ball. Unleash the lion. Can you let the lion out, please? Because y'all got the gift. Y'all need, that's it. That's it. Just pray over it. Because you need it. That's it. Before you ask for anything new, you're going to pray for what you got, okay? And then the goal is getting better. We are going to make the gift better. That's all. That's all. That's what it's time for. Imagine making what you already have better versus getting something new. Y'all don't feel me. Y'all don't feel me. Y'all don't feel me. I hope they feel me, man. I hope they feel me. I got to fan myself off right now. Wow, because this gets me hyped. You know that. You know that. I'm telling you now, this ain't bullshit. You know why? What do you think I'm going to do today? I'm going to go to the gym. I'm going to go call these stupid-ass real estate agents. I say it like that because I know it's always some fuckery every time. But you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go pray. And I'm going to pray. I'm not going to ask God for anything. I'm going to say, God, I see what you gave me. This is what I'm going to take account. I'm going to go through an accounting class and go account for everything I have. What do I have in my hand? What is ready to go? I'm going to say, God, just help me manage that and make it better. And then I need to improve upon the gift. That's all. That's it. That's it. I'm going to do it. So if you don't do it, that's fine. I know somebody's going to do it. I'm going to do it. I know a couple of Chads are going to take me up on it. I know they go, isn't that funny? You may not see me. You may not see my face. We may not be hanging out in the same room, but some of us are going to come to God today with the same exact thing. That's all I'm saying. Oh, they don't feel me. Isn't that funny? We can have that synchrony, that synergy, the synchrony. Oh, isn't that funny? Think about that. Because that's what I'm doing tonight. I'm just telling you now. I'll meet you there. You could be with me in spirit or not. That's all I'm saying. Oh, they don't feel me. So let's go, man. Okay? Let's just go. For real, though, man. I don't know. I've said this a few times before, but I think people need to be reminded. You really have a gift, okay? Please unlock it. No gift is too small either. Don't even think it. You've been sleeping on something that you've been holding this whole time, sleeping on it this whole damn time. You know that? You know that? I've done it many, many times. Many, many times. You would think, so I don't care what somebody told you in the past. I don't care what you think or what you think, will this even make me money with this? No, come on. I'm just saying, you got something, bro. You have to understand that. Please, please unlock it. Unlock it. Unlock it right now. Just think about it. You're sleeping on your gift. So wake up. It's game time. I'm hungry now. I'm hungry now. I'm hungry metaphorically and physically. Oh. So that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Run it today. You got the rest of the day. You're going to wake up and drive. I know you are. I don't think I need to remind you. I just need to remind you today to find that gift, pray over your gift, and then seek to make your gift better. That's it. That's it. Nothing else. That's how you wake up and drive. That's it. That's it. Oh, watch. Y'all have a foundation. Oh, I could keep going on this forever. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. Okay. We got to breathe. Okay, breathe. Pull it back. I got to beep, beep, beep. We got to back it up. Back it. I got a good PHILO for you tomorrow. I gave you a little bit of it today, but listen, I love you all. Go run it, baby. Be positive. Finish out the day 120%, but focus on that gift, man. I can't stop saying it. I can't stop. Okay, just remember, you're not going to the bank asking for money, saying you got nothing. You got more than you think. I have to end it there because I'm going to go on another 30-minute rant if I don't stop right now. Okay, I love you. God bless you, man. Shout out to Chaz. Shout out to real Chaz. You know what? If you ain't showing love, then you ain't really one of us, bitch. That's what Uncle says, and I agree with Uncle. So keep showing love and stay excited. Life is exciting, okay? I hope you know that. I don't even give a fuck about the debt ceiling. I don't give a fuck about the politics. You know why? Life is exciting. We were chosen to be alive at this moment. You know that? You were chosen to be alive. You were chosen to be surrounded by all of this fuckery. You know that? Isn't that amazing? That's exciting. Life is beautiful. Life is beautiful. Don't let any of these motherfuckers try to rob that from you, okay? It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Once you realize it's beautiful, they ain't gonna like you because you realize how beautiful it is. You know what I'm saying? So enjoy it, baby, and get ready. You're very early. Okay, I'm gonna end it there. You're very early. Get ready. You haven't even seen shit. You're very early. Your life is about to, woo! It's only 2021. I had to look at the clock. I went and I looked at the calendar. It said September 14th, 2020. You early as hell. Just get ready. So God bless, man. And shout out to all the Chads out there. Appreciate you holding it down. And let's get ready and let's have some fun. But enjoy your day. Relax. 120% and wake up and drive, baby. It's game time. Woo! Oh, yeah. Some no stop loss, too. Do what you need to do. But that's it. I love you all. I'll see you on the watch list. Peace out. Oh, hey, Josh. I want a pony in my gift. Yes, let's go, baby. Okay, love you. Bye.